The last thing I saw in my first life was a hand. It came out of the smoke about waist height, casual, the way you'd reach for a door handle, and it belonged to a demon race squad commander who had already killed 11 people that morning and was not especially excited about number 12. I had a blade up. I had 60 years of practice behind that blade. I had cleared 360 floors of a tower that ate the human species, and I want you to understand what that sentence means, because I earned every syllable of it. The tower went up out of the last dry mountain on Earth after the water took everything else. 3 years of supervolcanoes and tsunamis and quakes that folded coastlines like paper. By the end of it, 7.5 billion people had become 3.3 billion, and the 3.3 billion got herded into a building with 360 floors and monsters on every one of them. The monsters didn't respawn. That was the good news. They bred. That was the other news, and it meant every year you waited, the floor above you got worse. I spent 50 years climbing. On floor 100, I pulled a wish fulfillment system out of a dead thing's chest cavity, and the last 10 years went faster. I closed the tower. Me. The exit door opened, and I walked out into daylight for the first time in 6 decades, and daylight turned out to be an interracial battlefield where humans were the local wildlife. First real fight. One hand, waist height, casual. The universe said, "Lol, no second chances, buddy." Except then, something in my chest got very warm and very bright, and my soul gem, the one treasure I nearly died getting and then did die keeping, decided it had opinions. It burned itself out and threw me somewhere. I woke up to a woman crying. Not movie crying. The ugly kind. The kind that's been running for 3 days and has gone dry and mean and hoarse, and she was saying my name over and over between the sobs, and she was saying it was her fault. Ling Chen. Ling Chen, please. It's my fault. I pushed too hard. I kept comparing you to Ling Han. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just open your eyes. Room 01205, Yi'an District First Hospital. My mother. Zhang Meifeng. I had not had a mother in 60 years. I opened my eyes and the first thing out of my mouth was, Meifeng, don't worry. And while she was screaming for a nurse and grabbing my face with both hands, a very cheerful line of text scrolled across the inside of my skull. The wish fulfillment system has been successfully launched and is dedicated to serving you. Yeah, hi, missed you too. Then the rest of it hit me, the memories that came with this body, the school records and the family names and the year, and I sat there in a hospital bed with my mother's tears on my knuckles and did the math, and the math said something insane. This was the world of Swallowed Star, which meant that somewhere in this city, right now, there was a kid named Han Tian about to fail a math exam, and in about 1,000 years, he was going to be one of the strongest things in the universe, which meant Earth was about to be discovered by a galaxy that had opinions about Earth, which meant everything that was going to happen, I already knew, and I had a system, the same one. Incomplete in exactly the same places, no shop, no lottery, no storage, and running on exactly the fuel it ran on for 10 years inside that tower. Monster meat. Specifically that, and nothing else. I have personally offered that thing an apple, a sofa cushion, and a car battery across 3 separate decades, and it has never once been interested. So everything I am, and everything I am about to tell you about, is meat I paid for. Give me a second, I need to enjoy this. They kept me 2 more days for observation, which is medical for we don't know what happened either, and then I went home. Home was a villa in Mingyu Community, Yangzhou, with a garden and a Mercedes S500 in the driveway that this body had been given for turning 18. My previous self had spent his 18th birthday eating protein paste in a stairwell on floor 41. I sat in that car for a while and just held the steering wheel. I'd been home about 6 minutes when the front door detonated. That's my cousin Ling Han, 18, 2 months older than me, and physically incapable of entering a room at less than a jog. You're alive. Good, because I have news and it's about me. She dropped into the couch across from me with her boots on the coffee table. I passed the martial artist assessment at 18. Do you know how many people pass at 18? Few, I said. Almost none, she corrected, because getting the number right was the entire point of the visit. I'm on a squad now, Iron Roses. All women, captain's name is Mei Lin, we hunt for a month and rest for a month, and I came back with 8 million yuan. 8 million. 8. She said it the way people say a sacrament. I looked at her boots on the table and thought about a squad called Tiger Fang, and about a very specific thing that happens to hunting teams out in the wilderness when somebody decides the monsters aren't the most profitable target available. Out there, I said, watch the people harder than the animals. She squinted at me. You've been asleep for 3 days, and now you're wise. I've been asleep for 3 days, and now I'm annoying. Different thing. She left with 3 of my snacks and no goodbye, and I finally had the house to myself, and I sat down on my bed and opened the system. Here's what I had. Strength, 780 kilograms. Speed, 22 meters per second. In this world, that's a healthy civilian, which is to say, a snack. And the system panel said, this system is incomplete. Please explore all functions on your own. Incomplete. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. The shop was grayed out. The lottery was grayed out. The storage space was grayed out. What worked was one line and one line only. I could name a wish, the wish got a price in wish points, and if I had the points, I got the wish. So obviously the first thing I tried was wishing for more wish points. The system's response was the digital equivalent of a door closing in my face. No error message, no explanation, just a total absence of interest. And after about the fourth attempt, I understood the rule I was living under. It doesn't print money, it converts. It's an exchange counter with one currency, and the only way to have more is to feed it more. Feed it what, though? I knew the answer, and I ran the test anyway, because a rule you have not verified in this world is a rumor. Wood, plastic, metal, cooked food, nothing registered at all. Then I took the 2 kilos of monster meat out of the freezer downstairs, because in this world, monster meat is what rich people put in stew, and I set it on my desk. The meat went thin and gray, and then it wasn't there. Wish points, 0.2. 2 kilograms of dead monster equals 1/5 of a point. I ran the first wish I actually wanted, apprentice level 1, 900 kilograms of strength and 25 meters per second, and the system told me it would cost 100 points. 100 points, 0.2 per 2 kilos. I did the multiplication and started laughing, and then I stopped laughing because I had a Mercedes and a father with a bank account and a city full of butchers. I needed 1,000 kilograms of monster. The next morning I drove to Joe's shop, which is a boutique meat place with a doorman, and I asked for the price list like a man planning a wedding. G grade, 1 to 200 a pound. F grade, 2 to 400. E grade, 500 to 1,000. D grade, 1 to 2,000. C grade, 2 to 4,000. 10 kilos of each, I said. The owner looked at me the way you look at a man who has just ordered every dessert, 96,000 yuan. I paid it. Then I drove home and fed the system a controlled experiment because I may be a lunatic, but I'm a lunatic with a methodology. G grade, 1 point. F grade, 2 points. E grade, 4. D grade, 6. C grade, 8. And there it was. The curve flattens. C-grade meat costs 20 times what F-grade costs and gives you 4 times the points, which means the entire universe of expensive monsters is a scam, and the correct answer is the cheapest ugly cat in the catalog, F-grade shadow cat. 200 a pound, 2 points a shot. I went to Wanja Meat Shop, which is a wholesaler, which means concrete floors and forklifts and a minimum order that made the boutique guy's face look reasonable in hindsight. 1 ton of F-grade shadow cat. The clerk didn't even blink. 360,000 yuan. They loaded it in a refrigerated van and asked me for a delivery address, and I gave them my own house. And that afternoon, 1,000 kilograms of dead cat went into my garage, and about 90 seconds later, 1,000 kilograms of dead cat stopped existing. 200 points. Congratulations. The conditions for your wish to come true have been met. I want to tell you it was dramatic. It wasn't. It was like someone tightened every bolt in my body at once and then handed me a manual I didn't have to read. I knew how to punch. Not knew like I'd been taught, knew like I'd been doing it for years and had just remembered. My hands understood the angle before I did. I drove to the Xiao family martial arts school to get measured because a number you haven't verified is a rumor. The school is my third uncle's, Ling Jian, and the thing you notice about him is the right arm, which is a mechanical prosthetic, and the thing you don't notice unless you know is that he could have grown the real one back. 5 years ago, his squad walked into an advanced grade beast in the wild. 2 of them didn't come home. Joe came home with 1 arm and a survivor's arithmetic, and when the family offered to buy him Shore of Life, he said no, spend it on the kids, and then he opened a school for the kids. I hit the pad, 925 kilograms. Uncle Jian's eyebrows went up about a centimeter, which from him is a standing ovation. Speed run, 25.8 meters per second. Qualifying standard for martial artist is 925. Sorry, 900 flat and 25. And I had just cleared both while still technically a high school student who hadn't finished his exams. Sit the exams first, he said. Then the assessment. Don't skip the boring thing to get to the fun thing. The boring thing has your mother's blood pressure in it. Fine. School exams, June 7th through 9th. Which is how I ended up outside Yi'an District No. 1 High School on a hot morning, standing next to my friend Gao Xuan, who is built like a beanbag chair and has never once been early to anything, watching a skinny kid get out of a beat-up delivery van with his father, Han Tian, 17 years old, no muscle worth mentioning yet, wearing the specific expression of a person who has been up all night with a math textbook and lost. His dad, Han Wenshu, was a repairman with grease permanently in the creases of his knuckles, and he was fussing with his son's collar in a way that made me want to sit down on the curb. I want to be clear that what I did next was completely deliberate, and I stand by it. I walked into him, shoulder to shoulder, and I put maybe 15% behind it, and Han Tian went 2 meters sideways into a bike rack. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I got him up, dusted his sleeve, apologized to his father, apologized to a passing stranger for good measure. I'm Ling Chen. Give me your number, I feel terrible, let me buy you something. That is, I admit, an extremely old-fashioned way to meet a person. It also worked. Joe put his number in my phone with the resigned politeness of a guy who has decided the collision was his fault somehow, and I had the contact details of the future terror of the universe saved under a smiley face. The exams went fine. Science 211, Humanities 189, Math 212, 612 total against a pass line of 561. Han Tian fainted during the math paper. I know how that sounds. It happened in the original story too. Some things you don't get to fix. While I waited for the martial artist assessment window, which opens on the 1st of every month, I did 2 things. I sparred with my father, and I ate my family's savings. The sparring was informative. Ling Weiman is an advanced warrior with a career behind him, and he came at me the way a dad comes at a son. Gently. About 90 seconds in, he stopped and lowered his hands and looked at me with an expression I had not seen on him before. How, he said, did you get your movement technique to that level? Not your strength. Not your speed. Movement. Joe'd seen a lot of young men hit hard. Joe had never seen a young man who was simply never where the fist was. I said I'd been practicing, which was true, if you're generous about what counts as practicing and how many decades of it we're counting. The eating went less gracefully. Apprentice level 2 costs 1,000 points and gives you 2,000 kilograms and 40 meters per second. 1,000 points is 5 tons of Shadowcat. 5 tons of Shadowcat is 1,000,000 yuan, which was everything I had saved in my life, and it got me exactly halfway there. So I went to my father with the tone of voice all sons discover eventually. Weiman, I need startup capital. Joe gave me 5 million. Joe gave me 5 million because his son had just posted numbers that made a school full of instructors go quiet, and because in this world, money is a thing you convert into a stronger child, and because he is a good man who has never once asked me what I'm doing with the freezer. 5 million yuan bought 14 tons of monster. Wish points, 3,121.2. I sat on my bedroom floor at 2 in the morning surrounded by empty industrial coolers with more than 3 times the points I needed, and I thought about a stairwell on floor 41 and about how I used to ration a single iron-haired boar haunch across 9 days. Then I spent it, apprentice level 2 first, 2,000 kilograms, 40 meters per second, 1,000 points, and my whole skeleton made a sound like a suspension bridge accepting traffic. Then, because I am not a patient man, apprentice level 3. 4,000 kilograms, 60 meters per second, 2,000 points. Nobody tells you about the part that comes after. When your body upgrades that fast, it throws out everything it no longer wants to be made of. All of it, at once, through every door available. I broke my bathroom floor. I destroyed 2 toothbrushes and a shower head, and I do not want to discuss the mechanism. I was in there for over an hour, and at some point my mother banged on the door and shouted, at a volume I estimate the neighbors enjoyed, Ling Chen, did you do something in your bedroom? It's cultivation, Mom. It smells like a sewer. That is also cultivation. She did not accept this. In fairness to her, I was lying about the timeline and telling the truth about the category, because that night I actually did sit down with the thing they'd handed me at the assessment registration, the one book on Earth that matters. 5 Hearts Towards Heaven. It's a thick book. The actual technique in it is about 2 pages. Everything else is preface, which tells you a lot about how humans handle miracles. You sit with your palms up, your soles up, and the crown of your head open, 5 points facing the sky, and you stop doing anything at all, and the universe comes in. I felt it in my feet first, this cool pressure climbing my ankles, and then my palms, and then a line straight down through the top of my skull, and everything met in my chest and started rewriting me. Cells splitting faster than they should, genes rearranging themselves like someone was correcting a typo they'd been staring at for years. In this world, the human body absorbs universe energy at some baseline rate. With 5 Hearts Towards Heaven, you do it 100 times faster. I cultivated until sunrise and stood up feeling better than sleep has ever made me feel. Back at the family school, I hit the pad at 60%, 3,923 kilograms. Let me put that in context. After a person's first successful cultivation session, the normal gain is about 300 kilograms. 600 is good. 1,000 makes instructors write your name down. 2,000 is a genius, the kind a city keeps track of. My cousin Ling Han, the one who kicks my door in and tells me how rare she is, gained 1,800. I gained 2,500, at 60% effort. My actual number was 6,500 kilograms and 83.6 meters per second, and I kept that to myself because there is a difference between being a genius and being a specimen, and specimens get collected. I let the board read 3,985 and 62 meters per second, smiled, and got mobbed by about 9 children under the age of 10 shouting that they wanted to be like Brother Chen. Uncle Jian didn't say anything. Joe just looked at the readout for a long time with his mechanical hand very still on the railing. Han Tian's numbers came through the same week because in this town, everybody's business is a group chat. 3,150 kilograms, 58.5 meters per second. Also a genius. Also the real thing. Good. I liked that. It meant I hadn't broken anything by showing up. It also meant I needed to work harder, which is a sentence I have now said in 2 consecutive lifetimes, and I would like the record to show that the universe has never once let me coast. The Dojo of Limits sent a car, not a recruiter. A car to the main city of Jiangnan, to a black glass building with a wall around it and actual soldiers on the gate, and a one-armed old man in the guardhouse who everyone calls Uncle Wei and who has clearly killed more things than the soldiers. Inside, in an office with no decorations, a man in a black tang suit with a hooked nose introduced himself as Kai Ming and described himself as an angel investor. Joe is not an angel investor. Joe is a talent scout for an organization that finds children who might one day matter and buys them early. They remeasured me, same numbers, because I'm consistent about my lies. The offer, a villa in the main city, 20 million yuan of operating capital, and access to 3 secret manuals, movement, targeting, and striking, which run up to 50 million yuan. Then Kai Ming leaned back and said, and I'll add 150 million of my own, cash, for the manuals. 200 million yuan, for books. While I was still arranging my face, he made a call in front of me, which I'm certain was theater, and I appreciated anyway. We've found a super genius, over 3,000 kilograms of gain on his first cultivation. Pause. Then from the phone, a voice with no interest in my feelings at all. Observe him. We'll decide when he makes general, and we've seen him in a real fight. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nothing motivates like being an unresolved line item. I picked my weapons out of the family armory before I left. Paired blades, Silver Moon 3s, 78 centimeters of edge, 101 overall, 11.2 wide serrated spines, 80 kilograms each. The spines lock together back to back, which matters more than it sounds like it does. In my last life, I worked with knives for 60 years. My hands didn't have to be convinced. My cousin Wang Ruo, who is 14 and has decided I am interesting, watched me run a form in the courtyard and said, Brother Chen's swords look like dancing. Ling Han, standing next to her, said nothing at all, and then went and made the younger kids do drills until it got dark. She's competitive. I love that about her. It's going to be very useful later. August 1st. The special train. 1,680 quasi-martial artists from all over Jiangnan, packed into carriages with screens running recruitment ads on a loop. The HR Alliance, which is an underground organization richer than most governments and doesn't pretend otherwise. The Security Bureau, Thunder Marshal Hall, the Dojo of Limits. Kai Ming found me on the platform. So did a man named Liu Bo from Thunder Marshal Hall, who runs their Yangzhou branch and brought 2 of his own along like a man walking a pair of expensive dogs. Zhao Kai, dark, with a birthmark down one side of his face and a reputation for a technique called Ghost Moon Blade. Chen Hao, handsome, carrying a firearm, which in a monster fight is a personality choice. Zhao Kai looked me over and said, let's bet, whoever collects more points tonight. I kept walking. I want to be precise here because people misunderstand this move. I didn't refuse him. Refusing is a form of engagement. I simply continued to exist in a direction that wasn't toward him, and his sentence landed in an empty room, and behind me I heard him breathe in through his nose. Han Tian, walking beside me, did him the courtesy of an actual answer. No thanks. Then the briefing came over the speakers, and everyone shut up. Monster Town. 6:30 in the evening until 6:30 in the morning. Proof of kill is the left ear, top 60% advance, which is 1,008 bodies out of 1,680. 3 monsters is the minimum to be considered alive in the accounting sense. And any candidate who attacks another candidate will be shot from the wall. They said that last one in the same tone as the ear thing. The gates opened at dusk and 1,680 of us went into a dead city. Now, the smart play in Monster Town is the dark. Everybody knows that. You move along walls, you stay off open ground, you let the ones who don't know that do the advertising. I walked straight down the middle of a lit street, because I didn't come here to pass. I came here to fight, as much as possible, as fast as possible, and the fastest way to fight everything is to be the most visible object in the district. 3 iron-haired boars came at me head-on within 4 minutes. I killed 2 on the closing pass without breaking stride, 1 blade each, and the third one made the correct decision and ran, and I caught it in 2 seconds because 60 meters per second is not a speed anything with hooves gets to argue with. Then the shadow cats found me, which is the entire reason I'd picked a lit street. A dozen of them peeled out of the dark on both sides at once, which for a normal candidate is an obituary. I killed 8, 6 with the blades, 1 with a rock because it broke left and my left blade was busy, 1 against a wall. The rest reconsidered their evening and left. There was a tiger mastiff on the roof of a 3-story building after that, and a run of things in an alley I didn't bother naming. My count went 3, then 11. Then I stopped counting out loud and started counting the way I used to on the tower floors, which is not a number so much as a rhythm. Because here's the thing about being handed a body with 4,000 kilograms of strength. The strength is not the skill. The system can buy me numbers. It cannot buy me the instinct to know that the second cat always comes from behind the first one's shoulder. And in this universe, there are things that reach into your head and switch you off from the inside. The only defense a man without mental talent has is a body that keeps fighting after the pilot has been evicted. So I wasn't hunting. I was drilling. The monsters were just the equipment. Up on the observation wall, according to what I heard later, an officer was leaning toward a monitor going, "That kid is fighting 10 shadow cats by himself." And Liu Bo of Thunder Marshal Hall was saying, with real regret, "Xiao family nephew, otherwise I'd have him." They both noted the same thing about me and about Han Tian on separate screens in the same hour, microscopic level movement control. Some martial artists reach general rank without ever getting there. 2 17-year-olds walked into Monster Town with it already installed. Liu Bo hit the table hard enough to make the coffee jump. "We are not losing both of them to the dojo of limits." Then he pulled Han Tian's footage and sent it to his headquarters, which is a decision that's going to look very funny in about 1,000 years. 6:30 in the morning, the gates opened, and they started carrying bodies out. Not everyone comes back from Monster Town. That's not a tragedy in this world. That's the filter, and the men with the stretchers had the walk of people who do this every month. Final count, 42 years. First place, me, 36. Second place, Han Tian. Neither of us had a scratch. Zhao Kai beat us both, by the way. 51 years. Joe came off that field with his chin up looking for my face in the crowd, and I want to be honest with you, I had already forgotten his name, so had Han Tian. We were both standing there thinking about the same thing, which is that Monster Town is a training pen with walls and lights and men on the roof with rifles, and the actual work happens in the wilderness, where nobody counts your ears because nobody expects to see you again. Then I got home and discovered I was rich. Not the villa, the internal network. The Dojo of Limits runs a private system called the House of Limits. You get a forum where martial artists argue about beast anatomy. You get a shop selling things that are not for sale in any city on Earth. And you get a currency called Contribution, which converts at 10,000 yuan to 1 point and is deliberately annoying to acquire so that nobody forgets what it is for. Balance, 20 million from the dojo, 200 million from Kai Ming. Then my father called from the wilderness, said 3 sentences, and transferred 150 million. Then the family sent 15 million. Then my uncle Ling Chang, who is a god of war, sent 200 million without a message attached, which in my family is how a man says he is watching your career with interest. 585 million yuan, from a boy who 18 days ago had $1 million in savings and a hobby. I spent 250 of it on a knife technique, 9-fold Thunderblade. The full 9 levels sell for 100 billion yuan, which is a price designed to be a wall, not a transaction, so what you actually buy is a slice. I bought the first 4 levels. The courier who delivered it read me the terms out loud, in person, like a man reading a will. Copyright belongs to the Stormlord. Duplication, distribution, or transmission of this technique will be pursued by the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Marshal Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the Standing Army. I nodded and signed, and this is the part I want you to notice because it's the whole shape of the next 1,000 years of my life. I could have wished for the technique, free, instant, perfect, all 9 levels, no invoice. And then, I'd be a 17-year-old with 100 billion yuan secret in his hands and no receipt for it, in a world where 4 separate organizations audit exactly that. The system is not a cheat that lets you skip the world. It's a cheat that lets you move through the world faster than everyone else while still using the doors. That distinction has kept me alive twice now. My uncle called on video that night. Ling Chung has a scar that runs from his forehead down across his eye to his earlobe, and a nickname, 3 shots, because that's how many strikes he needs, and he considers a 4th to be sloppy. I'll get you Guo Jing's notes, he said. Joe reached the 6th level. His annotations are worth more than the manual. Thank you, uncle. And I've put you on your father's squad, Iron Blood. Joe said it like a man closing a folder. Family rule, in case nobody's told you. Past warrior rank, 10% of your annual income goes to the family. I know the rule. Good. Then don't make me the one who explains it to you at a funeral. Before I left the city, I did one more thing, and it's the smartest thing I did that year. I took 220 million yuan and handed it to a boy in a wheelchair. Han Yue is Han Tian's little brother. Legs don't work, never have. taught himself finance off the public net, turned his pocket money into 20,000 yuan of trading profit, and the family treats it like a cute story. Manage it, I said, and put the number on the table. Joe looked at the number for a long moment. Then he said in a completely level voice, standard commission is 10%. I'll pay you 20. Why? Because 10% makes you my employee and 20% makes you my partner, and I'd rather find out now which one you'd have been. Joe didn't smile. Joe said, I'll make it $1 billion. Then I offered his brother a loan for a decent weapon, and Han Tian got that stubborn look people get right before they refuse money, so I got ahead of him. I believe in you more than you believe in you. Take the loan. It's not charity, it's a position. Then I went home and learned to move. Ninefold Thunderblade has one truth in it, and the truth is, fast. 3 components. Flowing Light, which is footwork. Ninefold Primal Chaos, which is how you aim. And the blade work itself. And here's the mechanism, because it's elegant enough that I want you to have it. A normal person swings at 100% of their power, and that's the end of the sentence. A ninefold user swings at 70%, and then, mid-stroke, the technique fires again and adds another 70, so the blade lands at 140. 9 levels of that stacking gets you to roughly 7 times a normal strike. First level, 18 movements. The recommended practice load is 18,000 swings a day. I did the swings. I want that on record. I did the swings, and here is why. When I first asked the system to perfect the first level, it quoted 5,000 points. 2 weeks of grinding it myself dropped that to 2,000. Then my father brought me Mei Yong's Reflection, and I sat with a dead man's marginal notes until 3 in the morning, and it dropped to 1,800. The system charges you for the distance between where you are and where you want to be, so the correct play was always going to be, walk most of it, then buy the last step. My strike came out at 7,535 kilograms. Iron Blood Squad picked me up in Jiangnan. Captain. My father, Ling Weiman, call sign Mad Axe, technique Mountain Crushing Axe, 9 forms, and the 9th one is called that because of what it does to a hill. Vice Captain Tong Jianjun, who they call the Iron Blood Berserker and who has the disposition of a very tired schoolteacher. The Zuo twins, Zhou Fei, who talks constantly and has a scar from a crimson tiger ape he wants to tell you about, and Zhou Ji, who has said 4 words to me total, and I liked all of them. Wang Tao, marksman, with eyesight that belongs in a lab. Xu Guang, swordsman. We assembled at HR Alliance headquarters, which is an 88-story building with 2 lowercase letters on the front and about 1,000 soldiers standing around a fountain, and then we took a train out to District 0201, which used to be a city and is now a landscape feature. My father threw me at a one-horned boar on the first day, F grade, big enough to be a car. Uncle Lou objected. Captain, that's too big a step at once. My father did not answer him, which is a thing my father does instead of arguing. I slipped the charge, went under the head, and put 30 centimeters of silver moon up into the throat from below. Then, because the tail was already whipping around at me, I took it off with the other blade. The boar fell over in 2 directions. Zhou Fei from the rear, in a strange voice, roughly 90 meters per second. That's elementary warrior movement. Then a tiger cat thing came out of a stairwell and I did it again, and this time I came out of the exchange without a drop of blood on me anywhere, which is not luck, that's angle. Zhou Fei again, quieter. You don't move like this is your first time in the wild. Correct. 2 nights later, the lion mastiffs. We came into a plaza in the ruins around midnight, and there were hundreds of them on the rooftops, sitting up on the broken parapets in rows, absolutely silent, lit from behind by a moon that was doing far too much for the mood. The alpha was an advanced beast general. My father took the alpha. Uncle Liu screened him. The Zhu twins fought back to back with their shields hitting in the same rhythm, which is the closest thing to conversation those two do. Wang Tao put a spear through the ear of a mastiff that was coming at my flank while I was busy, and then said over the noise with absolutely no heat, "In a pack, you look sideways." Noted, corrected, never happened again. And in the dark corners of that plaza, while the fight rolled across the square, I was doing something else. I'd drop into a shadow next to a heap of bodies, and the bodies would go gray and thin and gone. 30 mastiffs, 1,300 points, another 20, 600. The alpha's corpse, C grade, 800 all by itself. It even cleans up the blood spatter. There isn't a stain left. I have never had a tidier vice. At 2 in the morning, on my watch shift, sitting on a roof with my back to a chimney, I spent it. Perfect comprehension of the first level of Ninefold Thunderblade, 1,800 points. And what that gets you is not a skill. It's an understanding. When it landed, I could see the joints of the technique from the inside, and I understood it better than the man who invented it did on the day he invented it, which is a very strange thing to know about yourself at 17. Then Apprentice 4, 300 points, instant. Then Apprentice 5, 8,000. Sleep in the wilderness is a word people use for meditation. I hadn't actually slept in weeks and I felt fine. We went after a silver moonwolf next, which is a fast, clever, valuable thing that does not want to be found. We stashed our materials in the underground parking of the Wada Plaza and glassed the district from the roof of the 24-story Xiaguo Bank. We found the wolf by watching it run away from somebody else. A human psyker master, riding a flying shield across the skyline like a very serious child on a sled. The wolf went to ground inside a herd of bloodthirsty tanks, which are armored, stupid, and enormous, and whose only soft spots are eyes, mouth, and nostrils. My father killed an elementary beast general with 4 axe strikes, all 4 into the same point on the skull. First blow, a 5-centimeter dent. Second, the scale broke. Third, the bone. Fourth, done. I remember standing there thinking about how he spent 20 years learning to hit the same place 4 times, and how I bought my last increment of strength with cat meat. Both of those are real. That's the part people get wrong. I volunteered to stay behind and collect materials, which everyone agreed was very generous of the youngest member. 10 bloodthirsty tank corpses, 1,500 points. Down in the parking structure, where the floor had collapsed between 2 levels, we found the Psyker Master. Sun Lan, Dojo of Limits, covered head to foot in blood, her D6 combat suit cut to ribbons, killing things with thrown knives into eyes and nostrils at a rate that doubled our entire squad's output over the same window. The wolf had already gone out through a hole in the ceiling. She gave us 77 corpses, just handed them over. She was there for the wolf, and the wolf was gone, and she wanted the weight off her hands. That night I asked my father to let me work District 0231 alone. Joe didn't answer. Joe attacked me. 3 strikes, full speed, no announcement. I caught all 3. Joe became a warrior less than a month after his assessment, Uncle Liu said, to nobody. On the way out, we crossed Han Tian's squad, Firehammer, under a captain named Si Lei. My father warned them about the wounded wolf, which was decent of him, and which they should have listened to harder. Then we divided the take, by percentage, in a villa in Sector E22. My father, 88.2 million, Liu, 65.5, Wang Tao, 55, me, 42.5, Zhou Fei, 38.6. Zhou Jai, 38.8, and he did not gloat about the difference, but he noticed it. Xu Guang, 37.3. Then I went to District 0231 by myself for a month, and it was the most boring, most productive stretch of my entire first century. Out 3 days, back to base with a full pack. The buyer was a man named Sun Yang who had stopped being surprised by me around day 6. 201 monsters, 1.6 million yuan. 225, 1.8. 242, 2 million. 260, 2.1. 20-some days. Nearly 1,500 monsters. 55,700 wish points. On the train back, I sat with my forehead against the window watching the wall of a base city come up out of the dark, and I thought, this is the last fortress the species has. Not the army. This. And the people who can stand in front of it are obligated to stand in front of it. I'd like to say that thought stayed pure. It mostly did. My father sparred me again when I got back, and this time he moved at advanced warrior speed while hitting with elementary warrior force because otherwise he would have killed me and we'd both have had to explain it to my mother. Afterward, he sat down on a crate and rubbed his face. Your combat instinct, he said. It makes me feel like I wasted 20 years. You didn't. I know I didn't. It still feels like it. Joe looked at me for a while. Go on your own. You're past what I can teach you. That night, I spent everything. Apprentice 5, then straight into Intermediate Warrior, 16,000 kilograms, 130 meters per second, and the second level of Ninefold, where the blade accelerates twice inside a single stroke and the air can't get out of the way in time, so the strike arrives with a crack in front of it. And I sat there afterward with a thought I did not enjoy. I cannot lean on this thing forever. What happens the day it doesn't answer? I went looking for Han Tian at the HR Alliance bar and got the news about Firehammer. They'd gone for the wolf. Tiger Fang's squad, out of Thunder Marshall Hall, had gone for the same wolf. 2 teams, 1 prize, no witnesses, and a man named Zhang Ke came home without his right arm. Shore of Life regrows limbs. Shore of Life costs 30 billion yuan and mostly isn't for sale at any price. Tiger Fang's captains are a man called Qin Zhang and a man everybody calls Cyclops. And on their roster, in the middle of the list where you'd never look for him, is Xu Haran, uncle of a boy named Xu Ming, who once kicked a repairman across a courtyard in Tiandu Garden while I was recording it on a dashboard camera. Small world. Getting smaller. The bar had an administrator named Zhang Na, who is beautiful and knows exactly how many drinks she's poured for men who wanted to tell her about it, and who is, I discovered with a certain amount of joy, my distant cousin. HR Alliance, one of the 12 families. I introduced her to Han Tian in the way you introduce 2 people when you've read the ending. Her brother Zhang Jun did not care for it. A martial artist, he said, in the voice of a man pricing a used appliance. Alive today, dead in the wilderness tomorrow. I'm not handing my sister to that. I said, you sleep at night because of martial artists. Say one more sentence and I'll repeat it to your grandfather word for word. And Han Tian, who had been quiet, said something colder than anything I had in me. Can your family call on a god of war? A beat. Can your family call on something above a god of war? Zhang Jun's face came apart in slow motion. Zhou didn't know what that meant. Neither did Zhang Na. I did, and I had to work very hard on my expression, because the answer to that question was going to be yes in about a decade, and the thing above a god of war was going to be a friend of mine, 3rd level of ninefold next. 280% of a normal strike, and the blade tip breaking the sound barrier as a matter of routine. Then Apprentice 6, 16,000 points. Advanced Warrior, 32,000 kilograms, 190 meters per second. My father had moved on to City 003, which used to be called Shanghai, and now sits at the edge of an ocean that sends things ashore, so the place is thick with lord-level beasts and the men who hunt them. And I sat in my room with all of that and thought about my mother, because I know what's coming. I know about the golden horned beast, and I know what the sky is going to do to this planet, and in every version of that future, my mother is an ordinary woman with an ordinary body in a city that is about to stop being a safe place to be ordinary in. So I stole something. Violet Radiance Dew, 10,000 points, 1 liter. Here is what that looked like from the other end, and I only know because the system is generous about showing me the transaction. On a planet called Chulong Star, in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, in a locked storeroom behind a shop, 30 sealed bottles stopped being in the crate they were in. No alarm, no broken lock, nothing on any sensor. Just a merchant standing over an inventory sheet going, it said 1,000, it says 970, it said 1,000. On Earth, in a bedroom in Yangzhou, I caught them in a 5-liter jug and cut the tops off with a knife. And I want you to appreciate that a substance which turns an advanced trainee into a full martial artist at 15 milliliters was, at that moment, being decanted by a teenager, like cheap wine. I gave my mother 5 milliliters a day. In 2 days, she was at advanced trainee level. She thought it was a tonic. She complained about the taste. I let her. And then the system said, 10 wishes completed. Automatic upgrade initiating. I gave 3 bottles to the Qin family, and then Han Tian and I sparred, and I need to describe this properly. Zhou opened with a strike at my throat off the first step. No ritual, no bow, straight in, which is correct. I caught his fist. Then I spent the entire fight holding myself at advanced warrior level and never once attacking. Zhou threw everything. I moved. Zhou tried the same thing from a different angle. I moved. Somewhere around minute 4, he stopped trying to win and started trying to learn, which is the whole reason I was doing it. Then I hit him in the eye. Not hard, just with the second acceleration applied on approach, so that the fist arrived on a schedule his body had already rejected as impossible. Zhou got a black eye. Then I showed him the second level, because I am not a kind teacher. Zhou got a second black eye. I have to go into the wilderness tomorrow. Then tomorrow you'll go with 2 black eyes and the correct idea in your head. I sat down on the mat next to him. It isn't force. Everyone thinks it's force. It's the moment. Where in the stroke you spend the acceleration. That's the whole technique. The rest is arm. Han Yue rolled in later with a tablet, and without preamble, your money's up 30% this month. In a month? I said I'd make it $1 billion. Zhou didn't look up. I meant it as a schedule, not a wish. I did like that kid. The system upgrade landed that week, and it changed the shape of my life 3 separate ways. 1. 3 wishes at once instead of 1. Which sounds incremental until you realize the bottleneck was never points, it was Q. 2. A devouring radius of 10 meters and selective. I no longer had to touch anything. I could stand in a room full of corpses and take exactly the parts that were worth points and leave the parts that were worth money. No more skinning, no more hauling. I have spent hundreds of hours of my life field dressing monsters, and I would like all of them back. 3, and this is the one that mattered, wish coins. 1 gold coin equals 10,000 silver, equals 100 million copper, equals 1 trillion points. 1 trillion points per gold coin. Which told me, more clearly than any tutorial could have, exactly how long this road was. 3 wishes, immediately. Apprentice 7, 32,000 points. 4th level of 9-fold Thunderblade, 18,000. And then, to find out what the ceiling looked like. Double my gene multiplier, 100 coins, 1,000,000 trillion points. The road is long. Fine. I've walked a long one before. City 003 is a southeast military district posting, which means gods of war standing around drinking tea like it's a bus stop, and it means the hunting is spectacular. There's a mall called Vonky Fantasy City that I treated as a private estate. 10 miles out, there's a fog bank with an advanced lord in it, and 2 elementary lords, and more beast generals than I wanted to count. I did not go into the fog. I want that noted, because later people are going to accuse me of never being careful. Instead, I cleared buildings, floor by floor, like a man exterminating a very large house. Building 0231 hash alone was 100 monsters and 4,900 points. 10 days, 2,000 beast soldiers, 80 elementary beast generals, 3 intermediate, 1 advanced. 1,000,000,000 yuan of materials and 116,600 points. The buyer, Wang Deqing, paid me 1.5 billion yuan for half a month of work and asked, politely, whether I ever slept. Then I met the double-headed black-lined snake. 20 meters of python as thick through as a man, black lines crawling under the scales, 2 heads, and close enough to transformation that it was basically a dragon with paperwork pending. Peak beast general on the edge of Lord. Its venom kills gods of war. I opened on the left eye with a strike moving at the speed of sound. It dodged 3 centimeters. It moved its head 3 centimeters and my blade went past it, and I want to be very clear about what that means. A thing the size of a bus read a sonic strike and had time to decline, so I fired the acceleration twice more inside the same stroke and took the head anyway. The other head put the whole body up the face of an apartment block, running vertically, and when I hit the scales, the blade skidded off in a shower of sparks like I'd struck concrete. So I stopped fighting a snake on a wall and went inside the building instead and put my back against a load-bearing column and waited. It came through the window, right eye. That corpse sold for 1.6 billion yuan, 4 times what a normal specimen of the same size goes for, and I spent the next 5 days sweeping everything inside a 500-meter radius for 60,000 points because I have discipline issues around round numbers. Then Apprentice 7 landed and I became an elementary god of war, 64,000 kilograms, 340 meters per second, and I bought a spatial ring for 5 coins, 50,000 points, pocket change, by the new currency. Here's what happened 500 million light years away. The 7th battlefield of the human race. A world lord in white with lightning runes on his forehead had just killed a thunderbolt race warrior, 16 to 20 meters tall, reptilian below the waist, blue scales, and he was walking over to loot the body, and the ring on the corpse's finger stopped existing. Joe stood there. Joe looked at the hand. Joe looked at the empty air above the hand. I saw the ring, he said, out loud, to a battlefield. I clearly saw the ring on his finger. Where did it go? Sorry, friend. Nothing personal. Purely logistics. The ring came with a problem, which is that it had already recognized an owner, and its owner had died wearing it, so it was sealed. I burned mental energy at it for a full day and got through less than 5%, so I spent 100,000 points on perfect 20-fold expansion of my mental energy, and the little pearl of divine thought in my upper dantian went from the size of a pea to the size of a peanut, and the world went strange. I looked at a tree outside my window, and the tree unfolded for me, layer by layer, bark and vessel, and the water moving inside it, all at once, all available. The seal broke in 15 minutes. Inside the ring, a space 1,000 meters by 800 by 512, 2 spaceships, one 100 meters, one 320, both so black they looked like holes cut in the air. 1 million cubic meters of cosmic crystal, which converts to roughly 1 trillion cosmic coins, which is a number I did not have a frame for yet. Dozens of jade boxes, and close to 1,000 weapons. I took out a wheel-shaped blade 2 meters across and weighing a metric ton, and it went straight through my concrete floor and kept going until it hit something structural. I hauled it into the ruins outside the city and swung it once. A 30-meter beam of light came off the edge, went through an apartment building, and kept going, and then the weapon reached back down the handle and drank every drop of gene energy in my body, all of it, instantly, until my knees hit the ground. Crescent moon blade, right, noted, not yet. The last thing City 003 gave me was a lesson in scale, and it came in the form of 2 pigs. I'd already had a good week, killed a silver-scaled Mastiff Alpha for 1,800 points. Then I came around the corner of a Carrefour supermarket and found 2 fire-scale Trident boars. Lord level, both of them. Behind them, 100 beast generals, and behind that, tens of thousands of ordinary monsters coming across the parking lot in a solid mass, and the ground under my boots was moving. That fight lasted half an hour, and I did not have time to be frightened until afterward. Somewhere in the middle of it, my movement technique went up a level, and it did not go up because I trained it. It went up because a Lord-level beast was generating thunder chi around itself, and I spent 20 minutes inside the lightning, watching how the branches chose their path, and something in me stopped copying footwork and started understanding why the footwork existed. I took the first boar's eye. I took the second boar's front knees. Then I put a blade into the first one's bleeding socket and turned it, and my A6 sword came apart into pieces in my hand. Second blade, left eye of the second boar, and it answered by driving its skull into my chest and throwing me across a road. I got up. It didn't. 30,000 points, then 110,000, then 120,000. Total on hand, 1,302,800. Wang Deqing bought 112 elementary and 56 intermediate beast general corpses for 6.2 billion yuan and then had to sit down. The Dojo of Limits headquarters bought the rest for 2.8 billion, and their manager Chin Yun-kin added 1,400,000 contribution points to my account, which is 3-star membership and which would have cost 14 billion yuan to purchase outright. Then she read my new rank off the screen and paused before saying it. God of War, Elementary, 4 months. From a boy in a hospital bed to a God of War in 4 months. I spent 5 billion on the first 6 levels of Ninefold Thunderblade. 4 billion more on 2 Silver Moon A9 blades and a D9 combat suit. And while I was signing for it, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits, a man named Wu Ziqiang, was on the phone to an inspector saying, "Super genius, martial artist to God of War in 4 months. I don't care what you're doing, come." And then a message came down through the House of Limits from an account with no rank displayed on it at all. The master wants to see you. The master, it turned out, was the strongest human being alive. Joe came down into the headquarters plaza in a blood-red triangular fighter that landed without touching anything, and 2 bodyguards got out first and walked down through open air like there were stairs, and the rest of us just hadn't been told. Yan Bing and Shen Yun, both planetary level. Then Long stepped out, and the world went black. Middle of the afternoon, clear sky, and every person in that plaza was suddenly standing in absolute darkness because the man has a domain of light and it costs him nothing at all. He doesn't even mean to. It's just what happens in the vicinity of a person who has finished learning what light is. It took me real effort to tear out of it. That's not modesty. I had a spatial ring from another galaxy in my pocket, a 20-fold divine thought, 9 levels of the best knife technique on the planet, and it still took me effort. Off to my left in the crowd, I heard my uncle Ling Chiang say in a voice about an octave above his normal one, 4 months? 4 months to God of War? And my father next to him. Joe didn't tell me either. Then Long was standing in front of me without having crossed the distance. "You're Ling Chen." We had tea on the top floor of the building, and I want to describe the offer he made, because it is the single most generous thing anyone has ever put in front of me, and it was also, unmistakably, a purchase. 5 billion yuan a year for expenses. A full SS grade set, armor and weapon, any set of secret manuals I cared to name. And a black god suit, which is not for sale anywhere on Earth, which comes exclusively out of the ancient ruins, and which comes with a debt attached. Whoever takes one is expected to eventually go into the ruins and bring back a replacement. Then he asked where I wanted to be posted. Headquarters, the academy, research. "I'd like to kill monsters in the wilderness more often," I said. Long looked at me for a second longer than the sentence needed. "Deputy Inspector of Jiangnan, approved on the spot." Shen Yun handed me a consciousness sensor helmet on the way out, and that was my War God Palace admission exam, which Long, being first speaker, had simply marked as passed while I was drinking tea. My family drank all night. In the morning, I gave everything away. To Ling Han, my door-kicking cousin, a pair of A9 swords because her personal set was Series 6 and she'd never once complained about it. To my father, the D9 combat suit and 1.5 billion yuan earmarked for a real weapon. My old D6 gear went down to the kids at the family school, where a D6 combat suit is a legend. My father stood in the courtyard holding a suit worth more than his career and had to look at the wall for a while. "Thank you," he said finally. "Your mother made martial artist last week. Did she tell you? She told me the tonic tasted like a battery. She's proud of it. She's just not going to say so in front of you." The black god suit pricked my finger and drank, and after that, it did whatever I told it. Armor, coat, glove, bracelet. It rides on your wrist like jewelry until you need a wall. That night, I logged into the War God Palace for the first time. It's virtual, and it is obscene. A personal 1,000-square-meter apartment, a swimming pool, food that does not exist in the physical universe and has never been grown, cooked, or paid for. And then I walked into the main hall and the lights went out. 1,000 gods of war stood up in the dark. The hall welcomes a new god of war, Ling Chen. On the wall behind them, a counter rolled over. 3,515, 3,516. That's the number of living gods of war the human species has. All of them. Everywhere. I had just become one more digit in humanity's only real inventory. I bought the 5th level of Ninefold Thunderblade for 27,000 points, which put me at 4.2 times normal output, and then Apprentice 8 for Intermediate God of War, 128,000 kilograms, 460 meters per second, a week to learn to live in it. Then the 6th level, 40,500 points, 4.9 times, 256,000 kilograms, 600 meters per second, which is very nearly twice the speed of sound, on foot. And after that, the wall arrived, because the next real step is planetary level tier 1, and planetary level tier 1 costs 100 coins, 1,000,000 trillion points. I looked at that number for a long time. Then I made a note of something the system does that I don't think it meant me to notice. Every completed wish increments a counter, and the counter is what triggers the upgrades, not the size of the wish. The count, which means small wishes are not a waste. Small wishes are progress. File that. It comes back. Then I looked at a date on a calendar and went to save a man's life. November 28th. City, 0252. In the story I remember, that is the day a god of war named Chen Long dies in a third-level rat tide and they never recover the body, only the sword. I called the chairman of the Dojo of Limits directly. Check your satellites over 0252. For what? Rat population density. Do it now. Joe did it, mostly to humor a 19-year-old prodigy, and 40 minutes later he called me back with a voice like a man reading a diagnosis. The wave would form by 3 in the afternoon. I passed Han Tien on the road out, coming the other way with thousands of martial artists in a general retreat toward the base cities, everybody's phone screaming the same alert. Joe shouted something at me through a window. I waved and kept going. City 0252 from the air is a black carpet. Hundreds of millions of rats. That's not a figure of speech, that's the satellite estimate. And the thing that told me the whole story in one look was that the tide was not spreading, it was contracting. Because in 3 separate high-rises, there were 3 gods of war trapped and fighting, and around each of those buildings the rats had built themselves into black pyramids, climbing on each other's backs to reach the windows. Overhead, saucer fighters were painting the streets with flame at 1,000 degrees, and it was working about as well as a lighter works on an ocean. Here's the thing about a third-level tide. There's a king. Kings do not lead from the front. Kings sit somewhere with a view, and if you draw a triangle between the 3 besieged buildings and look for the tallest structure inside it, you get one answer: Crown Summer Tower. I got on the general channel and called down a Tiger Eagle fighter, jumped from it onto the roof, and started going down through the building. The stairwells were a solid mass of rats, each one several times the size of anything that has ever lived in a sewer. On the 25th floor, I found the reason: 20 Lord-level rats. 7 elementary, 10 intermediate, and 3 advanced, 6 meters at the shoulder, sitting in a room like directors at a board meeting. The building came down, not gradually. It was cut in half at the 25th floor, and everything above that went into the street. Chen Long and Wu Lei and Zhao Qiang came out of their buildings the second the pressure broke, and I met them in the wreckage, and I said the only sentence that mattered: I'll take the 3 advanced, everything else is yours. I got to Zhao Qiang just as a Lord Rat was coming down onto his back and put a blade through its spine at the 2nd vertebra. I found Wu Lei bleeding badly against a column and got a field kit out of my ring and dropped it in his lap without stopping. Chen Long, who was supposed to die that day, told me later what he'd been thinking while he watched me work. Undefeated god of war strength, concept level movement, 6th level 9-fold thunderblade, 19 years old. How? I did not answer that. I have never answered that. But he went home and he saw his family and his sword stayed in his hand, and that is worth more to me than most of the numbers in this story. The machine measured me afterward: 1,443,970 kilograms, 6 consecutive strikes, same number every time. That's the part that made the technicians go quiet, not the size of it. Anyone can spike, nobody repeats. The Southeast Military District came for me directly after that. General Wang Bo and General Liu Gang, in person, with a proposal and a very short pitch, which was that the ocean is producing monsters faster than the species can kill them, and the math has been getting worse every year for a decade. I said yes before the second sentence. Look, I've done this before. I know exactly what a losing war of attrition against an ecosystem looks like, because in my first life, we lost that war, and I spent 60 years in the building where the survivors were kept. There is nothing to negotiate about. They gave me a personal guard, 900 soldiers. I put a detachment around my mother's villa and spread the rest through Mingyu community. And if you want to know what a man does with his first taste of institutional power, that's what I did with mine, and I'd do it again. Rank came up to High God of War. Long deleted the word deputy from my title, and on the 15th of December, there was a banquet where I had to shake 300 hands, and Han Tian came and stood at the edge of the room, looking like a man at a wedding he wasn't sure he'd been invited to. The Shu family came too. Grandfather, aunt, and Zhang Na in a purple evening dress, who cornered me by a pillar with genuine hurt in her voice. Cousin, why didn't you tell me? If grandfather hadn't mentioned it, I still wouldn't know. I've been busy. You've been famous. That's the same word with worse hours. I put my glass down. Excuse me, there's someone I need to not be standing next to. And I walked away and left her 3 meters from Han Tian with nobody else nearby, which is the most useful thing I did all evening. The letter came on the 29th. Assemble at Hongning Base City for entry into Ancient Ruins number 9. One condition attached, in small print: the Black God suit may not be worn inside, which makes sense. That's where it came from. Before I went, I finished the technique. 8th level, 162,000 points, and 5 days living inside it. Then the 9th. 324,000, and I need to tell you about the 9th level because it was the first time this world showed me something that scared me in a good way. When the system perfects a technique for you, you don't get a download, you get comprehension, and comprehension comes from somewhere. And on the 9th level, the insights arriving in my head were not all from the Stormlord, the man who made it. Some of them were from Han Tian, not the boy with the black eye, a version of Han Tian that has not happened yet. And most of them were from things I could not identify at all. Minds I have no names for, using shapes of thought that had no business in a human skull, all of them working on the same problem across an unimaginable spread of time. Every cultivation of every era, past, present, and the parts that haven't arrived. 7 times amplification, total mastery. And me sitting on the floor at 4 in the morning with 476,000 points left, feeling like a man who has just heard music through a wall and now needs to know who's playing. Meanwhile, while I was doing that, Han Tian was having the worst and best month of his life. Firehammer went to City 003. Zhou teamed up with an Indian martial artist and killed a double-headed black lion snake, which is a thing I'd like the record to reflect I also did, alone. Zhou ran into Tiger Fang Squad and Thunder Squad out there, both of them working as escorts for a rich boy named Jiang Han who liked to hunt geniuses for sport. Then 2 gods of war fought an iron dragon over a treasure, and while they were busy, Han Tian stole the dragon's egg out from under both of them and took the horde with it. SS grade sword. God of War combat suit. The dragon chased him across a province, and then Zhang Han pushed him one time too many, and Han Tian, who by then had woken up as a Psyker Master and told absolutely nobody, killed Tiger Fang Squad and Thunder Squad. All of them. Both squads. Every man. I didn't hear about that until much later, and when I did, I thought about a courtyard in Tiandu Garden and a man on the ground with grease on his knuckles, and I found that I had no notes. Hongning Base City is a building shaped like an ancient starship, which is not a design choice. It is an ancient starship. It just can't fly anymore. 9 gods of war from around the world in a meditation room paneled in a strange purple wood, a Chinese man named Zhang Yan out of Kyoto, a Miss Lin Young who did not speak once, and a man in black who came in, looked at the 9 of us, and delivered the briefing without any warm-up at all. Ruins number 9 is the safest of the 31 sites on this planet. The mortality rate is 72%. If anyone wishes to withdraw, do it now. Nobody moved. Shen Yun took us in, wearing a gold mask. We flew to the Amazon. The ground opened up and an elevator came out of it, and we went down through 9 checkpoints into a hall a few hundred meters across with a mirror of light standing at one end. The ruins are a selection process. They belong to a civilization from a planet called Yunmo, and they have been sitting under this planet sorting our species for 5,000 years. The clock inside reset for me before I'd taken 3 steps. Your mental amplitude is 19. 19 exceeds 18. You are eligible for the elite trial. Then, after a pause, in the same flat voice, the elite trial has not been attempted in 5,000 years. The elite trial is a 9-layer maze of black metal with runes in the walls, and it started by growing 81 men out of those walls. Gray-robed men. Black masks. Every one of them 9th level, everyone with movement technique at minimum perfect grade. Objective: die, or defeat all of them. Time limit: 1 month. Let me tell you how the first one went, because the first one set the whole tone. Joe came around a corner at a speed that would have finished any god of war on Earth, and I hit him with a 9-fold acceleration and 2 million kilograms, and he left the corridor the way a shell leaves a gun. That was the good news. The bad news was that there were 80 more, and they were not stupid, and if 3 of them boxed me in a straight section, I was going to find out exactly how much of my strength was mine, so I never let them box me. 20 days. I ran that maze without stopping. I ate on the move. I drank on the move. I picked off stragglers, and when I couldn't kill one cleanly, I crippled it instead. Took a leg off and left it, because a gray-robed man with 1 leg is not a threat. It's an appointment I get to keep later at my convenience. On paper, they were the hunters, and I was the quarry. In practice, the maze filled up with pieces of them. 80 down, then the 81st. Outside, in the world, other things were happening. Wang Ji and his wife Alara, a blonde woman the underworld calls the Venomous Widow, had announced a bounty of 100 billion yuan for whoever killed their son Zhang Han. The whole planet was looking, and Han Tian was quietly liquidating a dragon's horde through the Kyoto black market under the name Mr. Han. Dragon Egg, 5 billion. SS Sword, 8 billion. SS Vest, 15 billion. A worn S-grade combat suit, 800 million, 28.8 billion yuan, in one night, at 18. And in Mingyu community, a boy in a wheelchair went down to the water at 3 in the morning after the parents of a girl he liked said some things to him about his legs. A patrol from my personal guard pulled Han Yue out. In the story I remember, there was no patrol. I got out of the ruins into a hall full of shifting light, and the light assembled itself into a bald crystalline man who greeted me in fluent Mandarin. "You're not surprised," he observed. You've had this planet under observation with technology I can't describe. Learning a language was not the hard part of your day. Joe seemed to enjoy that. 4 rewards. A black god suit, a silver arm guard, which is an auxiliary optical brain that reads the strength of anything I look at, a movement technique called Basic 1-2-3 Style, and a Yunmo planet token. Then he sighed, in a way I did not expect a crystal to be able to sigh. You already have a spatial ring. I do. You have unusual luck with objects. Joe gave me the ladder before I left, and I want you to have it too, because everything after this is a climb up it. Warrior, Beast General, God of War, all of it together is 1 tier, apprentice level. That's the whole achievement of human history so far. Above that, planetary level, 9 steps of it. Most of Earth's advisors are step 1, Long is step 6. The Stormlord is step 7, above planetary, astral, above astral, universe, above universe, territory lord, and then he told me that I was the first person on Earth to become a member of Yunmo planet in 5,000 years. 5 of 9 came out of those ruins, 2 of us whole, 3 crippled. 4 never came out at all. Long called me as soon as I surfaced. 2 more months of quiet, then we notify the families of the dead, and that suit is coming back. Of course. Then I took out something else and set it on the table between us. A spear. Shadowless gun. 3rd rank force weapon, which I had taken off a gray-robed man in the elite trial, and which I had absolutely no use for. I work with knives, I said. You work with a spear. Long picked it up and turned it once and did not say thank you, because men like Long say thank you in units. 80 stars, he said. What's a star? A thing I just invented because I need a currency to pay you in, and yuan is insulting. Joe said it perfectly straight. Dragon's Blood, 1 star. Black God Suit, 5. 1,000-year Black Root, 1.5. King Class Fighter, 2. Chankin Class, 15. Duntian Shuttle, 50. Hong Huang Class, which is what I fly, 80. I took a Chankun Class Fighter, the Black Root, and a vial of Dragon's Blood, 19 stars, 61 on account. I named the fighter Qiankun, which everyone agreed was very creative of me. Dragon's blood does not go inside you. You put it on the skin, and then you scream. My father screamed for about 40 minutes in the upstairs hall. My mother was clawing at my sleeve in the kitchen the entire time, and I had to hold her by both arms and explain, over the noise of her husband, that his genes were being rewritten, his tendons, his bones, his organs, all of it, and that this is the sound of a man being upgraded, and not the sound of a man dying. Joe came downstairs 3 hours later at Apprentice 8, stronger than my uncle the God of War, who has been at that rank for a year and had opinions about it. My mother got the 1,000-year Black Root, steeped in 3 kilograms of wine for a month, 100 grams a day. At dinner, my father broke 5 pairs of chopsticks and 7 bowls, and by the end of the week, my mother had started sitting 1 seat further away from him, and neither of them ever discussed it. I went to see Han Tian after that, and I stopped pretending. I pointed the arm guard at him and read the display out loud. Divine Thought, Apprentice 7. Genetic Energy, Apprentice 5. I lowered my arm. So are we friends, or aren't we? You woke up as a Psyker Master, and you didn't say a word. Joe went very still, in the way of a man who has just realized how thin the wall was. There are almost no arm guards like this on Earth, I said. 31 ruin sites, 72% mortality. Relax, I'm not the problem. The problem is 100 billion yuan and a woman called the Venomous Widow, and I have a place to put you where neither of them can reach. The Dojo of Limits Elite Training Camp. 5 years. Gravity Halls. A seat there costs tens of billions, and mostly can't be bought at any price. Then, because he still looked at me like a man being handed something, I drew both blades and ran all 9 levels of 9-fold Thunderblade in front of him, 5 times through so he could see where each acceleration entered the stroke. And here's what I didn't tell him. Even at 9 levels, even at perfect comprehension, the whole time I was doing it, I could feel something on the other side of a wall. A speed past this speed. It's right there. Every single stroke, I feel the edge of it, and every single stroke, I don't get through. That feeling didn't go away for 1,000 years. Han Tian brought up his brother that night, sideways, the way people bring up the thing they actually came to say. Shore of Life regrows limbs, legs too, if the spine's intact. Joe turned his cup around. It costs 30 billion, and it still isn't for sale. It's for sale in the War God Palace, I said. There's an auction every month. It usually goes for 10. Joe looked up. February, I said. We'll go together. Then Long agreed to take Han Tian into the elite camp on one condition, which was a B-grade exam on the 28th of March, and I went hunting for 2 weeks so I'd have something to bid with. February 10th, I flew the Qiankun to City 003 and found a pack living in the Nirvana amusement park with an advanced lord for an alpha, a 6-tailed tiger cat, 20 meters, pale red scales. I came down on it from 100 meters up and left a crater 2 meters deep, and my terminal velocity that day was over 1,000 meters per second, which is sniper round speed achieved by a man on purpose as an opening move. I hit it straight in the forehead, took the claws off. Then I spent 15 minutes doing nothing but tails, one at a time, cut at the root until it had none. 80,000 points. Then an island in the West China Sea with a patterned python on it hundreds of meters long and close enough to king level that I checked my exits twice before starting. 180,000 points. 5 days. 8 advanced lords. 20 intermediate. 50 elementary. 1.5 million points. 200 billion yuan of materials. The auction is a round hall with 5,000 seats and lighting designed by someone who wanted you to spend. Down in one of the corner boxes, a man with a face like a vulture and a blonde woman beside him, Wang Ji and Alara. And what they were saying, I found out later, was, I wonder whether that undefeated god of war could be brought into the family. Lot 43, Shore of Life. Opening bid, 10 billion. I said 11. And every hand in that hall went down. Not because they couldn't afford it. Because I had said it and I had a title and the room did the arithmetic on what it costs to make an enemy versus what it costs to skip one lot. I bought a second one privately from the head of America's 11th district, a woman called Celeste, who charged me appropriately for the privilege. I flew one of them to the Chin house myself. Han Yue rolled into the living room the way he always did, already talking about the portfolio, and his brother stood up and said, starting today, get ready to throw the chair away. Joe didn't understand at first. Then he did. Joe sat there in that chair with his hands on the wheels and did not move at all for about 10 seconds, and then he cried, and nobody in that room said one word about it. From that day, Mingyu community had one fewer young man in a wheelchair and one more extremely confident financial prodigy. The second vial went to my third uncle, the one with the mechanical arm, who 5 years ago told the family to spend the money on the kids. Joe argued. Of course he argued. I told him it was already paid for and non-refundable, which was a lie, and he took it, which was the point. I turned in 160 billion yuan of materials and 80 million contribution, which put me at 91,400,000 contribution, 4-star membership, and 170 billion in the bank. Then I took a week off, sat alone in a room, and spent 100 coins, breakthrough to planetary level tier 1. My gene energy swelled 100-fold and then began draining into my lower dantian like water going down a hole that has no bottom, and it kept draining until there was nothing left anywhere in my body, and the moment the last of it went in, the hole stopped being a hole. It became a planet, a miniature world in my abdomen with 10,081 facets turning. And then my body floated off the floor because a planet has a magnetic field, and mine had just decided it disagreed with Earth's. If apprentice level is a creature of the ground, planetary is a creature of the sky. You don't learn to fly. You stop being the kind of thing that falls. 2 million kilograms base. 14 million with the technique. I got so excited I opened the hatch of the Tiankun in mid-flight and left it, and the Jiangnan air defense grid went to full alert. Unidentified humanoid object over the district Mach 3, no transponder. That's God of War Ling Chen, stand down. That's a person? Long messaged me one line that evening. Planetary level inside a year. I didn't manage that even in the Nirvana era. I sent my father 160 billion yuan, 16 billion of which went straight into the family fund as my tithe, because rules are rules. Joe called back within the minute. Son, did the bank add a zero? No. Long silence. Did you add a zero? The inspector's ceremony was March 5th, 2057, at global headquarters. Long was there. The Stormlord was there, bald and unhurried. The man who fused ancient yoga with Chinese internal arts and built the technique I'd spent a year eating. Third speaker, Thornwood. Fourth speaker, West. And then they brought people onto the stage to tell my story, one at a time, which is a horrifying thing to sit through. Chen Guang, my first instructor, my father, Tang Jianjun, Zhou Fei, who talked for 4 minutes and had to be gently removed, and Chen Long, who talked for 11 seconds and said only that he was standing there because of the man in the front row and then went back to his seat. Long handed me the extreme inspection order personally. 6th inspector in the history of the Dojo of Limits, 19 years old. Afterward, I had to relearn everything, because basic 1-2-3 style resets your amplification multiplier to nothing and makes you build it again from a better foundation. Half a month to get back to 7. And somewhere in that half month my planetary ability woke up. Lightning. Lightning incarnation. I stopped being a man made of meat and become a thing made of current, and my reaction speed and my movement go up tenfold, and the world outside slows down until I can watch a bird decide which way to turn. I could hold it for slightly under 1 second. That was fine. I had time. On March 28th, I flew Han Tian to his B-grade exam myself, and I want to be honest about why. It wasn't sentiment. It was that Wang Jie and Alara were still hunting whoever killed their son, and 100 billion yuan buys a lot of attention, and nobody in the underworld is going to move on a boy who arrives in an inspector's fighter with an inspector standing next to him. I was a shield. That's all that trip was. There was a special envoy on the pad named Yang Hui and a blonde young genius called Heng Xia, and the exam went the way I already knew it would. And on the way out, walking 3 steps behind me, Han Tian looked at my back and felt something he'd never felt before, and he told me about it years later when it had stopped hurting. We started on the same day, he said, the same week, the same city, and by spring I couldn't see you anymore. The elite camp has a dead dragon in the courtyard, 50 meters of black scale curled around the plaza, and its eye sockets still have the eyes in them. That is how you know it was a king-level monster, and how you know Long killed it. Zhou is the only person on this planet who could have done that without ruining the head. Along its flank they've mounted screens, every graduate the camp has ever produced, in order. Number 1. Valerius and Maxwell, class of 530321, all the way down to number 182. Han Tian put on a helmet, lay down for 15 minutes, and passed his B-grade exam, and I got back in my fighter and left, because I had done the only thing I came to do, which was to be seen arriving with him. The world got the message within the hour. Kyoto put a watch on the Qin family, round the clock, which is surveillance and is also protection, and everybody knew it was both. Wang Jie wanted to move anyway, and his wife stopped him. You've become so obsessed with the boy who killed our son, she told him, that you've stopped being able to count. She was right, and it did not help her later. Meanwhile, I bought a language. 10,000 points, 1 minute, and I could hear, read, and write the common tongue of the universe. Then I spent an evening recording myself speaking it and playing it back, because I have trust issues with instant knowledge, and I wanted to hear it from outside my own head. It's a good language, very efficient, almost no words for feelings. Then I doubled my gene multiplier for the second time. 200 coins. And that was the first time the system didn't protect me. Blood-red energy came in through every opening in my body at once, and my flesh was being destroyed and rebuilt in the same instant, over and over, and I made noises I have never made before or since. 1 hour. I do not want to talk about it in more detail than that. What came out the other end had 4.6 million kilograms of base strength, 32.2 million with amplification, which is roughly what a planetary level 5 is supposed to have, and I was not one. And then, that same night, I found the thing that changed everything. I was reorganizing the spatial ring, and I nudged a fragment of cosmic crystal toward the system out of pure idle curiosity, the way you'd offer a dog a grape. It ate it. 1 cubic centimeter, 1 wish coin. 1 cubic decimeter, 1,000 wish coins. I had 1 million cubic meters of the stuff. I sat down on the floor of my own bedroom and said, out loud, to nobody, I'm rich. Not rich like a man with money. Rich like a man who will never again have to ask what something costs. Everything from that point forward was a question of what I wanted, not what I could afford, and if you think that made the story easier, wait. The rest of the ring was an armory, 1,063 force weapons, 763 intact, of which 13 were 5th rank, 692 4th rank, 58 3rd rank, 300 damaged, all of them sized for a 10-meter giant, which made picking through them feel like a child robbing a hardware store. Except one. Paired curved blades, 1.8 meters, grip mounted on the spine of the blade instead of at the end. I picked them up and my hands closed around them the way your hand closes around a doorknob in your own house in the dark. I paid a coin to have the system tell me what they were. Sky Thunder Blade, a lightning weapon forged by an undying spiritual god of the Thunder Clan for the Thunder Clan's own. 22 jade boxes in that ring too. Box 1, a crystal ball, the complete inheritance of the Thunder Clan's law of lightning, 100 coins to decode. Box 2. I opened it, took 1 breath, and went half a step up the entire first tier of planetary level standing in my own bedroom, and then I slammed it shut so hard I nearly broke my own wrist. A fruit of life. World lords trade galaxies for those. The remaining 20 took 500 coins to analyze, and they held inheritance spheres for space and for time, a second fruit of life, medicines rated for territory lords, and a half bottle of purple light called Thunder Marrow Liquid, which multiplies your talent for comprehending the law of lightning by 100. The instructions came with a warning: do not use below planetary level 9, your body will come apart. I was planetary level 1. I took it to 20,000 meters and did it anyway. I pulled the stopper and lightning came out of empty air, arm thick, from nowhere, all around the fighter. You're supposed to put the mouth of the bottle against your navel, which is a sentence I had to read 4 times. The lightning went through my cells, and then it went past my cells and up into my sea of consciousness, and then it started burning my soul, and the pain was at a level where losing consciousness was the only rational response, and losing consciousness would have killed me. So it was a tug of war for 24 hours. The liquid tearing me apart, the system pumping life energy in and repairing me slightly faster than I was being destroyed. I came out at planetary level 2, 86% of the way through it, a second little planet in my Dantian, turning next to the first. And when I finally opened the hatch, a thunderstorm had assembled itself over my fighter out of a clear sky, and I went out into it and spent 3 hours flying inside a storm that would not touch me. For about a week after that I leaked. Small arcs, out of my fingers, out of my hair. I ate dinner at home standing up after my mother had finished, on the far side of the kitchen, because the third time I shocked her through a chopstick she threatened to sell my fighter. I went and lived in the storm belts of the planet instead. Tibet, the Caribbean, the deep Pacific. And I took the ThunderClan's inheritance sphere into my head. 36 unique lightning techniques that only that clan ever had. 3,108 general ones, and somewhere in the middle of that, body and soul and will and power all arrived at the same place at the same time, and something opened. A domain of lightning. Inside my domain, I am 10 times stronger, and everything else is slower, and the world belongs to me by default rather than by argument. Second person on Earth to have a domain. Before the Stormlord, who invented the technique I learned it from. I did not say that out loud at the time, I'm saying it now. They summoned me to the round table after that. Silver hall, silver table, 7 black chairs, Long and the 6 inspectors. No god of war has ever seen that room. We were there to discuss Han Tian, Tower 3.3, Strike 3.5, Amplitude 11.55. Excellent, somebody said. Harvests like a 3rd year, amplitude like a 5th year. Dmitri, a very large man with a very quiet voice, said, the terms we're offering him are generous, and I spoke at that table for the first time. They're too small. Everyone looked at me. You are looking at a boy who has been at this 18 months. If you give him a standard package, you will get a standard result, and then you will spend 30 years being annoyed about it. Final contract, 5 billion a year, plus a staircase. Amplitude 12 before June 1st, and he gets a full 9th series set, any manual he wants, and 80 billion yen of Dragon's Blood. Amplitude 16 before 2059, and he gets the SS set, 3 manuals, and his own Black God suit. Then I went home and bought planetary level 9 peak, 12 coins, a hole opened in the empty air above my head, about the width of a bucket, and the second planet in my Dantian began to grow, and then there was a 3rd, and a 4th, and I stopped being able to follow it. 9. I slept for 11 days. 512,000 tons of base strength. Double that with the gene multiplier. 1,024,000 tons. And I want to put a very cold sentence next to that number because it's the sentence I lived by afterward. In this universe, that is not a lot. A talented youngster from a minor faction on some backwater vassal planet can have an amplitude of 30. I had 10. I spent 3 months learning to actually own the strength instead of carrying it. Glaciers, volcano throats, the bottom of the ocean, places with pressure and heat and nothing to hit. I killed 2 king-level monsters incidentally and sold them for 200 billion yuan, which I gave to my father, who at this point had stopped calling to ask about the zeros. Han Tian was climbing too. May, amplitude 12.6 and his Dragon's Blood. July, 5th level of 9-fold, amplitude 16.38, his SS set and his own Black God suit. And on the 31st of July, Long invited me to spar. Joe had a training ground built out of a special metal. An astral rank couldn't break this floor, he said, which turned out to be almost true. I opened with a straight punch, no amplification, pure body, at 10 kilometers per second. Long's expression changed. Slightly. But it changed. Then he opened his domain of light and the whole world went black, and I stopped being able to trust my eyes, and his spear started arriving in the exact places I was weakest, which is what a light domain does. It shows him everything and shows you nothing. So I opened mine. Lightning against light, and the 2 domains ground into each other, and for about 4 seconds I existed as current, and at the end of the 4th second I laid the edge of Sky Thunderblade across the strongest man on Earth's throat. A thin red line. Real blood. It sealed itself in about 2 seconds. Long reached up and touched his own neck. All right, he said. I lost. Next time I won't. And then he laughed, and it was a real laugh. And this is the thing I want you to understand about that man. Joe is the top of the human species and has been for decades. And the news that somebody had passed him made him happy. Not gracious. Happy. We sparred once a month after that. The Stormlord joined later, mostly so he could complain. On the 1st of August, Long walked a line of 184 elite camp cadets before their life and death expedition, stopped in front of one of them, and said out loud in front of everyone, "Your Han Tian, your mental energy is strong." In that crowd was a young man named Candace, who is Alara's nephew, and who had the message to his aunt before Long had finished the sentence. I cornered Long in the tea room afterward, and I was not polite about it. You knew he was a psyker master. I did. Zhou has enemies with 100 billion yuan and no ceiling on what they'll do. Zhou hasn't told anyone, why would you? Long poured tea. Because a blade sharpens on stone, he said, and I have never met a man more eager to be stoned than Wang Jie. I understood the answer. I still didn't like it. I have never entirely liked it. Wang Jie's reaction was to scream his son's killer's name at a wall for some time. Ilara's reaction was to hire 3 gods of war and a laser cannon. They wanted to hit the Qin family directly, and the head of the HR Alliance forbade it because behind the HR Alliance stands Long, and behind Long stands the Stormlord. And in that moment, Wang Ji finally saw the shape of the room he was standing in, which is that he was never a player. Zhou was a whetstone with a grudge. Australia went about how you'd expect. Han Tian went alone, so his classmates wouldn't be in the blast radius. Zhou can fly now. Wang Ji has a black god suit too, so neither could actually hurt the other, and they burned 3 hours proving it. Han Tian killed the 3 gods of war. Then they brought out the laser cannon, and he had to run because a laser cannon does not care about your suit. Using a laser cannon on human beings is a hard taboo. 2 gods of war named Kaido and Kenji took the crew apart from the air on general principle within the hour. The chase went into a fog-covered island called Kirishima, and that's where I came in. 30 minutes later, at speed, Wang Ji saw me land and started talking immediately, because that's what men like that do. Ah, Ling Chen, what brings you all the way out here? This is really a misunder. I slapped him. Open hand. It went through the black god suit's surface and turned his shoulder into something that was not shaped like a shoulder anymore. Leave. 3 more arrived within the minute from the Porneris family. Catelyn in front, a slab of a man called Keita, and a thin one named Ivan. I did not ask them a single question. I hit Catelyn and he went a kilometer and did not get up. I kicked the other 2 through several dozen trees at roughly the same distance. Wang Ji from the ground in something close to awe. Zhou didn't even ask. Zhou just started hitting. Correct. Asking is for situations where the answer might change my behavior. The island turned out to be full of plant spirits, which is a treasure event, and the Dojo of Limits has a rule for treasure events. 10% to the finder, 30 to whoever harvests, 60 to the school. I made Han Tian file the report so the finder's share went to him. Zhou tried to argue. I took a chunk of cosmic crystal out of my ring and showed it to him. This is worth more than that island. Wealth doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Take the finder's fee. Then I brought down a willow with 1 bolt of lightning and handed him the heartwood. Crack the crystal shell. Drink what's inside. Do not swallow the shell. Half an hour later, Han Tian came out of it at the middle of Intermediate God of War, throwing 6 flying knives at 500,000 kilograms apiece. The king willow was 3 meters through the trunk with branches that ran 200 and 300 meters, and inside it was an oval crystal the size of a fist. Han Tian threw 2 heartwoods back at me without a word. Debts get paid. Zhou chased Wang Jai afterward and hit him 3 separate times with all 6 knives, and could not kill him, because the black god suit is the black god suit. Wang Jai fainted right and vanished into the fog. Then an advisor named Garth arrived, on fire, which is his thing, and announced that he had merely happened to be meditating in the vicinity. I knocked him unconscious in the middle of the sentence. Stop pretending. Everything on this island belongs to the Dojo of Limits. Inspector Tang Ming arrived properly after that, with Long's bodyguard Yan Bing, whom everyone calls Glacier, and about 90 seconds later the island shook and something was born. A cloud-caressing vine. Glacier got wrapped first. Black-purple vine 20 centimeters thick and half a kilometer long, and his ice blades opened a wound in it about a centimeter deep, and we all watched that centimeter close. I cut the vine off him with lightning and told him to get off the island, and then I went into the water, where I lose 20 to 30% of my strength because that's where the root was. 15 vines, a kilometer each. It used them like spears, and then like whips, and then like nets, and it changed between the 3 faster than I could commit to a counter. So I stopped countering and opened the domain. Long arrived overhead somewhere in the middle of that, with Han Tian, took 1 look and said, "Zhou's here too. Good, then we can just watch. Thanks." I dragged the thing to the surface. 18 tentacles, root and all, a black octopus the size of a village. Subduing it cost me a liter of blood. It drinks until it's satisfied, and there is no negotiating with a plant. Final tally on that expedition, 110 plant spirits. Glacier 80, Tang Ming 22, Han Tian 6, me 2. Long raised Han Tian's share to 15% and Glacier's to 27. I declined to share entirely and asked only for the 2 spirits I'd picked myself, and Long looked at me for a long moment and wrote it down without comment. Han Tian flew home in a king-class fighter. I caught him on the way out. Go see Zhang Na. These months have been hard on her, and her brother has not improved. Then I went home and raised my body amplitude to 1,400 coins. 2 days in a trance, my body running every technique I know on its own, while the system repaired the damage in real time, like someone had put the room in fast forward for me and left the rest of the world at normal speed. My mother's assessment of this period: you used to disappear into the wilderness, now you disappear at home. I gave her diluted willow heartwood, 10 doses, once a day. My father took a full one and came out an advanced god of war, and shortly after that the clan made him head of the family instead of my uncle, and I want to be clear that I had nothing to do with that and everything to do with it. 3rd gene multiplier doubling, 15 silver coins, an hour and a half of screaming. September 1st was Han Tian's Inspector Banquet, and General Wang Bo used it to announce a first-level beast tide in the room in front of everyone so that nobody could gracefully decline. Zhou is a very good general. Han Tian killed 18 lords that night. Thunder Marshal Hall's Inspector Lei Hao killed 2. Then Han Tian went into Ruins number 9, and I didn't see him for a year and 2 months. His mental amplitude was 21, so he got the elite trial too. His was called Control Master. 312 base forms, 3 years allowed, and the objective was to get out of a crystal room 5 meters by 8 by 8. Zhou did it in 14 months, moving 16 objects at once. 3 separate times during that year, the Dojo of Limits convened to declare him dead. 3 separate times, I vetoed it. Before me, nobody had ever completed an elite trial. Nobody. My limit was 1 month. His maybe 1 year, 2, 3. You do not get to write the obituary of a man who is currently at work. I forced a 2-year window into the record. I visited his parents. So did mine. So did Zhang Na. And Wang Jie and Alara, entirely convinced Han Tian was dead, hired women. That's it. That's the whole tactic. They hired market women to follow Han Tian's mother, to stand outside her building, to say things in the stairwell about her dead son. My guard could stop anything large. There is no guard formation on this planet that stops that. She stopped eating, then she stopped sleeping. I doubled my gene level every month for 12 months. 30 coins, then 45, then 75, then 195, then 1,335, then 5,655. 15-fold gene level. 14,760 silver coins in 1 year. By the end of it, I was carrying a tiredness that did not live in my body. It lived somewhere under it. On the 20th of September, 2058, I finally had control of myself again. We did a 2-on-1 after that, Long at Planetary 6 with a 2nd-tier domain, and the Stormlord at Planetary 8 with Amplitude 7, working together, and they worked together beautifully. And I had Amplitude 10 on a 15-fold gene level, which is about 150 times what a Planetary 9 peak is supposed to be, so I had to hold myself down to 10% output the entire session, or I'd have hurt them. In the virtual hall, where there are no consequences, I put both of them down with 1 strike. The Stormlord lay across a couch afterward with his forearm over his eyes. Long has beaten me my entire life, he said. Fine, same generation, but now the child is stronger than me. Han Tian came out of the ruins in October, found out what had been done to his mother, and did not go home first. Zhou went to HR Alliance headquarters. 16 flying blades came at Wang Ji like 16 dragons on 16 different arcs, and then a golden net dropped over him, a net Han Tian had bought at auction months earlier for exactly this, and 1,000,000 kilograms of struggle did nothing to it at all. Then Alara walked out into the middle of it, holding a detonator for T-111 charges buried under a residential block. A woman called Ye Hua, the Ice Blade, talked them apart, barely, and then Han Tian did the last thing anyone expected. Zhou filed suit. Formal charges, complete evidence, through the proper channel. Long read the file and gave 3 instructions. 3 best advocates. Arrest them with planetary level force. Court convenes tomorrow at 3:30. Then he looked up. I want this one to be flawless. The hearing took an hour. Death sentence. Both. Han Tian asked to attend, and they let him. And Wang Jie, standing there in grief and fury with nothing left to lose, broke through to planetary level on the execution ground. Genuinely, on the spot. Zhou even got a light ability out of it, but they'd taken the Black God suit off him, and the Duntian Shuttle's mountain drill does not care what you achieved in the last 4 seconds of your life. Then the ocean gave us something new. Long, the Stormlord, Han Tian and I flew to Kirishima together. The fog was gone. The island was gone, broken and flooded, and in the lake that had replaced it sat the 3rd Beast Emperor on Earth. Odin tentacles. I put my voice out across a few hundred miles, and it arrived as thunder. Anyone below advisor rank, get off this shoreline. The body was lying at 3,500 meters in a lake 300 meters deep, which tells you what kind of hole it had made. 3 tentacles came up to meet me, 1,500 meters long and 20 across. 3 strikes with Sky Thunderblade, and all 3 were off at the root. After that, it stopped being a fight and started being dissection. Odin tentacles gone in under a second, shell split down the middle, under a minute, start to finish. The cloud-caressing vine hauled 3 kilometers of corpse onto the shore, and that corpse was the first beast emperor body the human species had ever recovered intact, and all 5 great powers began arguing about it before it had finished coming out of the water. I gave it to Long, just handed it over, because I wanted something a corpse can't buy, and I got it. The lake was full of Muya crystals, and every faction on the planet came for them. I set the system to scan. Continuous detection of anything containing energy within 3 kilometers, 30 points a minute, and I found the first crystal under an underground river and went through solid rock to reach it, because to a body like mine, rock is a texture, not an obstacle. I reported 2 crystals, I kept 36, and then it got ugly, the way it always gets ugly. Advisor Garth crippled an Indian god of war over a rock. At 2347, there was a first death. At 012, 3 advisors from America and the USSR were badly hurt. Long could not stop it. That's not a failure of Long. That's what a species looks like when you drop free power in the water. Humanity recovered 22 crystals in 20 hours, not counting mine. I went down to 15,000 meters and found a hidden door, and then I sat down in front of it and waited 10 hours, because it wasn't going to open for me. The path had led me there, but it was waiting on somebody else, and I knew exactly who. Han Tian arrived. The door opened. 324 crystals behind it. When he got his breath back, he offered to split it down the middle, and I said no and threw him a chunk of cosmic crystal instead, which converts to about 3.3 million Black Dragon Mountain coins, and told him it was an exchange, so he'd stop arguing. The corridor past that door was full of giant corpses in patterned armor, and something in the air said, "Don't look at their faces," and Han Tian said it out loud. "Don't meet their eyes. You shouldn't defile an undying, even a dead one." At the end of it, a thing came out of the dark. 1 meter 45, 2 horns. Blood-red eyes, black robe. "I have waited," it said, "for 50,000 years. A pause. "The human stock on this planet has been very disappointing." Zoltan. Han Tian, mental amplitude 22, was named the successor of his master. I was named a personal disciple. In a crystal coffin at the end of the hall lay a body 3 meters long with 2 flexible antennae on the forehead and narrow eyes, and it was beautiful in a way that made my throat close. We bowed 8 times. Then Zoltan gave us the map of the sky, and I want you to have it because everything I've told you so far happened inside the first dot. The Milky Way, plus Beta and 8 other systems, is the Silver Blue Empire, a newborn civilization. Above it is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, 6,000 systems, 500 vassal worlds. And above that is the Ganwu High Civilization, which occupies an entire star sector called Qianwu. Odin 1,000 star domains, 100 million systems. That's the room. Earth is a chair in the corner of it. Han Tian got wrist devices with a crystal core and a storage ring 612 meters by 521 by 108. I got a clone of Zoltan in my arm guard and every martial secret technique in the archive, and then Zoltan did something I respected him for permanently. Joe looked at the split and he named it himself. "I have been biased," he said. "Your talent is that of a genius by the standards of the universe itself, not this rock." A pause. "It is a pity you're not a control master." "Yes, thank you. I'll live." I fed the cloud-caressing vine 3 Muya crystals, and it touched my hand with the tip of 1 tendril, very gently, and then went to sleep inside my body. Zoltan watching. "Give it a fruit of life, and that thing will reach universe rank." Then I locked him out. 10 coins. Temporarily prevent Zoltan from reading my thoughts. The system already blacks out his clone every time I use a wish, drops him into a dark room, and lets him back out afterward, but I wanted it explicit. Because the next thing I did was break into astral rank using the ThunderClan's secret method, and I did not want an audience. The 9 planets in my Dantian assembled themselves into a miniature star system, with an asteroid belt. The crystal of mental energy in my head detonated into fog. Astral rank, which means I can leave this planet under my own power. 1 million tons, doubled, times 15, times 10. 150 times a normal star level 1, and my lifespan went from about 1,000 years to 1 era. 10,081 years. I was under for 3 days, and when I surfaced, Zoltan was in a state. I felt nothing at all. There is no place on this entire planet outside the ruins that is blind to me. "I was cultivating," I said. "I don't know anything about it." Joe went and complained to Han Tian, who listened to the whole thing and then said something that I think about more often than he'd guess. "Strong people always have their small secrets. It's enough for me to know he won't turn on me." After that, Zoltan began holding me up as an example to Han Tian roughly 100 times a day, which did more damage to our friendship than anything Wang Jie ever managed. Then humanity passed a resolution, in a room, by vote, like adults, kill both ocean emperors. December 13th, I took the Pacific and the Octopus Emperor. Long took the Atlantic and the Thunder Dragon. And in the War God Palace, 3,500 of the strongest people my species has ever produced stood up in the dark and shouted the same thing at the same time. Victory to humanity. I killed both emperors before lunch. Pacific first, 5,000 meters down, and Zoltan, in my ear, doing his best. Joe's seen you. Joe's going to run. Joe isn't. Black lightning, one punch into a skull the size of an island. The skull folded and came apart. Planetary level 6. 8 tentacles kept moving on their own for another minute afterward, which is the thing nobody warns you about. The Navy's instruments put my water entry speed at over 500 kilometers per second, and their log entry, which I have read, says, Mr. Xiao was submerged for under 1 minute. I dragged the body onto an island and flew to the Atlantic. 3 minutes. The Thunder Dragon was 1,000 meters long, with lightning crawling along its scales, and the moment it saw me coming, it turned and ran. It ran. That animal was smarter than the average human being, and it knew arithmetic. 8 king-level monsters threw themselves into my path to buy it time, which was loyal of them and cost 8 punches. Then Sky Thunderblade opened the dragon's head down the middle. Long offered me 30 stars for each corpse. I asked for 10 plant spirits instead. For the family school, Zhou didn't argue about the exchange rate, and I've always suspected he was pleased. I got home to find the news channels running a special. They had interviewed my kindergarten teacher, who remembered me as quiet. They had interviewed a neighbor, old Zhang, who claimed to have always known, and they had put my father on camera, and my father, who has never in his life said a soft thing out loud, looked into the lens and said, "My son is the strongest man in the world." Then, after a pause, in a completely different voice, "Son, I'm proud of you." I watched that clip more times than I'm going to admit. Then I bought Amplitude 30. 24,570 coins, paid by feeding the system 200 cubic meters of cosmic crystal, and 20 days of my body running every technique I know on its own, while I was somewhere else entirely. 20 days, during which Zoltan was locked in a dark room in the virtual space with no information and no way out. I'm told he broke bottles against a table. They asked me to monitor the ocean, he was reportedly shouting, and then they blind me. While I was under, something hatched. 12-meter black egg, deep Pacific, off Hawaii. It had been sitting there over a year, and nothing on this planet could crack it, not even king-level jaws. The shell broke from the inside, and the thing that came out ate its own shell. Every piece it swallowed made it bigger. 12 meters, 14, 16, black scale, wings, a dragon's tail, gold patterning coming up through the plates as it fed. Gene potential, 10 times. The first thing it did with its new body was kill a king-level dragon turtle. For practice, I assume. I came out of my 20-day fugue to about 400 messages, my mother's voicemail escalating across the week from concerned to furious to quiet, and Zoltan absolutely losing his mind. "You locked me out again. 20 days at once. 20. And I looked at that little horned thing screaming in my arm guard and did the math I'd been putting off, which is that he was going to work it out eventually, and when he did, he would tell Han Tian, and Han Tian would tell nobody. But Han Tian's master's ghost is not the only thing living in that archive, so I spent 100 coins, rewrite the Zoltan clone, make me the highest level owner. A stream of violet data went into the arm guard, and then a familiar voice said, in a completely unfamiliar register, Ling Chen, master. Far away, the original Zoltan frowned at nothing. I don't understand what's going on with Ling Chen. I can't reach him at all. At home, I got a different kind of interrogation. My mother sat me down at the kitchen table with both hands flat on it. "You are not a child anymore. You are the strongest man alive, and you are still alone. If we don't take care of you, who does?" I said I was busy. She said that was what I'd said about the hospital and the wilderness and the ruins, and that busy was a word I used when I didn't want to be argued with, and she was right, and I ate a second bowl of soup to avoid the rest of the conversation. My father came in with 2 crates, 10 plant spirits for the clan. Then king-level monsters started going missing. The tiger shark, the azure dragon of the West Sea. Just gone. No wreckage. No witnesses. I asked the system to track the golden horned beast. 1 coin a minute. A point of light lit up 500 kilometers away, and I looked at the readout and had to sit down. That animal was less than a month old, and it was planetary level 8. And it had already mastered a technique called absolute space in 3 stages, arc light and mutability and teleportation, which meant it could move at 300,000 meters per second and also decline to be anywhere. If Long had chased that thing at planetary 9, he would never have caught it. I caught it. Sky Thunderblade took it in half and the cut came out charred on both faces, except that a golden horned beast doesn't keep its sea of consciousness in its head, and it can move it, so the body being in 2 pieces was not the same as the animal being dead. Second wish, track the sea of consciousness. 1,000 coins a minute, which is a rate that gets your attention, and suddenly I could see through it like an X-ray plate, and I put a strike into that spot with force and mental energy mixed together. Soul strength remaining, 0.1%. I left it there. Then I called Han Tian out to the island and showed him. Zoltan came apart entirely. A golden horned beast. There are almost none of these in the entire universe. Han Tian, this is your chance. This is the chance. Do you understand what I'm telling you? And Han Tian stood there looking at the 2 halves of a 16-meter monster and said quietly, if I master it, do I stop being human? Nobody answered him. Could I just enslave it with a soul imprint instead? Because here's what nobody in that conversation except me understood. Joe wasn't afraid. Joe had parents, and he had a girl he'd already started talking about a wedding with, and a man with those 2 things does not want to be told his body is now optional, so I gave him the door out. There's space inside the beast. You can grow a human clone in it. You don't have to give anything up. You just have to be 2 things at once. Joe looked at me for a long moment. And you? You don't want it? A golden horned beast for me would be worse than a special race body. Which was true, and which was also a sentence I could not explain without explaining everything. It's yours. It was always going to be yours. Joe said goodbye to his family that week. Joe gave Zhang Na an amulet called Everlasting Love and told her he had a mission and told her they'd marry when he got back. Zoltan gave him wormhole coordinates and 100 Qianwu coins, 1 Qianwu being 1,000 Black Dragon Mountain, and 1 very serious warning. Earth's coordinates were hidden by his master, deliberately, and if they hadn't been, this planet would have been somebody's property for the last 50,000 years. Then something looked at us. I don't have a better word. From somewhere that isn't a place, something turned its attention onto the solar system, and for a moment the entire galaxy felt like a room where the music has stopped. An invisible force hit Kirishima. Alarms everywhere. Energy release consistent with 1,000 gigaton-class detonations. 3 advisors came out of that lake at full speed, and something reached down and pulled them back in. One of them screamed, then it was quiet, and then the island and a good piece of the coastline stopped existing, leaving a crater thousands of meters deep with water pouring into it. Zoltan, for once, had nothing. I never noticed anything there. Nothing. Nothing at all. I made a note. It is still on the list. Then I opened the ring properly and took possession of the ships. 10 coins made me the highest level owner of both. The big one is called Julius, 100 meters, D9 class, which means it is rated for a territory lord, and it carries 1 D9 cannon and 3 D6, and a D9 cannon will cripple or kill a territory lord rank 9. The class scale, since we're here, A, B, C, D, E, F, corresponding to planetary, astral, universe, territory lord, world lord, undying. Zoltan took the helm and had the whole system mapped inside a minute. Nobody ever answered the obvious question, which is how a Thunder Clan warrior came to own a human warship. My best guess is that he took it off a corpse on an interracial battlefield, which means, as far as I'm concerned, it has now been returned to its rightful owner. I turned on the cloaking and flew home. They were all waiting at the house, both parents, my uncle, my third uncle, Ling Han. A month, I said, 2 at the most. My mother held onto my sleeve and said, think twice before you do anything, which is what she says and which she has never once meant as a restriction, only as a receipt. Long called that night. Go. I'll answer for your family. If anything happens to them, it lands on me. Joe and the Stormlord had to stay. Earth has 4 strong people, and you do not remove all 4 at the same time. January 19th, 2059. I sat in a chair that seemed to hang in black space with the blue curve of the world in front of me, and I understood something that everybody who leaves says and nobody believes until they do it. She's beautiful. That's it. That's the whole revelation. She's just very, very beautiful. We passed Mars, where 9 pyramids sit in the dust, and are not pyramids at all. They're an abandoned silver blue empire mine, a 8-grade ore, worked out and walked away from. Then we hit light speed and dropped into the dark universe, where you can travel at twice light speed and where 1 light year is worth 10,081 ordinary ones. I renamed the ship on the way. Julius became Guotai. It means peace and prosperity for the people. My father would have liked it. I did not tell him. 5 days to Chulong Star. Chulong Star is a marketplace for several hundred systems, and its sky is different colors in different places, and the gravity is 3 times Earth's, and none of that is the part that gets you. The part that gets you is the gate. A green-skinned parking attendant, 2.8 meters tall with horns, quoted me 1,500 Black Dragon Mountain coins a year for a berth. I flipped him 2 Qianwu coins and said, keep the change, and I heard him say to my back in a completely different tone, astral rank, with a territory lord grade ship. That is not an ordinary man. Dragon City has walls 120 meters high and a gate nearly a kilometer wide, and it is 6,000 kilometers across, and it is 3 million years old. Through that gate, in the 20 minutes I stood there, came people with 3 eyes, people 10 meters tall, people who looked like infants and were not, people with the lower bodies of snakes, people so beautiful they looked like a rumor, all of them broadly humanoid, all of them planetary level or above. That's the standard. Everyone I could see through that gate, without exception, would have been in the top 4 on my planet. Paperwork, 32nd floor, Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship, 50 coins. The clerk asked, without looking up, for my previous citizenship. None. She wrote it down without a flicker. Apparently that's a category. Then, the Universe Galaxy Bank, where I deposited 100 million cosmic coins, which is 330 trillion Black Dragon Mountain coins. The manager read the figure, then read it again, and then did something with his throat. 10 minutes later, the branch director, a man named Alden Gray, came down the stairs personally at a speed no dignified banker should move at. 1 star of client status. 10 million gets you 1 star. 10 billion gets you 2. Virtual universe next. A 10,000-year account, 100 anonymous accounts, and 101 helmets, because I was already thinking about who on Earth was going to need one, and a briefing on the 5 great powers of the human race, which I paid for, and which was worth it. The Great Axe Battleground, whose founder is the strongest human being alive. The Virtual Universe Corporation, the wealthiest, run by the primordial Chaos City Lord. The Universe Mercenary Alliance, which contains 99% of all fighters everywhere. The Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank. Then I went to the market that I still think about, 300 kilometers of it. And a 9th level apprentice sells for 20 coins. 20. That is less than furniture. Planetary level, 10,000. An Astral 9 fighter, 5 billion. A control master 3 times that, 15 billion. I stood in that aisle for a while. Here's what I did, and I've thought about it since, and I do it the same way. I bought 500 Astral 9 fighters and 500 Astral 9 control masters, all from the Black Hao clan, 10 trillion, 2 universe rank 5, at 50 billion Chanwu each, 10,000 star level 1s. The dealer also tried to include a lot of 1,000 women of the Haobei race, described in the catalog as attendants. I told him to take it off the invoice. Joe started to explain the customary arrangement, and I told him a second time, in a voice that ended the conversation. Total, 99 billion Qianwu plus 9 trillion Black Dragon Mountain, largest transaction of that man's career. Joe had to be given water. The 2 universe rank 5s turned out to be brothers, Han Fong and Han Jian. They knelt, both of them, immediately in the street. Master, we of the Black Hao have been bondsmen for generations. There is no escaping it for anyone. I told them the arrangement had changed. Your job is to protect me and my family. Be honest with me and I will never mistreat you, and stop calling me master. Young master will do. It is not freedom. I know it isn't. In that market, on that day, at my level, it was what I could actually deliver, and I have never pretended otherwise to myself. I bought a castle after that, which produced my favorite negotiation of the decade. The property manager was 3 meters tall and bald and asked for 9.8 trillion. Zoltan found in under a second that an identical property had sold 150 years earlier for 8.6 trillion, and that in 10,000 years of records, the price had never moved more than 3%. I read him the numbers, both numbers, flatly. Joe went gray because a complaint to the planetary administration over price manipulation doesn't cost you a sale, it costs you the profession. 8.6 trillion, and he threw in a full redesign to my floor plans. 10.2 kilometers of C9 metal, which will hold against a universe rank 9, and I named it the Xiao family courtyard, and inside I had them build a panoramic simulation of Earth, and 1 bedroom on the 2nd floor, identical down to the light switch to the one in Mingyu community. The virtual universe is an ancient city where everyone walking past has a little elf on their shoulder, and mine started malfunctioning about an hour after I logged in. The voice broke, not glitched. Broke, the way a boy's voice breaks, from the childish register into something older and hoarser. I paid the system 10 coins for an analysis. It came back and told me that the thing on my shoulder was not Zoltan's clone. It was Kirishima, the Misty Island, which had, at some point in its geological career, become a soul-type intelligent life of the 9th rank of the universe, and which had eaten the clone and taken its seat, and which cannot be harmed by matter or energy because it is neither. The thing that erased that island from the map had come for this. Second wish. 1 coin. 1 coin. To make a universe rank 9 soul entity acknowledge me as its owner. That's the joke of my entire life in a single line item. So should I be calling you Kirishima? That is correct, said the voice on my shoulder pleasantly. I am Lord Kirishima. It can enter the sea of consciousness of any living thing. It can devour souls. It is, in its own right, universe rank 9. I moved it into my own sea of consciousness, which meant that for the first time, a martial artist had a soul weapon riding along inside his head, and I stopped calling it Kirishima almost immediately because that name belonged to a place that had been erased, and it seemed rude. I called it Mist. I had Mist run the numbers on defending the solar system, not against pirates, against a universe rank 9. The estimate came back, 100 C9 bases distributed across the planets, warning zones out at Neptune and Pluto, thousands of installations seeded through the asteroid belt, and a dedicated Earth-Moon layer. 50 to 60 trillion. A single C9 base holds 300 million people and costs 240 billion. And the reason I was pricing it was not the Nolan Mountain family, who are simply greedy. It was that my dead teacher of Yunmo planet had enemies, and enemies do not get bored. I bought time in the killing fields to learn how to actually fight. 2 million Black Dragon Mountain coins a day. You can pick your opponent, any opponent. 1,000 copies of the Stormlord if you want. You can also build one to specification, and you can learn inside the fight, because it is not a simulation of a duel, it is a simulation of experience. Run 1, 100 star level 1 fighters, slaughtered them. Run 2, 1,000 fighters, slaughtered them, with scratches. Run 3, 1,000 control masters, killed 900, and then died of my injuries in a way that taught me more in 6 seconds than the previous 2 runs combined. Run 4, myself, same domain, same amplitude, same gene level, same everything. I won. Barely, badly hurt, and I lay there on that simulated floor afterward thinking about exactly how thin that margin had been and exactly which 2 habits had nearly killed me. 3 days, around 100 fights. In the lobby, I fell in with a big red-skinned man called Oriko, Astral 9 Peak, who wanted to know where I trained. Then I found the dueling arena and registered under a handle, Misty Blade. My first opponent was a blue-skinned man with a career record of 53 wins against 1,563 losses, who ran a live broadcast during his matches and who opened by telling his audience, "Friends, we have a rookie tonight. I'll finish him in a second." I opened my domain and cut him in half on the first pass. I want to be clear that I revealed the domain on purpose. A man with no domain gets ignored by strong opponents. A man with a domain gets challenged by them. I was shopping. 1 week later, 9 stars, 659 wins, 0 losses. Then, I lost. A woman in white with a face like a closed door and 2 swords. She looked at me for about a second and said, "Oh, a 3rd-tier domain." And then her blade was through my neck. I sat with that one. Domain weaker, amplitude weaker, gene level equal. It was not bad luck. It was arithmetic, and I had been beaten by someone who had simply done more of the work. Here's the part I didn't know until later. In a room above that arena, a very large man was watching the replay when a woman in white came in and bowed. "Sir, it's done. Good. Your contribution has already been transferred." His name is Zhao Yalong. Joe runs a branch at Undying Level, and he had just filed a report about me to the Virtual Universe Corporation. So my first defeat was a purchase order. I bought Earth's defenses on a Tuesday. The Starry Sky defense representative was 3 meters tall with purple skin and cat's ears, and she ran me a simulation. 10 universe rank 9 pirates against the proposed installation. 5 die, 5 escape, badly injured. "Our house style is to tell the truth," she said. "Nobody sells you a wall that holds 56 trillion. Signed, because the strength of Earth cannot be 4 men. It cannot be me and Han Tien and Long and the Stormlord, because all 4 of us can be somewhere else on the same afternoon." Then I went shopping for my species, 100 tons of Bibo marrow at 9,000 coins per gram. 30 kilograms is enough to remake a man like Han Tien, 810 billion for the lot, and 300,000 tons of violet radiance due. The old man behind that counter lit up like a festival at the first number, and then his face did something complicated at the second one, because nobody orders 300,000 tons of anything. I did not tell him that the first time I ever encountered his product, I stole 30 bottles of it out of a locked crate on this same planet and gave it to my mother in 5 milliliter doses because she complained about the taste. I asked about Lanke fruit and was told it only appears at the Qianwu auction, which requires 3-star bank status, which I did not yet have. Noted. 10,000 sets of second-rank force armor and weapons, 500 top-grade force weapons, 500 psychic weapons, 1,010 sets of third-rank armor, 32.4 trillion. I handed them out myself, in the courtyard, one at a time, and 10,000 astral-level fighters went down on their knees at the same moment. We thank the young master for his kindness. I did not learn their names, and I want to be honest about why. Black Hao names run to 11 and 12 syllables, and I could not hold 1,000 of them, so I numbered them, Xiao 1 through Xiao 10,000. Xiao 12 got the castle. I bought 10 C9 ships for 285 billion, loaded my army into them, and went home. Before I left Kulong Star, I liquidated the dead Thunder Clan warriors' estate. 677 items on consignment through the Universe Galaxy Bank. 1 Fruit of Life. 16 Territory Lord grade treasures. 10 5th rank weapons. 650 4th rank. Commission 0.5%. I kept the lightning spear and 2 5th rank space swords because a man should keep something. The bank sent an E-class ship for the pickup. Han Fang stood next to me watching it come down and said, without inflection, "Young master, the bank does not economize. That is an E-class vessel for a single collection." I also bought a warehouse world. Balin Star, 11,800 light-years out, minus 120 degrees, 210 kilometers by 89, for 2.5 million. Then I put a survival base on it rated for 1 million people and told nobody why, and if you've been paying attention, you already know why. Coming home took 6 hours of circling because the coordinates of Earth are sealed. My teacher of Yunmo did that. There is exactly one approach on one trajectory inside one 5-minute window, and if you miss it, you go around again. Then space rippled and 12 ships came out of nothing above the solar system. On the floor of the West China Sea, a 20-meter golden-horned beast went rigid. Zoltan, in a voice I would describe as unwell. Han Tian. Unknown fleet. 12 ships. Territory Lord grade escort. And then, 3 seconds later, in an entirely different register. It's Ling Chen. It's Ling Chen. Thank every god. If that had been anyone else, Earth was finished tonight. Han Tian had been inside the beast for 10 days, growing a human clone. That takes a year or 2. Joe couldn't have done anything about it either way. Zoltan, being Zoltan, then hacked into ship 007 out of curiosity. Mist reported the intrusion within a second. Let him in, I said. Let him look at everything. Joe's about to have the worst week of his life. I asked advisor Jia Yi for a kilometer of land in Yangzhou. Overnight, 12 of the most expensive villas on the planet in the West Lake compound were evacuated by military order, and by morning there was nothing there but dust. By that afternoon there was a castle, nearly 100 meters tall, D3 grade, built by people who had never seen a human building and had simply been told to make it beautiful, so it came out looking like something out of the wrong genre entirely, with a fountain in front throwing a permanent rainbow. My father walked in, looked at it, looked at the 2 yellow-skinned men standing at the door with weapons, and said, "Are those 2 purchased slaves?" I had been dreading that sentence for a month, and I still didn't have a good answer. Long and the Stormlord came by that evening. The Stormlord walked the perimeter and said, with real envy, "Where do you even get guards like this?" And Long stood in the courtyard looking at 4 men who were leaning against walls and yawning and said quietly, "Don't be fooled by how relaxed they look. Those 4 will move in the same instant we do." The World Summit was the 22nd of February, 10 in the morning. Leaders of the 5 great powers and all 23 base cities around one table with a hologram of the Milky Way turning above it. 200,000 life-bearing planets in this galaxy, I said. The Milky Way plus 9 other systems makes the Silver Blue Empire. Somebody started to look pleased. And the Silver Blue Empire is the most primitive tier of civilization the universe recognizes. Bottom rank. There is nothing below it except us. Then I explained my staff, because they'd been staring at them all morning, and they deserved the truth. These men are Black How, bondsmen by inheritance. They stay bondsmen after reaching astral rank. They stay bondsmen after reaching universe rank. There was a silence in that room I remember very clearly. Somebody down the table said, in a voice with something breaking in it, "You are telling us that a being stronger than Long and the Stormlord is out there being sold as property?" "Yes." "And that we would be worth less than he is?" "Yes." Then I distributed 73 consciousness helmets, 10 to each great power, 1 to each base city. 7,000 tons of violet radiance dew, allocated by population, which is enough that every advanced trainee on this planet can become a martial artist. That is more than 100 million people. 5 kilograms of Bibo marrow free to every advisor, and the rest available for contribution. And 5,000 combat bases through the asteroid belt, 6 months to readiness, staffed by rotation, with duty paid in contribution. 1 point a year for an advisor, a 10th for a trainee. Long and the Stormlord had their gods of war signed up for shifts before the meeting ended, which is the fastest I have ever seen bureaucracy work. Then I turned to Xiao Yi, one of my universe rank men, and gave him an instruction in front of everybody, deliberately. Take 2 others, clear every king-level monster and above off this planet. Give the bodies to Long. 3 days. 3 days, and Earth had no king-level monsters on it, and Hongning Base City received several hundred corpses that the human race had spent decades not being able to kill, stacked outside like firewood. My bank balance settled at 4.8556 trillion cosmic coins, which is 2-star status, and the letters started arriving. Investment products at 100% annual return, planetary management services, entertainment options I did not read past the header, and a 6th letter from the killing fields. A very important person has taken an interest in you. The meeting room was bare. The man in it had skin like blued steel and a 2-star emblem on his chest. 2 planets floating in a field of crimson, which meant domain lord at minimum. Chen Zhang, external deacon of the Virtual Universe Corporation. The woman in white, he said straight away. I sent her. She's one of our elites. I wanted to see what you did with losing. What did I do with it? You went back and fought yourself for 3 days. Joe almost smiled. Gene level 1st rank. Amplitude 30, star level 1 with a double domain. You are a 1st category genius, and I don't hand that phrase out. So I asked him about the universe genius battle, the one in 7 years. Joe stared at me for a second and then made a sound that was not quite a laugh, the sound of a man who has just been asked for the dessert menu before the appetizer arrives. I took external membership, fewer benefits, far less obligation, and I could walk away. Then I spent 2.1 billion on 3 vials of evolutionary blood serum before I left the building. Upstairs, Zhao Yilong read the report and said, as I expected, external only, and he says he's going to the genius battle in 7 years. Amusing boy, said Chen Zhang. Let's see what he does. I took Long and the Stormlord into space. First the Ice World, then Beyond Star, 170,000 light-years out, where I bought them both imperial citizenship and opened them bank accounts and put 100 million cosmic coins in each. That is enough money to buy several hundred inhabited planets. Neither of them said thank you. Both of them went very quiet, which is how men like that say it. Later, in a bar with 3 suns going down outside the window, the Stormlord raised his glass, and I said the thing I'd been carrying since Kirishima. Let's be sworn brothers. By age, Long 1st, Stormlord 2nd, me 3rd, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, elder brother, 3rd brother, elder brother, 2nd brother. And then all 3 of us started laughing at the same time, because we were the 3 strongest human beings on a planet the universe has never heard of, sitting in a bar on the wrong side of the galaxy, being formal. The serum went to my father, my mother, and Ling Han. My mother refused it. Of course, she refused it. What do I need this for? I don't fight anything. Give it to your uncle. You don't fight anything. That's exactly why. I put the case in her hands. Take this and you get 1,000 years. Take this and I get to be your son for 1,000 years instead of 40. Do it for me and be annoyed about it later. The injection makes you scream. I spent 10 coins to reduce the pain by a factor of 1,000 and they still screamed. An hour later, all 3 of them were lying flat on the floor of my castle, soaked through, staring at the ceiling. My father eventually. That was incredible. I have never been so tired. Then a Muya crystal each, and by that evening all 3 had reached planetary level and 1,000-year lifespan. There are 10 ranks of bloodline in this universe. 1st rank means you reach Domain Lord simply by growing up. 9th and 10th aren't really ranks, they're a way of saying no, we are 9th. At my best, on my own genes, I would have been 9th. My own panel at that point. Star level 1, 86%, mental energy at planetary 9, double lightning domain at 66%, amplitude 32, gene level 15. And a wish to go from Astral 1 to Stellar 9 in a month cost 15 gold coins and 3,000 silver, which I paid by feeding the system 1,600 cubic meters of cosmic crystal. 31 days. 9 stars lit in my Dantian, one after another. My family reached Planetary 5 while I was under. The cloud-caressing vine reached Star Level 1. I studied the other 2 inheritance spheres in that time. Space, 5,689 techniques with 18 core ones. And time, which has 1,689, and every single one of them is written in a way that makes your head hurt to look at. That's not a coincidence. Time is simply harder. Everything in this universe agrees on that. Mist and I talked about it one night, and Mist said something I've never forgotten. There are 10 laws in the primordial universe. There are others. The law of the soul, the law of life. The universe's own consciousness does not encourage them. A pause. It does not forbid them either. Right before I left, my mother told me she was pregnant. I was going to have a brother or a sister, at 22, from a woman who had just been given 1,000 years. I went down to the seabed to say goodbye to Han Tian, who was, at that time, a 20-meter armored monster with a human voice. I envy you, he said. You can walk anywhere in the universe. I envy you. You have a small world inside your own body and a clone growing in it. I have a spaceship and a schedule. I left him a C9 ship, arranged for Long and the Stormlord to be accepted into the Yunmo lineage, which Zoltan agreed to with suspicious speed, and handed over a consciousness helmet so he could see Zhang Na in the virtual world while his human body was still a work in progress. Also, for the record, The 220 million yuan I gave a boy in a wheelchair had, in 3 years, become over 10 billion. Thunderstar is 840,000 light-years out, 1,000 times the size of Earth, in a triple star system, with winds over Mach 3 and a permanent electrical storm wrapped around it like a coat. The mountains are 100 to 300,000 meters tall. A year's permit costs 100,000 coins, and the administration building was the shabbiest I have ever walked into, because Thunderstar is where the Empire sends the officials nobody wants. I spent 3 days flying the whole planet looking for a spot, and I did not choose it by data. I chose it by feel, by where the lightning felt like family. The 2 best sites were already occupied by Universe Rank 9 warriors. I took the third. A peak at 250,000 meters with a flat place on top about the size of a meditation cushion. Han Fang set 20 astral guards in a ring below and told them to be bored professionally. 3 months went by like 3 days, and my domain moved from tier 3 to tier 4, which I found slow, so I bought the Law Eye. 100 coins a day, and you cannot cancel it. Once it's open, it stays open until the points run out. My right eye burst. It went blind, and stayed blind for about 4 seconds, and then it lit up violet from the inside. And then I had 2 different worlds, one in each eye. The left eye saw wind, lightning, mountains, weather. The right eye saw a world made of crystalline threads with runes running along them, colliding, merging, splitting. My domain was made of them. The storm was made of them. I was made of them. And when the 3 suns lined up and the entire atmosphere detonated into lightning at once, the lightning runes burned brighter, and I could learn faster. 177 days. Then, insufficient points. The Law Eye is closed. And I sat there on that rock in the wind, with one ordinary eye again, feeling relief and grief in exactly equal measure, which is a combination I have never been able to explain to anyone. Somebody came to evict me eventually. 3.6 meters, blood red helmet, 2-meter sword, universe rank 5 with the 7th tier domain, close enough to the law of lightning that he could taste it. That site was unclaimed. Leave. How dare a universe rank 5 be spoken to like this by, Joe was, I should say, addressing my guards, whom he considered furniture, and my 20 astral level fighters, whom he considered a joke. I held up my middle finger. Joe didn't know the gesture. That's the beautiful part. Not one culture in this arm of the galaxy has that gesture. But some things translate on vibration alone, and his domain came out 7 layers deep, and my domain pushed it back. Stellar level 9? His voice cracked. Your domain is 8th tier at minimum. That is not possible. Then I used the second ability of Sky Thunderblade, 103-meter lightning blades that merge into one 10-meter blade, spinning, carrying a strike at universe rank 7. And I put my understanding of the law into it. The peak under my feet came apart. That mountain is now several dozen meters shorter than it was, permanently, and it is on the maps that way. Joe left coughing blood, and what he said to himself as he went was, he comprehends the law. Joe actually comprehends the law. 2 people were watching from a distance. A figure a meter tall in a black robe. Remarkable, a mere stellar level 9 who has comprehended law, and deeply, unless I am mistaken. And a figure made of lightning. Nashat, that boy is stronger than you were at that stage. You were worse than me at that stage. My own review of that fight was less flattering. I used 3 times the energy the job required. Power without control is just noise, and I had made a great deal of noise. Panel at the end of that stay, Stellar 9 at 99.9%, Lightning Domain, 8th tier, 52%, Law of Lightning, 0.352%, Law of Space, 0.0003%, Law of Time, 0.0001%. Half a year of staring directly at the law with a violet eye that cost 100 coins a day. 0.352%. Then again, for an astral rank to comprehend any fraction of a law at all is considered a genius among geniuses, so I chose to be pleased. My father's letter was 1 line, "You have a brother. Come home soon." I went back through the killing fields on my way and found both of my sworn brothers in the lobby. The Stormlord had been beaten by the woman in white. She didn't even open her domain. Joe was still processing it. She wounded me 9 times in a row, and on the 10th, she killed me. That is not fair. That is not a fair way to fight. Long had also lost to her, with a 3rd-tier domain, and was delighted. Losing is better, he said. I learned more in that one fight than in the last month. Long was also star level 1 by then. 1 month behind me, the Stormlord put his face in his hands. I don't even have that anymore. My brother was born on the 28th of December. They named him Ling Ji. At home they call him Ji. I reached for him, and my mother turned her shoulder in and said, "You're careless." I had come back from 840,000 light years, having comprehended the law of lightning in a storm that eats mountains, and I was not allowed to hold the baby. That was the day I stopped being the favorite child, and I want to state for the record that I took it extremely well and did not think about it again for 400 years. My father and Ling Han were planetary 7 by then, stronger than most of Earth's advisors, and the solar system defense was finished. 3,600 bases through the asteroid belt, 5 to 10 C9 cannons each, hundreds of guns on the far side of the moon, shelters rated for billions. Now, about that tournament. The Universe Genius Battle happens once every 5,000 years, hosted in alternation by the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Great Axe Battleground, and every astral rank genius in the universe is eligible. In the Ganwu High Civilization alone, there are hundreds of billions of them. There are 1,008 such civilizations. Each sends 1,000, 1,008,000 participants. The top 1,000 get taken into the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and to place at all, you need to have comprehended at least a crumb of a law. I spent 3 months cultivating in a crater on Mars, where the law eye now showed me every law equally instead of favoring lightning, and where I finally bought a gold blindfold for 1 coin, because walking around with one violet eye makes people ask questions. So now I looked like a one-eyed man, which at least is a look. Then I made the most expensive small purchase of my life. 1,000 coins, which is 100 billion cosmic crystals, for a single sentence. Obtain the space-time technique best suited to me. Here is what that looked like at the other end. I know because the system showed me, and I have never decided whether that was a courtesy or a warning. Somewhere in the universe, on a terrace, a majestic figure was demonstrating a sword form to his children. Off to one side, a boy sat at a stone table with a violet book open in front of him, and an invisible current was trying very carefully to lift it. "What is that?" the boy shrieked. "How dare it touch my textbook?" His sister hit him with an enormous calligraphy brush. "Stop yelling, watch how father does it." And the majestic figure, without turning around, without breaking the form, cut the invisible energy in half. The top half stopped existing, the bottom half fell onto the table. "It's nothing, boy," he said. "Just a prankster," and went on with the lesson. Obtained, fragment of the space-time fusion technique, phantom cut, a thin violet book, 9 pages. Only 6 of them have anything on them. Stage 1. Teleport 1,000 meters and leave a phantom behind. Stage 2. 10 phantoms across 10 kilometers. Stage 3. 100 across 100 kilometers. Stage 4. 1,000 across 1,000,000 meters. Stage 5. 10,000 across tens of millions of kilometers. Stage 6. As many phantoms as your divine sense can hold. Stages 7, 8, and 9 are blank. I am fully aware of what happened there. Someone reached across the universe with a knife and took 2/3 of my prize off the table without breaking stride, and I have made peace with it mostly, and I have never once forgotten his hands. Han Tian got married on the 18th of May, 2060. Joe built a compound next to mine, a square kilometer of it, red carpet running hundreds of meters, flowers from Earth and flowers from Chulong's star, which do not look like flowers, and made 3 grandmothers nervous. 8 red balloons over the grounds with congratulations painted on them, from me, from Long, from the Stormlord, and one from advisor Jia Yi that I suspect he paid for himself. A 100-person choir working in shifts, live broadcast to the whole planet. And when Han Tian and Zhang Na came down that carpet, the entire hall stopped making noise. The kid who fainted during a math exam, the girl from the bar whose brother said a martial artist is alive today and dead tomorrow. My gift was 100 million cosmic coins, transferred during the reception because I did not want a speech. Afterward, the 4 of us swore brotherhood again, properly, with Han Tian as the youngest, 4th brother. And then, with everyone still in formal clothes and slightly drunk, I put the real proposal on the table. We should buy Earth. Silence. From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, purchase it outright. And then it's imperial territory, and anyone who touches it is touching the empire. Zoltan went off like an alarm. That reveals the coordinates. My master's enemies will exterminate every human being on this rock. Your master's enemy, I said, is an undying spiritual god. That being does not spend 50,000 years personally watching a corner of a backwater galaxy on the chance that the student of his enemy might one day show up. You cannot know that. No, but I know this. In 7 years, I am going to win the Universe Genius Battle and enter the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and after that, he doesn't dare. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Long said, "Buy it." Long explained why he agreed later, and it's the only time I ever heard him talk about fear. When a life-bearing planet is discovered, he said, it usually gets sold, not the land, the people. And even when a planet does get an owner, quite often the owner keeps it as a breeding stock for the market. Joe looked out the window at a city that had rebuilt itself twice in his lifetime. I don't want that to be what happens to this. Han Tian suggested I should be the registered lord since I was the strongest, and nobody argued, which I found slightly ominous. The office on Beyond Star was very pleased to see me. A newly discovered life-bearing planet, said the official, already reaching for a form. The Standard Finder's Award is 100 billion, payable. I don't want the award, I want to buy it. Joe stopped. Buy it. Buy it. Top category, life-bearing, unclaimed, 3 trillion Black Dragon Mountain coins. Then he told me the legally mandated verification period was up to 30 days, and I said the following sentence, which I recommend to anyone dealing with a bureaucracy anywhere in the universe. 3 days, and I'll add 100 million. 1 day, 500 million. 3 hours, 1 billion. Joe got it done in 2 hours and 40 minutes, Lord of Earth, on paper, filed, stamped, which is of course exactly how the wolves found out. A silver survey ship 2 systems over got a routine update and an AI voice read it to a captain named Pula. Planet designation Earth, purchased in full by a citizen registered as Ling Chen. Pula sat forward. Legend says that planet belonged to an undefeated powerhouse. Records so indicate. And now it has a new owner. Joe tapped the table, which means the old one is dead, which means whatever he was hiding is still down there. They took a vote. 6 of 8 said report it to the family. Pula's teacher is Shuliang Nolan Mountain, head of the Nolan Mountain family. The order came back inside a day. Run up a trading flag. Go and look. The moon base picked them up on approach, and advisor Jia Yi, who was on rotation that week and had been extremely bored, hit the alarm with real enthusiasm. Earth had over 100 planetary-level martial artists by then, and nearly 200 million at apprentice level in 1 year because of a warehouse of purple liquid. I told everyone not to touch the merchants. Then I redirected them to Mars so they would not spend 1 minute in orbit around my home. It didn't help. Pula came away from Mars badly shaken. Dozens of C9 laser cannons, thousands of astral rank bondsmen, 2 C9 ships. Joe said it to the recorder on the flight out. Where does a local astral rank get wealth like that? There is treasure on that planet. There has to be. But the thing that made his family head stand up was not the guns. It was a piece of archive footage, sourced from a public Earth broadcast, of a young man cutting a juvenile golden-horned beast in half. The Nolan Mountain founder is a Universe Rank 9 who holds the title Great Axe Martial Artist. You get that title by winning 1,000 matches in the Great Axe Arena, where matches do not end in surrender. There are 12 such people in the entire empire. Joe watched that footage twice and said, then the one who hid on that planet for tens of thousands of years was, at minimum, an undying spiritual god. A pause. How rich would such a being's hoard be? Send Reese. Keep Pula in support. The Stormlord finally asked about my eye at dinner. No offense, but why the blindfold? Always the same eye. So I took it off. Violet light came out of the socket, thick, like something poured. Han Tian leaned in to look and had to grab the table. What is that? I looked at it for 1 second and the room moved. Then my mother, from the kitchen doorway, in the exact tone of a woman who has been waiting for a gap in the conversation. You're 22. It's time to find a girl. I'll speak to a matchmaker. My thing. I'll speak to 2 matchmakers. I did not tell her the truth, which is that I was married in my first life for 31 years, and that somewhere at the back of my head lives an entirely irrational plan in which the universe is large enough and old enough that I might one day walk past that face again. I went and looked at the Zerg nest after that, which is ruins number 31 in China. A round mountain sitting inside a poison fog that will kill a universe rank. 1 coin for a scan. In a chamber 100 meters across, a mother queen was asleep. World Lord. 12 meters long, a body that looks like it had been grown out of crystal, wings folded over her like a veil. Her name is Seraphina, and even asleep, her brow was very slightly drawn together. And when the scan swept over her, that brow twitched. 11 more world lords sleeping in the same nest. I asked the price of making Seraphina acknowledge me as her owner. 100,000 coins. I looked at that mountain for a while, and then I flew home, and I have thought about that eyebrow at least once a year ever since. Amplitude 40 cost 21 coins in 6 days, and with the law eye open, I finally got to watch the system work. It laid runes across the entire hall while I was under. Runes of time which I recognized, and others which I did not, and which did not belong to any of the 10 laws of the primordial universe. I looked at that for a long time, and then I closed my eye and did not mention it to my brothers. The merchants got politely evicted. Earth is not currently seeking trade partnerships. We knew exactly who they were by then, and we let them leave, because the Nolan Mountain family belongs to the Carlo Empire, ranked 3rd in strength, with 8,000 Astral 9 warriors and a Universe rank 9 at the top. You do not kill a scout when the answer to killing a scout is a fleet. I sent both my Universe rank bodyguards home to guard my family. After Thunderstar, their protection was no longer useful to me, and my mother was still walking around a planet that a very powerful family had just circled on a map. Han Jian started to object. His brother stopped him with one look. It took me almost a year to learn Stage 1 of Phantom Cut. In the Barreras Basin on Mars, which is 10,600 kilometers by 8,500 and has roughly the area of Asia, Europe, and Oceania combined, there is a specific afternoon where a figure vanished, reappeared, and a mountain several hundred meters high a kilometer away turned into powder. That was me finding out what the Phantom does when you get the timing wrong. Stellar 9 at 99.9, Lightning Domain, 9th tier. Law of Lightning, 0.835%. Law of Space, 0.0036. Amplitude, 42. Han Tian reached Stellar 9 in his beast form, and his human clone hit star level 1, and he received the first part of his master's inheritance, which came to 10 billion Chanwu coins, less than I'd already given him. Joe noticed. Joe didn't say anything. I noticed him not saying anything. Then the four of us signed up for the Junior Mercenary Examination. Universe Mercenary Alliance, Chulong Star, 10,000 coins ahead. The assignment, for a party of 6, retrieve 6 horns from single-horned iron rhinos and 18 windstones from a world lord's private world located inside a planet called Kanglin Star. A thin man with enormous ears sold us a map for 50 coins. The Storm Lord paid, on the grounds that he was the only one who had ever haggled for anything, and then we walked into a villa on a perfectly ordinary planet, through an ordinary door, and came out inside a world 100 times larger than the planet containing it. That's what a world lord is, a grain of sand with a world in it. Thunderworld is a black desert where gravity runs at 3,900 times Earth normal, and the gravel is dozens of times denser than gold. I scooped up 10,000 cubic meters of the desert of death with a thought, dropped it into my ring, and fed it to the system. 1,000 coins. I did it twice more before the Black Death storm arrived. Then we ran, and I picked up Long and the Stormlord under my arms like luggage because they were too slow, and the group of young adventurers ahead of us who had been laughing about the wind 10 minutes earlier lost everyone except 2. The first hunt went well. Demon Moon Lake, 26 single-horned iron rhinos the size of trucks, skin like stone, horn like a scimitar, and the mildest eyes I have ever seen on an animal. 6 shadows moved. A few breaths later, there were 26 bodies. The system ate them for 5,200 coins. I left the horns because we needed those. We had barely cleared the lake when 10 people in black came over the ridge into the same herd ground, and about 50 rhinos came out at them at once, and somebody screamed, "Quickly, protect the 8th prince!" 8 stellar level 9s came after us the next day. Han Tian counted them down for us. 3 kilometers, 2.6, 2, 1. I stopped walking. Let's wait for them. Their leader was 3 meters tall with red skin and a head that looked like it was on fire, and he opened with the standard text. 3 stellar 9 and 3 star level 1. Weaklings. Hand over the horns and I might let you live. I looked at my brothers. My brothers looked at me. Hand them to your grandmother, I said, and opened a triple-layered lightning domain. 8 men dropped to a quarter of their speed simultaneously. Run, said the red one, which was the correct call about 4 seconds too late. Xiao Yi took 2 heads off with a shard of crimson copper mother. The red one made it several dozen meters before a blue blade went through his skull. Their leader was carrying more than the other 7 put together, which is a rule I have found to hold up across the entire universe. In a virtual office some weeks later, a fat horned supervisor from the 100 Tiger Tower sighed at a screen. 7th squad, total loss. Joe made a note. 3 days without a report. That's 3 days. It took us a month to reach the Wind and Thunder Canyon, and along the way we killed over 300 ferocious beasts, of which the system ate 228 for 45,600 coins. The cloud-caressing vine reached Astral 6, 36 main vines, 40 kilometers each, so I fed it a fruit of life. Grass came up out of black desert in a circle around us, instantly, and everyone in the party felt something go through them that they couldn't name. In the virtual world, Zoltan dropped an apple. That's a fruit of life. Han Tian. Han Tian, your third brother, just fed a fruit of life to a plant. Do you understand what he did? Joe fed it to a plant. 3 hours of transformation. The vines shed their skin. 36 main vines became 72. Length went past 300 kilometers. Universe rank 3. Which means, in practical terms, that I was now traveling with 72 Universe Rank 3 fighters that live inside my body and are, temperamentally, a very affectionate dog. The Wind and Thunder Canyon is the heart of Thunderworld. At the bottom and in the center, the mad wind carries origin energy, and it will turn a Universe Rank into a fine spray. Above it, lightning kills a domain lord instantly and without discussion. There are 3 ways to get a windstone. Climb up and gamble against the lightning, stand at the lip and fish them out, or take them from somebody who already has some. We fished. The The wind cut the vine like 1,000 knives continuously, and the vine regrew continuously, and the whole operation looked less like treasure hunting and more like a man cleaning a very deep gutter. 25 days for 18 stones. We pulled Orico out of a crevasse on day 19. His partner Caesar had not made it. We're elites, Orico said when he could talk. We're required to pass a trial at the edge of death. That's the whole point of us. Joe looked at the crevasse. Joe was better than me. And then the entire world shook. A mountain range split open, and behind it was a hole full of torn space. Under the law eye, it wasn't a hole at all. It was a tear in the fabric, and the space-time runes around the edges were going insane. Mist confirmed it in a voice with something like awe in it. That is the entrance to the realm within a realm. The private vault of a world lord named Jiro, built at colossal expense, founded on cosmic crystal. The news crossed the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in about 6 hours. Domain lords and world lords began converging on Kanglin's star and were met at the door by a Ganwu special envoy called Jianlin, who is not physically imposing and who did not move. Thunderworld is reserved for the junior mercenary examination. All others are forbidden entry. Anyone who violates this is a dead person, up to and including world lords. So they cheated the only way available. Every organization enrolled an army of stellar level 9s as examination candidates. 2 holy places sent 500,000 each. 4 organizations sent 200,000 each. 16 families sent 10,000 apiece. Nearly 2 million people, all pretending to be taking a test, and every one of them was days behind us. I set the system to scan. Cosmic crystal and thunderstone, 60-kilometer radius, 400 coins a day. First hit, 12 cubic meters at 3.2 kilometers down. Second hit, 24,000 cubic meters at 50 kilometers. We agree to split up front, which is the only reason 4 men who love each other can dig up a fortune together and stay 4 men who love each other. Even shares when everyone works. 60-40 when one man carries it. 80-20 when one man does all of it. Day 1, 460,000 cubic meters. Day 3, 630,000 plus 350,000 thunderstones. 8 days, over 2 million cubic meters of cosmic crystal. The Stormlord did the conversion out loud 3 separate times with his lips moving. 36,000 cubic meters is 118.8 billion Qianwu, and the whole of Earth cost 3 trillion Black Dragon Mountain. Joe looked up. We have dug up dozens of planets. Then Chenjiang called me. The realm within a realm was built by World Lord Jiro millions of years ago when he was fabulously wealthy even by World Lord standards. Joe let that sit. There are now a dozen World Lords at the exit. Dozens of domain lords, a great many universe ranks. If you come out of that hole and you are not from the 2 holy places, the 4 organizations, or the 16 families, I don't need to describe what happens. And bring me one thing out of there that genuinely excites me, and my name will be standing behind you when you walk out. Fair. We were ambushed 29 times in 6 days. 2, then 4, then 3, 7, and finally 10 in one day. The last one was 400 people. They came out of the dust in a ring around 6 of us, and their leader had purple lips and no imagination. Hand over the cosmic crystal. I opened the lightning domain to 9 layers over all 400 at once. Their strength dropped below a tenth. 2 of them had first-tier domains of their own, and those domains folded in against their skin like wet cloth. Scatter! 72 main vines went out like 72 spears, and every pass put at least 72 of them on the ground. Long killed a Stellar 9 himself that day, with a 4-fold light domain and a spear through the skull, and then said, "Oh, that's how it feels," in a voice of pure discovery, at the age of 50-something, having been the strongest man on our planet for 2 decades. Their leader made it out of my domain. I heard him say it. Finally, I'm out. Then a thin crimson tendril came through the back of his head and pinned him to the ground. 2.3 million cubic meters of cosmic crystal on him alone. 20 spatial rings, 6.55 million cubic meters, total. The Stormlord started counting on his fingers again, and I couldn't help myself. Second brother, are you the head of Thunder Marshal Hall, or a market stall holder counting the day's take? I'm happy, he said with tremendous dignity. Is that a crime? Han Tian didn't count, because Han Tian had done the numbers weeks ago and gone quiet about them. The 2 trillion cosmic coins I'd handed to his little brother had become 8 trillion, and Han Yue's commission alone had come to 1.2 trillion. A boy in a wheelchair had become richer than his brother the monster, the core of the realm. Within a realm has a blue castle in it, and by the time we got there, there were 5 factions camped around it, and a good number of bodies in between. Then the 8th prince arrived with 700 men, Qian, Imperial, very calm. I am taking this vault. Anyone who stands in the way, dies. Somebody from the 100 Tiger Tower began a sentence about prior claims, and a white beam removed his head in the middle of it. Behind the prince stood 9 bodyguards with C2 laser rifles. 1 shot kills a universe rank 2. one of them said conversationally to the crowd. We received them last month. The prince walked up to the castle gate. Lightning came down and turned all 9 bodyguards into ash and left their red uniforms standing for a moment before those fell too. The gate opened by itself. Light gathered over the castle and became a fat old man with a white beard, hovering, entirely at ease. Welcome to the realm within a realm, he said. I have waited for this day for over 10 million years. Then a screen unrolled in the air with 312 treasures on it in 68 categories. Number 1, a complete set of spatial magic crystals plus a banking account, triple value. Number 3, Territory Lord Grade Blood Serum, 3 million Thunderstones. Number 9, Fruit of Life, 3 available, 800,000 each. Number 68, a 5th rank weapon. You want them? Said the old man. Any of them. The price is Thunderstones. And then he gave every faction present a complete map of the Thunderstone deposits because he wanted us to dig. I came back that night in black clothes, 20 sentries on the approach. One of them called out, friendly enough, "Brother, which faction are you with?" A crimson flash. All 20 went into a ring. Inside, the old man looked at my deposit and his beard actually moved. I announced the terms 3 days ago. His voice went up. 3 days. Where did you get 1,160,000 Thunderstones? I noticed on the way in that these stones carry the power of thunder, I said. Thunder and I are related, so I collected some to study. Joe stared at me. To study, he repeated. I bought a Fruit of Life, a D6 railgun, and a 5th rank blade called Sky Thunder Blade, which is the same name as my own weapon and a much better version of it, and which I choose to interpret as the universe apologizing. The Fruit of Life went to Han Tian, not out of generosity, out of arithmetic. Joe had a vine too, and 2 universe rank 3 plants in one party is worth considerably more than twice one. Then I went back to digging and started finding deposits of 300,000 and 400,000 at a time, and at one point I said, out loud, alone, at the bottom of a shaft, 460,000 in one place. That is ridiculous. 2.8 million stones in 2 trips. When I came back the 3rd time, the old man looked me up and down for a while. Sk, boy. You're faster than the heads of the great powers. We bought 2 more Fruits of Life, 4 5th rank weapons, the Ice Soul Blade, the Thunder Staff, the Sky-Splitting Spear, and the Heavenly Soul Flute, 2 psychic weapons, the Sky-Suppressing Cauldron and the Azure Nether Tower, and 2 more D6 cannons. Zoltan picked the list, not for use, for resale value. Joe was, in fairness, extremely good at that. While we were trading, the armies arrived, phalanxes of 10,000 stellar level 9s, one after another, until the castle was ringed all the way around. I spent the next 7 days digging and came up with less than 800,000 stones because I was interrupted more than 10 times, once by a party of 300. I came out of those 7 days with 1 million cubic meters of cosmic crystal and 1.3 million thunderstones taken off the interruptions, which tells you something about the economics of ambushing me. Chenjiang solved the exit problem with 1 sentence. All 6 of you are now registered under my name. The 8th prince arrived at the castle 4 days too late. Jude been squeezing thunderstones out of 7 battalions of 40,000 men each because the password on the inheritance crystal has 3 levels and the full unlock costs 30 million stones. Joe put down 3.9 million for level 1 and asked for a Fruit of Life. The old man was almost gentle about it. Sorry boy, there's still password left, but the Fruits of Life are gone. All of them. Bought. Kian stood there for a while. By then the 2 million examinees had turned Thunderworld into a grinder, and Han Tian made the observation that changed our approach. We're not going to find anything else by digging. We should be taking it. So I brought out the blood-red D9 ship, detection radius 500,000 kilometers, and turned on the cloak, and we went up. 168,954 people on the display, and 2 of those groups, 35 and 37,000 strong, were already lining up against each other. Those 2, I said, they're the ones. The moment both commanders gave the order to advance, 2 very thin vines came up out of the ground and took both commanders down into it. And then 70,000 men fought each other with nobody giving orders. I want to describe what happened next honestly, because it is the worst thing I have done, and I did it on purpose. Mist left my sea of consciousness and went into theirs. A soul-type universe. Rank 9 does not fight. It arrives. It crushes a soul the way you'd close a hand, and then it drinks. Men started falling, not dying loudly, falling, in place, hundreds a minute, with their eyes open and their hearts still beating. The 100 Tiger Tower detachment broke and ran, and they kept falling while they ran, and a crimson vine came up under each one that dropped and took the body down. 70,000 souls. Mist scoured the life imprints off them and gave me half, and that was the first time I drank pure soul power, and I am not going to pretend it wasn't the best thing I have ever felt. I sat in that ship afterward with a cup in my hand and understood very clearly that I had just become something that a species should be careful about producing. I did not stop. I want that in the record too. 36 rings, 3.2 million stones on my side, 4.2 million on Han Tian's. Qian threw a goblet at a wall when the reports came in. 4th Battalion, wiped out entirely. 7th, halved. The World Lords standing behind the factions did not throw anything, because to them, 2 million stellar level 9s is a line item. A rumor started going around the camps that there was a universe rank control master somewhere in the world with a psychic weapon that travels underground and specializes in killing officers, which is almost exactly right, and I've always enjoyed that. 6 weeks of that war took 2 million people down to 600,000, 1.4 million stellar level 9s. Our final take was 13 treasures and 16.8 million stones. On the walk back to camp, a party of about 1,000 decided to check us. There were a series of cracking sounds, 6 beams went through the middle of them, and we kept walking past a great many stripped bodies. At the camp gate, the guard captain said to our backs, "Trash from 3 axes. If this weren't a neutral camp, I'd kill all 6 of you for my brothers." Mist, meanwhile, had grown into Territory Lord rank 1 on a diet of other people, and I try not to think about the sequence of that too closely. The old man in the castle looked up when I came in for the 3rd time. Our 3rd meeting. I took 5 complete Thunder Technique sets and 63 more treasures. 16.72 million stones in one transaction. Zhou leaned on the counter and studied me. "Boy, you surprise me more every time. You have no power base in this coalition, none, and you have now spent over 20 million stones." "Lucky," I said. And as I was leaving, apropos of nothing at all, he said, "That blindfold of yours is interesting." I dumped my last 80,000 stones at 60 cubic meters of crystal each, which is a 1/5 of the earlier rate, because by then everyone had stones and nobody had anything to buy with them. Half a day, 4.8 million cubic meters. Grand total, 29 million cubic meters of cosmic crystal, 29 billion cosmic coins. The Stormlord started counting again, and Long put a hand on his shoulder. "Second brother, calm down. That's the small pile. The prize is the 88 treasures." 3 days later, the old man announced that the last of his 312 treasures had just been traded, and the gates closed forever. Several 100,000 people stood in front of a shut door shouting that they still had stones, that they had only just bought their stones, that this was not how it was supposed to go. Then somebody tried to kill me from orbit. World Lord Xiaming of 3 Axes and World Lord Volkov of Black Dragon Mountain, who happens to be Qian's grandfather, had been negotiating 9 separate conditions for the final password level. Volkov gave his grandson permission for a side operation. An 80,000-strong 3 Axes army was on the road home when a D-grade shell landed in the middle of it and several hundred stellar level 9s stopped existing. And I felt it coming. I don't have a better explanation than that. Something at the base of my skull said move, and I used Phantom Cut, and when 12 white beams came down out of the sky, I was a kilometer away. The other 11 targets were not. They had gone after every individual who had traded significant treasure at the castle. Somebody had sold the old man's ledger. Inside the ship, Qian went gray. 8 computers and 7 rings. That is the result of your elite operation? Your Highness, 11 of 12 are confirmed dead. 1 simply vanished. Which one? Target 9. And Volkov, 2 systems away, said into a negotiation. Very well, I accept your conditions. The exit of Thunderworld had a crowd waiting at it. Universe ranks and domain lords floating in ranks. Everyone form up. Anyone who runs, kill them. And standing among them, in dark green, was Nolan Mountain. Zhou saw me. I watched him see me. And what he thought, I found out later, almost word for word, because he wasn't quiet about it. What luck. Kill him under the pretext of an insult, and the entire treasure of Earth is mine. Then 5 universe ranks from 3 Axes stepped in front of him. This is the 3 Axes assembly point. What is the 100 Tiger Tower doing here? Give me 1 enlisted man. His name is Ling Chen. The army's spoils have not been collected by the World Lords yet. You are not getting a single soldier out of this line today. Zhou stood there grinding his teeth, and then he left, and he did not forget. Chen Zhang invited all 6 of us to his estate. I gave him the sky-splitting spear. Zhou held it for a long moment. Do you have any idea what this is worth? Astronomical. More than that. My entire net worth would not cover it. Zhou set it down very carefully. Name what you want. Protect Earth. 300 years. Zhou blinked. That's it? Nolan Mountain? That's not a favor. That's an errand. Then, because he could not stand the imbalance, and take 1,000 life-bearing planets, take 10,000. 1,000 is enough. 10,000 attracts attention. Zhou also transferred 20 billion cosmic coins out of what I can only describe as discomfort. And while we were standing there, a tall, thin figure in a black cloak with 2 small antennae on his forehead simply appeared in the courtyard. A general, world lord. Chen Zhang, he said, you've had luck. That spear is exactly right for me. Then he jabbed it once, casually, at nothing. A rift 3 kilometers long opened in a clear sky, and through it for about 2 seconds I saw other worlds. Good spear, he said, and it was gone, and so was he. So Earth went under a domain lord's protection, and Chen Zhang recalled Reese Nolan Mountain from our system with a single letter, which saved that family's life for about another year. We split it up on the way home. 300 planets to Han Tian, 200 each to Long and the Storm Lord, 49 billion cosmic coins split by contribution. The Storm Lord then discovered that one of the 5 Thunder Technique chips he'd taken had an intelligence living in it. It was Lord Mist, the old man from the castle. My second brother, entirely by accident, had walked out of there with World Lord Jiro's inheritance. We sold the 79 remaining treasures through my dead teacher's 5-star account at 0.1% commission, and the buyer sent an E-class ship, and a domain lord came down the ramp and bowed to us. Actually bowed. The Storm Lord laughed for a full minute afterward and would not explain why to the crew. 26.89 trillion cosmic coins. My account went 3-star. The Storm Lord refused his share entirely. I can't spend what I already have. What would I do? Buy a second galaxy. Final balance, 15,735.8 billion. And Han Yue lost money for the first time. A financial storm went through the Ganwu High Civilization and took 18% off the 10 trillion I'd given him, down to 8.2. Joe called me himself. Joe didn't send a report, he called, and his voice was very level in the way of a young man who has rehearsed. Investments go up and they go down, I said. This is normal. Send me the commission invoice. I lost 18%. Send me the invoice, Han Yue. I paid him 1.24 trillion in commission and added more capital, and I have never regretted a single decision I made about that kid. At home, there was a 3-year-old running the length of my hall at full speed who saw me, stopped, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Mom, brother's back." That night, I gave 298 planets to the clan, not to the strong ones, specifically to the ones with no talent for cultivation. Let the younger generation who can't fight run these, I told my father, and we'll judge their ability by the state of their worlds. Joe looked at the list for a long time. That's not generosity. No, it's a filter that looks like generosity, which is the best kind. The 5 great powers asked to open emigration to the wider universe. I approved it with 3 conditions. Outside your own planet, nobody guarantees your safety. The trip home is 3 years, and anyone who discloses Earth's coordinates is executed for treason. Then I bought 3 D-class nutrient capsules at 30 billion each and 30 tons of solution for 300 billion, because a capsule will carry a person all the way to universe rank, even if that person can no longer cultivate on their own. My mother went into the first one. She complained about the solution. Naturally, it tasted like a battery. My own panel, Law of Lightning, 3%, amplitude 42. Of the 72 essences of the Law of Lightning, I had 7, and 3 of those combined, and then Mist put a hole in me. You are not growing your soul, it said. You have Yuan power, you have body, you have law. Your soul is a candle in a room full of people with hands. So I asked for the best soul technique available to me, 1 coin. I want to note that. 1,000 coins for a space-time technique and 1 coin for this. A bronze page appeared. Under the law eye, the runes came off the surface, twisted into a funnel, and pulled my consciousness out of my body. Darkness, then laughter, from every direction, the kind that has nothing behind it. Then a sunlit grassland, and a 3-meter-tall old man with a red beard in white, who looked at me the way you'd look at a stray. An endless era, he said, and finally somebody walks in. Joe came closer, squinting. Why is your soul so thin? I'm sorry? Call me Old Hao. Whose son are you? Xiao is it? I knew a Xiao Yuanhu once. Joe waited. Nothing from me. And his boy, Xiao Shan, first genius in uncounted eons? No? You don't know that either? Joe threw up his hands. You don't know anything. 3 hours of questions, most of which I couldn't answer. Then he explained Yuan's soul, and I have never heard a better idea. You do not armor your soul. You turn it into billions of worlds, and you hide the real one among them. To kill you, someone must destroy every world at once, and they are not illusions. They are real worlds, with their own laws inside them. Joe handed me the first volume, and it materialized in my hands in the physical world, in a chair, on Mars. 1 month, soul strength up 10-fold. Kian, meanwhile, was doing his homework. Joe evaded a C2 laser rifle at point blank. His name is Ling Chen. Joe is registered under Chen Zhang of 3 Axes. Volkov found the rest on the public net inside an hour. 1,000 life-bearing planets, gifted. a sky-splitting spear sold onward to a general, and Ling Chen owns a planet called Earth, 1 wormhole, then 3 hours. His grandfather thought about it and then said, leave it. Let the Holy Land's intelligence people handle him. The first Yuan core nearly broke me. My sea of consciousness expanded tenfold and my soul crystallized into an 8-faced shape, and then the technique required me to inscribe 16 runes and connect them in a strict order inside a single instant. First attempt collapsed on rune 6. The 20th collapsed on rune 16. By a hair, which is worse. The 100th held. Thinking speed doubled. The Qianwu auction is held in a flying city above the Qianwu continent, and the hall is a football pitch scaled up by a factor of several thousand. 3 million seats, 6 meters wide and 10 tall, every face blurred. The auctioneer was a bald old man with a turtle shell on his back named Old Gregor, and his hologram was a kilometer high. 1,316,042 attendees, most of them world lords. There are more than 1 million world lords in that room, and you cannot find one in the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They warmed the room up by auctioning an entire star domain, 1,862 systems. It went for 5,600 Hun Yuan. Then, black crystal sand, which accelerates comprehension of the law of space, lanky fruit, of which I took 2 sets. Then the Yanshen armament, one of the 9 divine implements of control masters, and Han Tian went somewhere else entirely. Eyes red, jaw locked. Zhou held a top 7 position up to 3.9152 trillion and then gave me a thumbs up like a man who had just survived something. I took an automaton race D7 combat suit for 4.3 trillion. It originally sold for over 8, so I was pleased with myself, and the world lord seated next to me kept glancing over because my strength very obviously did not match my invoice. The suit is built for a 5-meter giant. There's a hollow shaped like a palm, and when you put your hand in it, needles come through the skin. My defenses at that point were at the level of a high universe rank, and those needles went through them like nothing at all, and then the suit resized itself to me. You wear it over your force suit. Layers, always layers. Meanwhile, on a white dwarf near Beta, Nolan Mountain broke through to territory lord rank. Chenjiang, Ling Chen, he said out loud to nobody. However many times you destroy my family, as long as I am alive, I will build it again. A pause. And thank you. If you had not cornered me, I would not have risen this fast. His last student, a blue-scaled man of the blade race called Baccarat, was standing behind him. From the day I sold myself into your family, Baccarat said, I decided to follow you to the end. Chenjiang called me a year later, sounding embarrassed. You asked me to watch Earth. I also wiped out the Nolan Mountain family, as a favor. A pause. But he wasn't there. Him and his student Baccarat. We've been looking for a year. Nothing. We held a council on it. Long laid out 3 possibilities and picked the first one without hesitating. Zhou comes to Earth. Zhou takes his revenge there, and then he runs to an outer battlefield where nobody can follow. And Han Tian, who had been quiet the whole meeting, put a card on the table. Zhou had raised an automaton race E9 class warship out of ruins number 1, the 1,200-meter silver pyramid in the Bermuda Triangle, and it was operational. 3 Star Destroyer cannons and 9 E3 lasers. My schedule for the next 2 years went like this: 8 hours on law, 4 hours on secret techniques, 4 hours on martial technique, 8 hours on the soul, 24 hours a day. My rest was reading in the virtual world. First month, 1 UN core. 13th month, 4. 19th month, the last 4. Then 5 months and several thousand attempts at connecting 100 cores together because the standard configuration gives you a multiplier of 3,000 instead of the theoretical 100,000, and 1 mistake destroys a core, and a destroyed core takes half a month to rebuild. 99 connected, and then I linked the 100th to the 78th, the 88th, the 99th, and to the soul crystal itself. And the structure woke up, a 9-layered polyhedron, vibrating. Soul speed times 5,000. Things I used to think about for half an hour, I now understood in the time it takes to notice them, and on the outside of it, phantom layers began to appear. 10,081 of them. Mist coughed up pure soul power and had to leave. Something just injured me, it said, sounding genuinely offended. Not an attack, the vibration. I was injured by the ambient vibration of your soul. It moved into my arm guard and never came back. 5 years had gone by on Earth. Lightning domain, 9-fold, 99.9. Law of lightning 5.67%, amplitude 50. The Earth-Human Alliance had been founded with contribution running at 100,000 Black Dragon Mountain coins per point, over 100 astral ranks on the planet. The strongest one outside my family was a control master named Sun Lan, at Astral 3, and if you're wondering where I know that name from, she is the woman who was standing in a flooded parking garage covered in blood-killing, bloodthirsty tanks with throwing knives while I collected corpses behind her back. 4,000 planetary level, 300 million apprentices. The Earth Trade Company was operating on 1,000 planets with $1 trillion in annual turnover and $400 billion in profit, and its single best-selling product across the galaxy was a beverage called Chen juice, of which we sold 10 billion cups in 1 year. My third brother was born on the 16th of March, 2064, Ling Bo. Ling Ji immediately reported to our mother that the baby had put a finger in his eye. I caught Ling Ji by the ear on the way out. Why aren't you in class? School on Earth now runs 30 years. History of Earth, history of the universe, the common tongue, martial arts, cultivation. Ju said school was long. I told him that was because life was. I got my first crumb of the law of time on Mars. 10 of me struck at once with 1,000-meter blades, and the planet shook at magnitude 10, and there are trenches in that ground 100 kilometers long that will still be there when the sun goes out. Missed. Not every universe rank 9 would survive that. It also emptied me, I said. One strike. That's a party trick, not a technique. Then the alarm went. A silver D9 vessel at Neptune took out a monitoring base with a single shot and did not respond to 100 consecutive hails. Zoltan cracked their AI in 6 minutes and put the bridge on our screens, and there he was. Nolan Mountain. 3D6 railguns, the first 30-centimeter round at very nearly light speed, took his shield down in 1 second. The second and third went through the bridge, and Baccarat pushed his teacher out of the hull with his own body and took the round in the chest. Baccarat, Joe held together for about 2 seconds, then he didn't. I went out into open space in 3 layers. Automaton D7 over 4th rank force over Vine armor at universe rank 9. Nolan Mountain hit me with everything he had and moved me about 40 meters and left no mark at all. Then he opened a 9-fold domain across thousands of kilometers. I opened mine with the law behind it, and his came apart like wet paper. Joe has 9 domains, I heard him say, and his law comprehension is deeper than mine. Then mist came up behind him. Ah? What is? Every layer of his mental defense tore at once. His eyes rolled up. His body kept floating. We split the souls, and the system ate what was left for 1,600 coins and 40 silver, which is what a territory lord and his student are worth on the open market. Joe got exactly what he predicted. Joe came back to Earth for revenge. Joe just miscounted what was waiting. While I was doing that, Long reached stellar level 9 and the 5th tier of his domain of light. The Stormlord spent 5 years being systematically destroyed by Lord Mist, who ran him against thousands of opponents of his own level, which is the most efficient and least pleasant training method in existence. I learned Myriad Line Stream, a 4-stage space technique ending in teleportation, in a month. And Han Tien bought a demonic killer race hide at the next auction for 3.9 trillion, and while he was there, he happened to see the price list for comprehension slots in the primordial universe. An undying grade slot, 37,000 Hun Yuan. Joe sent me the screenshot with no message attached. On the 9th of March, 2066, a black scroll 1,000,000 miles wide unrolled over every continent and island in the virtual universe at the same moment. People of the universe. The peak genius battle. Once every 5,000 years. The Stormlord was in the killing fields at that exact instant, single-handedly cutting down 1,000 opponents of his own level, and he died about 4 seconds later when somebody took his left arm off. A fist-sized old man with a white beard was sitting on his shoulder preparing to shout at him about it, and got as far as 1 syllable before saying, in an entirely different voice, "Oh, you have mail." Han Tien had just completed the first form of the Yan Shen armament. Human body stellar 9, golden horned beast body universe rank 8, will amplitude 58, golden domain, 6th tier. And Long was sitting on a balcony of a collapsed building in a training realm, dressed in rags, surrounded by monsters, when everything around him went black. Not from the scroll. Jode crossed the threshold of the law of light about 90 seconds earlier and hadn't got around to mentioning it. The rules. Qualification inside each civilization, then the finals. 1,008 civilizations, 1,000 entrants each, 1,008,000 participants. The top 1,000 receive between 10 and 10,000 Hun Yuan, a comprehension slot in the primordial universe and core membership of the Virtual Universe Corporation. I sat down with the 4 of us and gave my honest assessment because that is what I am for. I'm confident about me. I'm confident about 4th brother. I looked at the other 2. Elder brother, 2nd brother. Right now you are weaker than the geniuses of this universe, not by talent, by years. Long nodded slowly. The Stormlord said, then we'd better enter. All 4 of us signed up. The registration counter for the Ganwu civilization went up by tens of millions per second. Final figure, 822.5 billion astral ranks. That's the applicant pool from one civilization. There are 1,008 of them. To make it fair, they flatten you. Everyone gets set to stellar level 9 physically and mentally, identical bodies, identical energy pools. What is left after the flattening is will, domain, experience, and law, which is exactly what I wanted, and which meant that every coin I had ever spent on my body was, for the next 30 days, worth nothing at all. 6 of us went from Earth. The 4 brothers, plus Ling Han and Jia Yi, who had no domains and knew perfectly well they were there for the walk-on. Stage 1, 100 world zones, 8.2 billion people in each, 30 days. 1 point per kill, plus half the points of whoever you killed. Top 1001 from each zone advance. The single first place in each zone goes straight to the finals. Long Drew Zone 72. The Stormlord, 66. Me, 88. Han Tian, 1. City 103 in Zone 88 is a forest of empty skyscrapers with 8 billion armed strangers loose in it. My first opponent came around a corner with 2 axes and enough confidence for both of us. You're the first one His head left. The expression on it did not have time to change. By noon, I had cleared a district, 10,000 kills, 15,612 points, rank 1,862, which is when I realized that hunting people individually was going to take 300 years. So I climbed a tower 3,800 meters tall, took a loudspeaker out of my ring, tuned it to cover several thousand kilometers, and made an announcement. You garbage. Every last one of you in 103 knows how to do exactly one thing, and that is hide. If any of you disagrees, I'm on the roof of the tallest building in this city. I'll wait. 9 came first. 9 heads. Then thousands. Back on the ship in the real world, my family was watching the broadcast, and my 8-year-old brother, Ling Bo, was jumping on the couch shouting that Big Brother is the best, and my mother was making a face I could describe if I wanted to. By day 3, more than 100,000 people were laying siege to one building. That's when I stopped holding back. An 8-kilometer lightning blade with the law of thunder behind it, and the 28th essence of the law of lightning, which is this: whatever it touches passes it on to everything within 3 kilometers, and from those to everything within 3 kilometers of them. It went through a crowd of 100,000 people the way current goes through a wire. I closed my visor and did not open it again for a while. Ash came down from a height of several thousand meters for a long time afterward. 1 man got out, a big man with 2 swords and a 7-fold domain who had a crumb of the law of light in him and used every bit of it to tear a hole and go. 1 million points in a single strike. Total 2,678,492. First place in the zone. My father, watching, said one word to my mother. Frightening. Joe wasn't wrong. I have never argued with him about that. Somewhere above the arena, domain lords in white were talking to each other. Who is that? His comprehension of the law of lightning is deeper than mine, and I am a domain lord. And on a throne, several civilizations away, the Emperor of Ganwu said, "Send me his file. And after the qualifiers, reward him, generously." Han Tian spent his first 5 days building a void tower inside his own sea of consciousness and holding a doorway, which left him near the bottom of 10 million. Then he finished the tower and went hunting, and inside a few minutes he was at 100,000. His brother-in-law, Zhang Jun, watching from the family box with his wife and his in-laws, said out loud in a strangled voice, "Joe went up 9,900,000 places while I was getting a drink." Nobody entered the 10-kilometer circle around my building for 2 days, so I started hunting. I found 3 people sheltering in a shopping mall, and their leader stood up and said, in the voice of a man playing his only card, "We were sent by the royal family of the Ganwu civilization. Die." And the young woman behind him lowered her head and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me," and did not raise a hand, and I have wondered since exactly what she was apologizing for and to whom. Day 15, I killed Guo Yuming, who was in the zone's top 10, 18 million points. Day 20, Xu Bing, 30 million. Day 25, Zhou Xuan, 55 million. Day 27, the number 2 of the zone came to me on his own. Lin Qi, barefoot, filthy hair, a short blade, and the flat calm of somebody who has already accepted the arithmetic. "Last time I felt you," he said, "I knew I couldn't take you. But even if I lose here, my score is enough for the top 1,000. Zhou rolled his shoulders. "So show me everything." "Strike first," I said. "Otherwise you may not get to." Zhou was still deciding whether that was arrogance when I stopped being where I was. A 10-meter lightning blade opened him from the crown down. On his way out of the zone, I'm told, he said, "What was that? Was that teleportation?" And then after a pause, "Good thing I didn't come earlier. 55 million points for 1 man. 30-day final. 998,298,492. Twice what second place had. And on the last day, I did not fight at all. I sat in the top of a tree in an empty part of that world and worked for 11 hours on getting the evil chi out of myself. A month of that leaves a residue. It builds up in you the way smoke builds up in cloth, and I had a mother and 2 small brothers waiting at the other end of the exit, and I was not going to walk out of there carrying it into my own house. Final standings for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Me first. Han Tian 42nd. Long 530th. The Stormlord 670th. A woman named Priya 860th. The emperor laughed out loud in front of his whole court. Ling Chen is the pride of this empire. Reward him richly. I came out to 1,689 connection requests and 3,568 letters. Also, Mist had been silent for a month because intelligent life is banned inside the world zones, and it had a great deal to say about that. I told my staff to decline everything, and then the Empire's own embassy arrived, which you cannot decline. A white-haired world lord named Ivanov, and behind him, in person, the Emperor of the Silver-Blue Empire. The reward was the Milky Way. The whole thing. 226,859 life-bearing planets. Annual profit around 120 trillion. I handed the administration to a Universe Galaxy Bank team for 30% of profits because I have learned that the correct thing to do with the galaxy is hire people. They also gave the 4 of us dossiers on 827 super geniuses, which was the actually valuable gift. That evening I told my family, without explaining, from now on, everyone comes back to Earth to give birth. Why? The medical facilities out there are better in every... You'll find out later. They still bring that up. Withdrawing 15 Hunyuan in physical crystal requires a week's notice. They put me in a metal-walled room, and a domain lord handed me a ring, and instead of moving it by hand, I moved it with the law of space, and the entire room filled with origin power for a moment. His expression changed. I watched it change. Joe's known for lightning, he said afterward to somebody. That was space, and that was not a crumb. Back at the castle, I fed the system a mountain of crystal 16 meters high, 157,986 gold coins, which meant I could finally afford Seraphina. But first, the arena. 100,100 qualifiers. The 100 zone winners go straight to the finals. The other 100,000 fight for 900 slots. Format: a melee of 100, of whom 10 survive, then duels, and whoever loses goes into the reincarnation cycle. 10 fights a day, 9,374 fights, 3 years of it. Tickets sold out immediately. The arenas hold 1 billion. Long made the last 8 of Group 161 in a bout that got suspended partway through because Lin Qi removed several people with 1 stroke and the officials wanted to check something. Han Tian, in Group 382, used the Yanshen armament in public for the first time, and the match lasted 5 minutes. I put 100 billion on him at 2-1 and collected, and the house took 15%, and I have never been happier to be taxed. Then I went back to Earth and bought a queen. The Zerg nest is 800 meters across and covered in craters, and poison comes out of the craters like slow water. 100,000 coins. The system's golden soul power went into 10,000 of Seraphina's primal soul pearls at the same instant. The mountain moved. Shockwaves came out of it and took trees and boulders off the slope, and I backed up several kilometers because I could not have survived being in that. Wish fulfilled. And out of the largest crater came a slender figure with butterfly wings and blue eyes and a face I could not quite resolve. And she inclined her head and said, "Master." She had 11 soldiers left, all World Lord peak. 3 tiger carapaces, 10 stories tall, in fire-red shell. 8 hunting mantises, 24 meters, black scale with blue patterning and 4 bladed forelimbs. Zerg economics, since I had to learn them anyway. An ordinary shadow-type world lord cost 10 Hunyuan of crystal to grow. A tiger carapace 25, a mantis 50. A royal mantis costs 5,000 Hunyuan, which is the entire net worth of an ordinary undying lord. To carry them, I needed an inner world, which cost 10,000 coins. Inside my Dantian, the shadow of an axe appeared and cut at nothing. 9 strokes opened a space about the size of a man. Then a gear made of runes turned, and the space widened to a radius of 5 kilometers, and a layer of rock 1 kilometer thick grew across the middle of it and split my world into a bright half and a dark half. Seraphina woke up in there, walked around, and gave her professional opinion. "Master, your world is small and empty. Be patient. When I'm a world lord, it will have room." 6 universe-rank guards watched all 11 of her soldiers come out at once and discovered they could not remain standing at a kilometer's distance. So I brought a 10-meter law blade down on an asteroid that happened to be passing, and it stopped being an asteroid. Anyone who speaks about this is executed. Nobody spoke about it. My brothers lost. The Stormlord went out against a man who had crossed the threshold of the law about a week earlier, which is bad luck of a very pure kind. Han Tian met Lin Qi in the 4th round, and Lin Qi brought out an earth-splitting blade and turned himself into 2 of himself, and Han Tian put him in critical condition and lost anyway, long lost to a woman called Moya, who fights like weather. Both of them went into the 3-year reincarnation cycle. And then, a world lord named Qin, one of the founders of 3 Axes, sent Long a personal letter offering to take him as a student, which is not a thing that happens to a 50-year-old from a planet nobody has heard of. They came for me a week later. The commander of the 28th Army, a man called Basilisk, escorted me into a hall where a giant sat on a throne tens of meters high, and the space around him was bent enough that I could not resolve his face no matter how I looked. Venerable Xiao Ran, the lord of the entire civilization. You are only astral rank, he said, and you have comprehended lightning and also the essence of the law of space. A pause that lasted about a year. And in your bout with Lin Qi, there was a crumb of the law of time. Weak, but not weak enough to escape me. And I said, because apparently this is who I am. If I'm that impressive, shouldn't I be rewarded? Joe looked at me without saying anything for several seconds. I would like to state that those were long seconds. Then he laughed, and the hall shook. I like you. I'll take you as a student. Joe did not ask. I'll consider the question of a teacher, I said carefully, when I reach the primordial universe. What I did not say was the actual reason, which is that Xiao Ran is poor, genuinely. By the standards of the place I was going, a civilization lord is a wealthy man in a small town. Joe rewarded me anyway. A sphere of light containing 18 essences of the law of space and 3 of the law of time. Study and take first place. Do not embarrass me. Old Hao looked at my 100-core structure and made a face like a man inspecting amateur carpentry. Your connection scheme is crooked, but for the time you've had, it isn't bad. Joe handed me the 2nd volume. Before you reach World Lord, you will build a structure that multiplies your soul by 10,081. Not 3,000, not 5,000. 6 months later, Law of Lightning, 13.568%, Space 5.28, times 0.84, and a clear-eyed assessment, which I wrote down at the time. My strength is already enough for first place. The remaining problem is resources. The Virtual Universe Corporation will give me everything except the one thing I actually need, which is cosmic crystal for gene levels, because nobody in that organization has ever imagined a person who eats it, so I ate it. Triple the gene multiplier every month. 495 coins, then 630, then 1,305, 1,980, 2,115, 2,250, 3,465, until I ran out. And in the 12th month, the system upgraded itself without being asked. 168 hours, during which the law eye went dark, and I sat in a chair on Mars being blind in one eye and useless. Gene level 84. The upgrade gave me 10 simultaneous wishes. And a forge. That's the part nobody could have predicted. The system had acquired an artifact creation module, and the mechanic is beautifully simple. Pour in law and pour in coins, and the quality of what comes out depends on both. First attempt. Every scrap of space-time law I had 20 essences and 4 plus 1,000 coins. A phantom furnace smoked in the middle of my hall for 15 minutes. What came out was a silver dagger 20 centimeters long with an hourglass set into the grip. 2 abilities. Space strangulation, which puts a sphere up to 10 kilometers across anywhere inside a 100-kilometer radius and grinds anything inside it whose law of space is shallower than the law I poured in. And time acceleration up to 10 times my personal time, and the sand in that hourglass runs faster the higher you push it. Double speed holds for 10 minutes. 10 times speed holds for 6 seconds. I called it the Time-Space Dagger, which is not a creative name, and I have never once regretted it. After that, I forged something every month. Attack pieces, defensive pieces, wings, once, purely to see whether I could. And one night I poured soul power into the furnace by accident, with Yuan core runes still hot in it, and discovered an entire category the manual hadn't mentioned. Soul artifacts. A miniature tripod cauldron, the size of my palm, with its own autonomous defenses, which will guard a soul whether or not the owner is conscious. I did not tell anybody about that one for a long time. New Year, 2069, I cooked, personally. 20-meter table, 4 families of Earth around it, and the Stormlord's family present, even though he had gone off into a secret realm with his teacher Brutus for what was projected to be several decades. Han Yue had earned 120,000 Hunyuan in commissions alone over 10 years. My own net worth was 120 million Hunyuan. Joe raised a glass and said, "Deadpan, you transferred it straight to my account this time. No contract. Aren't you worried I'll steal it? We've known each other a long time. That's not a legal instrument." "No," I agreed. "It's better." My third uncle, the one with the mechanical arm, now runs a security company covering the entire Milky Way. tens of thousands of astral ranks, and about 50 universe ranks on the roster. I gave him the pirate problem and did not check on him once. March 3rd, 2069, the reincarnation cycle ended. Han Tian finished first, undefeated across 9,374 fights. Long came through with 9,326 wins and 37 losses. The Emperor. 3 of the 1,000 final slots in this civilization are ours. 3. Let anyone tell me now that I do not cultivate talent. Zhou gave them a star system each, which is the imperial way of saying nice work. Long became the student of World Lord Qin. The Storm Lord became the personal disciple of an undying named Brutus. And Han Tian spent 3 years growing a demonic killer race clone, which has a natural instinct for space and whose soul is linked to his, so that everything the clone comprehends, he comprehends. The night before the finals, September 5th, 2070, we had a barbecue on the roof of my virtual castle, a whole one-horned bull on a spit. Somebody had hired staff. Zhang Na, looking at it, said, "Cousin, open a chain of these in the virtual world. You'd make a fortune." I said I already had a fortune. She said that wasn't a business objection. The Stormlord stood up with a glass and said, "To first, third, and fourth, go and make them say the name of our planet." 1,000,000 geniuses from 1,008 civilizations in one dimension with 1,008 buildings ringed around a central plaza. Ganwu was led by an 8-meter giant in scaled robes called Odin, whose presence made everybody in our delegation go pale except me because I pushed back with law and he felt it. Ling Chen, Lin Qi. Zhou looked at the two of us. "You are the only two I am confident will not wash out. The king is watching." Behind us, the crowd started up. "Who's Ling Chen? Apparently he killed 100,000 with one strike. And Lin Qi. Nonsense. Nobody kills Lin Qi. Room assignments, me, 1. Lin Qi, 2. Han Tian, 3. Long, 6. The celebrities of that plaza, for the record. An illusionist of the howling god race called Malachor, the demon of illusions, who can kill you inside your own head by looking at you. The light sword, Einar. A prince named Kale, and the outright favorite, a man everyone calls Death, Dagon, whose comprehension of the law of space is deeper than that of many world lords. I found Lin Qi in the crowd and offered him a bet, 10 Han Yuan, that he finishes below Han Tian. Zhou took it. Zhou shouldn't have. Final format. Everyone gets their own trial space. 7 towers of 7 floors each. Each tower is worth 10 times the previous one. Top 100 go straight into the core. Places 101 through 7,300 fight over the remaining 900. Tower 1, floor by floor, 10,000 blood-furred mammoths, 10,000 9-headed pythons, 1,000 metal Thors, 1,000 flying Hao, 100 automaton puppets, 10 stellar giants called Azure, and on the 7th floor, a hive which produces soldiers continuously and does not stop. Long and Han Tian both worked out the same exploit and used it shamelessly. Kill 9,999, then keep the last one alive until the clock runs out. Each tower bought them 70 days of undisturbed cultivation, which is why, for the first 3 weeks of the finals, both of them sat at the absolute bottom of the leaderboard, and the imperial court was in mourning. Long, what a disappointment. They are still our pride. They are at the bottom of a list of 1,000,000 people. I did not use the exploit. I went straight through. 4th tower cleared, 77.77 million points. Dagon at that moment had 6.67 million and was on the 6th floor of the 3rd tower and said to himself on camera, "Zhou is faster than me and he is still accelerating." I slowed down after the 2nd tower. Zhou didn't. 1,008 undyings watched that leaderboard together and began, in a manner I find genuinely charming, to bet. I'll put a battle axe from a secret realm on the 4th floor of Tower 7. 5th. You are all sentimental. 3rd. On the 7th floor of the 6th tower, I took 3,000 blue mantises apart in 10 minutes and split the hive in half. On the 1st floor of the 7th tower, every one of the 10,000 mammoths was individually stronger than 99.9% of the people in this competition. So I opened 3,000 illusions and struck from whichever of them was closest and put each mammoth down with one clean stroke to the neck. 1,777,770,000 points. First place. On the 2nd floor, I went to 5,000 illusions. And an undying somewhere said, with real appreciation, Zhou was holding back on the 1st floor. Floor 3 of the 7th tower was 1,000 metal warriors of Dara, and their trick is that they merge. All 1,000 of them fold together into one 30-meter giant with the strength of a territory lord, and if you let that happen, you are finished. So I did not let it happen. I came apart into thousands of illusions across the whole floor, so that no group could ever get close enough to another group, and killed them in 1s and 2s. The last 100 managed it anyway. Fine. I took the giant's arms off, and it collapsed back into dozens of separate warriors, all of them weakened by the reassembly, and 1,000 of me killed all of them in the same instant. Floor 5 was 100 automaton puppets, 18 meters each, and the useful thing about automaton puppets is that the head is a decoy. The control chip sits in the chest. I opened with Space Rip, which puts a 3-meter tear in the middle of the air, and it worked beautifully and cost so much origin power that I did it twice and then stopped and went back to hitting chips one at a time. Floor 6, 10 stellar giants called Azure, 500 meters each, 10,000 illusions. Those animals could not decide which of me to chase and spent most of the fight turning around. Above all of that, 1,008 undyings were losing bets to each other with tremendous good humor. A white-haired giant with hare's ears. 4th stage myriad line stream and the essences of 2 laws. I lost that wager, and I am glad I lost it. Odin had staked a very serious treasure on the proposition that I would reach the 7th floor and fail it, and defended his position honestly. I am not betting against Ling Chen, I am betting on the king's judgment. The general opinion in that room, once the arguing died down, was this: tearing space open with pure law comprehension while at astral rank, and killing 100,000 of his own tier with one strike. That combination shows up once in billions of eras. And then the Venerable of 9 Swords walked in. I was informed he is entering the 7th floor, he said, sitting down. I thought I would watch. The 7th floor of the 7th tower is a hive 500 meters across. Mist ran the comparison for me and then apologized for it. Master, that hive is only slightly weaker than Seraphina, Territory Lord rank 9, minimum. This floor is not designed to be passed. It came at me in waves of 1,000 blue mantises, each individually stronger than Chen Zhang, and it grew a fresh 1,000 every 20 minutes. There is no winning that by attrition. Attrition is what it's for. So I took out the 5th rank Void/Blade, left tens of thousands of phantoms scattered behind me, close to 10,000 meters, and had 10 of me cut the hive from 10 directions at once. A 3-kilometer rift opened across it, and green came out of the seams. All 10 of me stopped existing. The last thing standing on that floor was a phantom. A 5th rank weapon is not something an astral rank can swing. I didn't pay for that strike with strength. I paid for it with law, which is a currency that comes out of somewhere much closer to the bone. Out in the plaza, 1,000,000 geniuses stood up. Not applause. They just started saying my name over and over, in the flat way people say a thing they have to hear out loud to believe. Nobody had ever cleared 7 towers. Not in the entire recorded history of this competition. They brought me before a hall with 1,009 thrones in it. You are the first, the Venerable said. Ever. Then Odin explained the situation with the betting, which had gone badly for approximately 1,008 people, and the Venerable proposed with a straight face that they compensate me for the inconvenience of being so difficult to predict. I declined. Here's my actual reasoning, since I've never said it out loud. With Xiaoran there was an exchange. I bring glory to his civilization. He rewards me. We both know the shape of it, and nobody owes anybody afterward. These people are strangers. If I take gifts from 1,000 strangers, I owe 1,000 strangers. And I would not know whether they were giving because they wanted to or because a Venerable had suggested it in front of witnesses. And a gift that came out of a room like that is not a gift. It's an invoice with a smile on it. I have to live among these people for a very long time. I would rather have 1,000 acquaintances than 1,000 creditors. They laughed. Several of them looked at me differently afterward. Then I went and slept for 11 hours because I had been running on nerves since Tower 1 and my hands had started doing a thing I didn't like. Long and Han Tian were still farming the timer. 70 days a tower. Bottom of the leaderboard. The Imperial Court publicly grieving. Long, on the 7th floor of the 4th tower, got tired of waiting and speared the queen out of the hive. She came out 7 meters tall with a crystalline body and butterfly wings and a face wrapped in haze, and beautiful music started playing from nowhere in particular. Long said, "You're seducing me? Now? At this point in the schedule?" and put the spear through her head. Zhou died on the 1st floor of the 5th tower after killing 5,862 mammoths, 268th overall. Han Tian lost his right arm on the 7th floor of the 5th tower. 100 blood mantises leading 583 soldiers, and he was down to 1 arm, and he was about 11 seconds from being eaten, and on the way down he broke through to the 9-line stream. 9 phantoms arranged into a 3x3 grid, and his efficiency went up tenfold in the middle of a fight he was losing. 9-line, he said, out loud, to nobody, with 1 arm. I got it. I actually got it. Then he cleared the hive and kept going. Zhou stopped on the 1st floor of the 6th tower at 7,992 mammoths. 3rd overall. 2nd was death. Dagon died on the 1st floor of the 7th tower at 5,612. Final trial standings for Earth. Me 1st, Han Tian 3rd, Long 268th. The Emperor gave me the Milky Way, which I already owned, so he gave me a second one. Zhou gave Han Tian the Wind and Thunder Valley system, and Long the Celestial Flower Horn. Odin sat us down before the duels with a warning I have never forgotten. Of the top 10 in the trials, 3 are martial artists and 7 are control masters. That is not because control masters are stronger. It is because the towers reward them and punish illusionists. Zhou tapped the list. Malachor of the Howling God race is, by raw strength, a top 10 fighter in this competition. In the trials, he came 190th. And against an illusionist? 2 options. Hold your will or kill him before he starts. There is no third option, and men have died finding that out. The reward tiers, since everyone in that plaza had them memorized, first and second get 10,000 Hun Yuan and the primordial mystical region. Third to 10th get 1,000 and the highest beginning region. 11th to 100th get 100 and the heaven and earth region. 101st to 1000th get 10 and the doomsday region. And members of the primordial region get a personal guard, an undying commander, 10 world lords, 100 domain lords. The 799 who hadn't made the selected 100 started complaining about the format. Loudly. Then, in unison. This is unfair. I wasn't even given a match. Long, beside me. Why are they doing this? Because every one of them is the best thing their civilization has ever produced, I said, and they have just been moved to the side of a stage for the first time in their lives. Then the Venerable let his consciousness settle on the plaza, and all 799 went to the ground. I said at the start, anyone who is dissatisfied is free not to join. Nobody is being held. And afterward, an old man in white with silver scales along his jaw said quietly to a group of boys who had just discovered gravity, remember this, children. In your own civilization, you are geniuses. In this company, the only people with a vote are people like Ling Chen. Zhou straightened his sleeve. So be modest, and above all, do not argue with decisions from above. My first duel opponent was a man called Menon, who asked politely for a moment to prepare a special technique. Certainly, I said. Begin. I'll wait. I did wait. For about 9 seconds, while a hurricane assembled around his spear and the crowd started to make noise, then I was standing next to him. You know, I said, I've decided that's taking too long. Zhou came apart with his armor and all 8 of his shields. Then Malachor, the demon of illusions, won all 3 of his previous matches without moving. His opponent simply stopped standing up. Against me, he drew a psychic weapon, which he had not done all tournament, and which I took as a compliment. And I deliberately did not strike first. I wanted to see it. I have never in my life been able to resist wanting to see it. The wave went into my sea of consciousness, hit a soul crystal running at 5,000 times normal, and dispersed. Malachor's face came apart in a way that had nothing to do with damage. What? Then he folded over and coughed blood. There's nothing special, I said, about the illusions of the demon of illusions. It was not a kind thing to say, and he was not in a position to answer, and I finished it quickly because there is no version of dragging that out that I would want on a recording. The top 10, me, Dagan, Ren Hai, Han Tian, Zhang Mo, Gareth, Han Lun, Einar, Chen Chen, Lin Qi. Lin Qi had spent 5 years building his own technique, and he announced it before he used it, because that's who he is. Universe Destroyer. And he turned into 9 dragons. I want to be respectful here. Zhou is genuinely one of the great talents of his generation, and he built that himself with nobody's help. Universe Destroyer, I said. Ling Chen Destroyer. I have no notes. 1 counterstroke with Sky Thunderblade. Zhou dissolved, and his earth-splitting blade went several dozen kilometers before it hit the barrier film at the edge of the arena. Up in the thrones, the reaction was not to me winning, it was to Hao. Zhou used nothing but the law of lightning, the whole match, not a single space technique. His comprehension is at World Lord level. Zhou's astral rank. Yes, that's what I said. The final round is everyone against everyone. Han Tian put 9 golden swords on me, and I took all 9 out of the air, and then he sent a psychic cone into my head that broke against the crystal, and then he was gone, in the time it takes to swing an arm. Zhou told me afterward that the hardest part was that he never saw the arm. Then Dagan. Zhou opened with 3,000 illusions, which is more than anyone else in that competition could produce, and which is exactly what he is famous for. I opened with 10,000. Every one of his got hit by at least 3 of mine, simultaneously. It was over in under a minute. Zhou went down and looked up at me and said, with something I choose to read as satisfaction, "You really are strong." Then he lost consciousness, and the arena finished the match the way the arena finishes matches. 4 fights, 4 wins, first in the universe, Dagan second, Han Tian in the top 10, Long inside the 1,000, 10,000 Hun Yuan to me, 1,000 to Han Tian, 10 to Long. Then the logistics, which is where my mother came back into the story. Everyone selected travels to the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, 3 years in transit, then 30 years of comprehension inside the primordial universe, and time runs differently in there. So 30 years inside is 100 years outside. I explained this at the dinner table. My mother put down a bowl. You will be gone, she said, for more than 100 years. Yes, you are 26. I'm going to be alive for 10,081. It's proportionally a weekend. She did not find that as good as I did. I auctioned 10 of my forged artifacts before I left. Ling Han kept 2 of them. One was a timepiece. The other was a single-use grenade that creates a space strangulation field 500 kilometers across and does not distinguish between friend and enemy, and I made her repeat that last part back to me twice. Then, I fed the system 1 billion cubic meters of cosmic crystal, 10 million coins, and ordered 100-fold gene level increase in 3 days for 40,000. 3 days passed outside. A month passed inside my hall, and that is when I found out, for certain, that the system can bend time in an enclosed space, and that it had probably been doing it for years without telling me. Universe rank arrived like an ending. The 9 stars in my Dantian swelled tenfold and then detonated, one after another, and out of the wreckage a spiral galaxy assembled itself with a black hole at the core, and the black hole started eating the stars and producing pure power out of the other side. Soul crystal. 108 faces, inner world, 50 kilometers. Serafina walked out to the horizon and back and delivered her verdict. Now there is room. On an ore planet somewhere else, 3-eyed people in scaled armor were having a different conversation. Ling Chen is a genius of the kind that appears once in a million eras. While he is under the protection of Undyings, we would need a marquee at minimum, and even then there is no guarantee. So we wait. We wait. Human custom is that on reaching territory Lord rank he will take a post inside the Ganwu civilization. That is the opening. A pause. Infiltrating humans is expensive. Every operation costs us people. 7th Squad has him. Continuous coverage. No gaps. They have never once stopped watching me. I want you to hold on to that, because it matters at the end. 3 F-class ships came for us, 600 meters each, shaped like a beast, a sword, and a warhammer. Out of the beast came a dry old man with a hooked nose, who bowed and said, "Greetings, your highness." And behind him, world lords and domain lords bowed too. That form of address is owed to members of the primordial region by everyone below it. I have never gotten used to it. I answer to it. That's different. The virtual headquarters is a floating mountain called Chenxiang, 89,000 kilometers across, divided into 5 regions. Primordial, which never holds more than about 120 people and whose estates run to thousands of kilometers. Highest beginning, 1,000. Heaven and Earth, 10,000. Doomsday, tens of millions in what are frankly apartment blocks. And the public region. Estate 114 had tens of thousands of people lined up outside the gate. At the front, a man in white with gold armor and pale violet hair. Ethan Shore, 10 world lords behind him, 100 domain lords, and a crowd of universe ranks, and every one of them went down on one knee. From today, your safety is my responsibility. Every member of the primordial region receives 100,000 points, which is 10 times what the next tier gets. And then I went to the treasury and looked at the price list and understood what 100,000 points is actually worth. Cosmic True Understanding. Volume 1, 1,000 points. The first 3 volumes, 100,000. All 9 volumes, 100 billion. And the complete work is not for sale at any price. That figure is theoretical. They print it to make a point. I bought the first 3 volumes and walked out of that treasury with nothing left. Ethan advised me to apply for a teacher and named 3 undying champions who specialize in space-time. Hao Tian, Alden, Lin Chen. 2 of them declined the same day. One was in the middle of creating his own technique. One was in a secret realm and not receiving. Alden Monarch did not answer. That's good, Ethan said. For a powerful undying, a single session of cultivation is decades long. Zhou has not refused. That is the only thing that matters. Han Tian called me that night, and I could hear him doing arithmetic before he spoke. Third brother, how many points do you have? 100,000. And how many have you spent? All of them. There was a pause, and then Zoltan in the background, at maximum volume. I told you. I told you what he would do. I told you this morning. The transit took 3 years. My 10 artifacts sold at auction for 5,650 Hunyuan, which paid for the next 3 years of forging. I split my time down the middle. Half on Cosmic True Understanding, which contains 40,638 techniques, 13,521 of space, 13,323 of time, and 13,794 fused. Half on the forge, at 10,000 coins per piece now, which pushed the quality up into the top of the low tier. And I got about a third of the way through the Yuan core runes. Then we arrived. The headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation is a continent tens of light years across, with planets around it the size of sesame seeds. We went in on a ship shaped like a fish, nearly a kilometer long, blue, with a tail that moved, rated F-class at the level of a fused Undying. At the crossing, time came apart. Everyone on board was sick. I took off the blindfold, and under the law eye, the time runes burned brighter than anything else in that corridor, and I spent the worst 9 minutes of the voyage learning more about time than I had in the previous 3 years. Inside the primordial universe, the sky is cracked, not damaged, unfinished. You can see through the cracks to the threads, and you can watch the patterns on the threads weaving more universe as it expands, because in there, the laws have not been put away yet. The primordial chaos city has 3 treasures. The dwellings around the city, where the strongest beings alive have been writing their insights directly into the ground for millions of years. The 52 chaos tablets, which are the 52 great ways, and the chaos beasts outside the walls, from which you extract true chaos spirit to fuse with your soul. In a corridor, they show you 52 impressions of the 52 tablets, and you pick one. I picked the cosmic tablet. The attendant actually stopped writing. Sir, are you certain? The cosmic tablet is the most difficult of the 52, not one of the most. The most. I'm certain. Han Tian took the 9 universes tablet. Lin Qi and Han Lun took the great axe. Long took light, and Dagon, who I had beaten in front of 1 million people, walked past the cosmic tablet without slowing down and took space, which is what he was already best at. Which is the correct decision, and I have thought about that a great deal since, and I still would not do it his way. They give newcomers 7 days with the tablet. 7 days. They gave every newcomer a house in the primordial chaos city for 30 years and a supply of nutrient solution. I had asked for 10 times the standard allocation because I know myself. They gave me 1,000 times. 3 months in the capsule and I came out at universe rank 9 with a supermassive black hole in my Dantian and 8 smaller ones out along the spiral arms and an inner world with a 500-kilometer radius. In those same 3 months, dozens of the geniuses who arrived with me died hunting chaos beasts outside the walls. Long came to my door afterward and stood in it for a second before he said it. If it weren't for that artifact you gave me, I wouldn't have come back from the last hunt. We're brothers. Don't. The cosmic tablet is hundreds of meters tall, and its keeper is a 3-eyed old man called Zhou Min, who has clearly stopped expecting anything from anybody. 9 images on it. The first is a ripple, made of 18 waves converging. The second is 72 waves. The third is an ocean of 216. The fourth is a star chart. The fifth is a net woven from 360 stars. The sixth is a river with stars for pebbles. The seventh is a strange flowing life form. The eighth is 2 of them merging. The ninth is an enormous life form with countless smaller ones inside it. I took the first image. 9 of those 18 waves are the essence of the law of space. 9 are time. 7 days later, they had to shout me out of the room. Literally shout. Come out. Come out. Your time is finished. Come out. I came out reluctantly, and Zhou Min said, without looking up from his desk, everyone is like that the first time, and it makes no difference. Comprehending a thing and making it yours are 2 separate lifetimes of work. Then there is the heavenly Maxwell, 52 of them, over an endless ocean, 1 for each tablet. The cosmic Maxwell is the second highest, 30 tiers. Its keeper is a man called Wu Gang, and when I registered, he sent out 1,000 letters. Ling Chen is attempting the bridge, the plaza filled up, the Venerable of 9 Swords came. The reward is 100 points for the first tier, and it doubles from there, and newcomers get a 10-fold bonus, which is the single most generous rule in that entire organization. Tiers 1, 2, and 3 took 1 strike each. Somebody in the crowd said, 3 tiers is enough to attend the master's lectures, which is true, and which he said in a tone I did not enjoy. Tier 4 is where Dagon had stopped. The defender there uses a world of blades, 10,000 edges orbiting him at all times. I opened a 3-kilometer space rift through the middle of it and took the blades and the man with the same stroke. On tier 5, I stopped borrowing and answered with my own. 100,000 blades against his 50,000, and he spent everything he had 5 separate times and then had nothing left. Tier 6, 1,000,000 blades aside, and in the middle of that fight, I finally used the thing I had taken off the first image on the tablet. 9 strikes, layered into 1, 9 consecutive. Tier 7 went to a time pause and a teleport, and then I stopped. Not because I couldn't, because I had what I came for, and I do not spend on vanity. 127,000 points and 7 additional comprehension sessions with the tablet. An Undying leaned over the rail and called down, Boy, you have made a great deal of noise. Get ready to start choosing. And within the hour, Alden Monarch accepted my application for instruction. Also within the hour, 1,529 letters and 13 connection requests, one of which was 4 words long. Jianjiang Venerable, come to the inner palace immediately. Jianjiang Venerable turned out to be my second senior brother, which meant I had a teacher and had had one for some minutes and had not been consulted. Our master, Jianjiang said, walking me down a corridor at speed, is the primordial Chaos City Lord. I stopped walking, the second strongest human being in the universe. Zhou maintains 3 clones. The one that governs here is the killing clone. Jianjiang glanced back. So be respectful. I mean that as a practical instruction and not a courtesy. The courtyard is called the Chaos Ruins, and one step through the entrance turns space and time inside out and puts you in an endless desert world. Zhou was 3 meters tall in dark red armor with a scaled tail, and when I looked at him, my soul shook, and my soul at that point was running at 5,000 times human speed with 108 faces on it. I watched your bridge recording, he said. 26 essences of space, 10 of time, and you are near the top of both. Less than half a year in this city, and you have already taken the essence of a tablet. A pause. 100-fold gene level, which among humans is rare to the point of absurdity. Teleportation. Time pause. Zhou took me as a named disciple on the spot and set a condition. 800 years. Clear the 15th tier of the cosmic Maxwell in that time, and I will take you as a personal disciple. Behind me, Jianjiang was thinking something he told me about later. It took me 3,000 years to get 108 essences of space. Then my teacher looked at my right eye. I did not lie. I have never lied to that man, and it is the single best decision I have made in either life. Jianjiang, listening, said with open envy, the rest of us see the law through a veil. My junior brother has no veil at all. The gift for accepting was 20 additional comprehension sessions with the cosmic tablet. I made that tablet, my teacher said. Everything I learned in a lifetime is in it. Take as long as you need. And a session with Jianjiang once every 10 years. The first consequence of all this arrived on Earth about a month later, when Venerable Xiaoran issued a formal decree granting the planet Earth privileges within the Ganwu civilization. Zhou had never done that for anyone. The third treasure of the city is outside the walls, chaos beasts. You kill them and take true chaos spirit out of the core, and you fuse it with your soul, and afterward your soul is related by blood to the space of the universe itself. 3 zones. Out to 2,000 kilometers is universe rank territory. 2 to 10,000 belongs to territory lords. Past that, world lords. Mist made an observation while I was suiting up. Your species could have exterminated every monster on your planet. You kept some. This is the same arrangement. We moved them, I said, by my order. There's a world in the Milky Way that is nothing but Earth's monsters now, and school children go there for their trials. Below planetary level, they only fight in simulation. So you kept them, said Mist, and made them polite. The first chaos beast was a 3-meter ape with 1 vertical eye, no nose, no ears, and a tail that works as a locator. I took an arm off it, caught it, and finished it, and the body burned away into chi and left a turquoise spark. Then several hundred came at once, and I put out 1,000 illusions and collected more than 300 spirits in a single afternoon. I did that for a year, then another, then 8 more. The city talked about it. Lei Shan, who is Han Tian's teacher, was actually annoyed. The rarest opportunity for comprehension that exists, and he is out there hitting animals. Bing Xuan laughed at him. His own master isn't worried. Why are you? The geniuses were less gentle. 10 years and he has not been back on the bridge once. Perhaps that was the whole of his talent. Meanwhile, 4 days out of every 10, Alden Monarch was walking me through the secret canon of Wind Shadow, which is 324 characters, and each character opens its own family of sword forms. 108 of space, 108 of time, 108 mixed. Zhou explained the structure once at the beginning, and it is the clearest thing anybody has ever said to me about the law. An essence is a stroke. There are 44 strokes in your written language, are there not? From strokes you build a character. From characters you build a text. Nobody praises a man for knowing strokes. I made Jianjiang a drink once, personally. I called it ephemeral bloom, and I wove comprehended law into it, which is not a thing anyone does, because it is a waste of law. Zhou drank it in 1 swallow and stared at the glass. That's delicious. There are space-time concepts in this. There are. You put comprehension of the law into a beverage. I did. Zhou put the glass down. Then, conversationally, you know Alden Monarch is my student. Zhou never mentioned that. Zhou never. Jianjiang's face did something wonderful. I'll be having a word. Zhou's always taught me conscientiously. Zhou would not dare do otherwise. 30 years inside is 100 years outside. By the end of it, I had all 108 essences of space and all 108 of time, and the third stage of Phantom Cut, which is 100 strikes in one instant and which, because of the time component, is very nearly impossible to see coming. On Earth, meanwhile, a century happened. My brother Ling Ji married a princess from an imperial civilization, which I found out about by letter 6 years after the wedding. My mother reached universe rank 9 in 2086, first in the family, with a lifespan of 10 eras. My father got there in 2093 and complained about it. By 2015-6, the Xiao clan was over 1,000 people. The Earth Trade Company grew 100-fold to 150,000 Hunyuan, largely on the back of Ling Han's drinks business, which had become genuinely fashionable among people who owned star systems. Then the Virtual Universe Corporation bought in and took 51%, and the owner's holdings went up 5-fold anyway to 1,650,000, which produced a side effect nobody had planned. The managers of second-tier subsidiaries of the Virtual Universe Corporation are automatically core members of the Doomsday region, which meant Ling Han, Zhang Na, and Han Yue were suddenly inside. Ling Han immediately to Zhang Na. Well, now it'll be much easier for you to see Han Tian. Out of the 1,000 geniuses who came in with us, 817 were alive at the end. The Venerable of 9 Swords addressed us on the last day and did not soften it at all. The primordial Chaos City is the safest place we have ever given you, and you lost 20% of your number inside it. Joe let the plaza sit with that. I am disappointed. When you return to the ordinary universe, I expect that in 100 years there will be 500 of you. Then he gave us 10 days, so I went back to the bridge. Wu Gong sent his 1,000 letters again, and this time 386 undyings came, and they went straight to bedding. 9th tier, 10th, 11th, and I would like to see all your faces. Alden Monarch, who had taught me 4 days out of 10 for 30 years, said nothing and smiled at the floor. 8 went instantly. 9, 10, and 11 took a few exchanges each, and everyone watching could see I was holding back, and that is what started the noise. The strongest territory lord in our primordial region took the 11th tier. It took him tens of thousands of years. Somebody else, flatly. That is a universe rank. Joe has been here 30. The scale, for what it's worth. Up to tier 9 is World Lord Comprehension. 10 through 14 is an ordinary undying. 15 and above is a marquee. Tier 12 happened on a bridge inside a planet, and we traded strikes for a long time, and every exchange left tiers in space that did not close. Both of us were moving in a way that made slow things look fast and fast things look slow, which is a thing only somebody who has taken the essence of the law of time can do, and I could see him seeing it in me. Tier 13 was on the surface of a star. My opponent wore burning armor and announced that he would show me God-slaying, which I appreciated because announcements are free information. I spent nearly everything I had and used 100 phantom cuts. Time stopped. 100 of me appeared around him. 100 black lines. Joe did not finish the announcement. Up in the stands, an undying said the word out loud. Teleportation. That was teleportation. One of the 3 great mysteries of space. Joe turned around to the row behind him. An undying who possesses one of the 3 can become a champion. Where does a boy get one? And somebody else, quieter, looking at the replay. Forget the technique. What is that blade in his hand? I have been alive for billions of years, and I have never seen that weapon. Nor have I. Nor have I. And Alden Monarch in the back thinking, Master did once mention that the junior uncle can forge. The news went up. In a dark place, a voice made the space around it crack. What? Chaos has already taken him as a disciple? A pause. Then why are you bringing this to me? Another pause and a change of tone. Very well. If Chaos took him, he's ours. Pass it down. Protect him. And then the sentence that has followed me ever since. Joe will draw endless assassination attempts. If he dies, we can revive him. That is not the danger. The danger is if he is enslaved. Lord Zhao Kun, the Lord of Darkness, the founder of the Great Axe himself. Every one of them considered taking me, learned who already had, and instead gave orders to their people to keep me alive. It is not easy for humanity to produce one of these, one of them said. We are not going to repeat history. I have never found out what history. And at the same time, through their own people inside our organizations, the insect race and the monster race and the automaton race and the prison race received the identical bulletin. Wake every sleeping agent. Kill him at any cost. The moment he leaves the primordial region for field training, intercept. Champions and venerables are authorized. The race will cover every expense. 6 tiers in one session at a 10-fold bonus is 8,064,000 points. I bought the 4th volume of Cosmic True Understanding for $1 million and had 8,181,000 left over, which is the first time in my life I have walked out of a treasury with change. Final panel before departure. Universe rank 9. Ninefold lightning domain. Law of lightning 24.67%. Space 34. Time 32. Amplitude 50. Gene level 100. Phantom cut 3rd stage. Yan soul 1st level. Soul severing 1st stage. And 10 days left. So I went and opened the Forge module, which I had not touched in 30 years. Oh, and one more thing from that week, which meant nothing at the time. Zhou Min, the three-eyed keeper of the Cosmic Tablet, accepted an invitation from the Venerable of 9 Swords to join an expedition into a newly opened universe secret realm, the kind of place where anything below Venerable level is presumed dead on entry. Zhou packed up his desk and left, and I remember thinking that the tablet room was going to feel wrong without him in it. I put every scrap of space-time law I owned into the furnace and 1 million gold coins. What came out fit in my palm. Blood red armor. High-class medium artifact. 1. It stops anything below undying completely, absorbs 99.999% of an undying strike, and 99% of a venerable's. 2. And this is the one that has saved my life more than once. On a killing blow, it reverses time on me. All wounds, all expenditure, rolled back half an hour. 3. Tenfold recovery. 4. It takes any shape I want, so it can be a coat or a bracelet or nothing visible at all. I called it the Venerable Armor, which was arrogant of me at the time and stopped being arrogant later. Then I did it again, with another million. A golden short sword, 60 centimeters, with a single black point at the tip. Highest grade medium artifact. Its name is Genesis. It strikes through space-time out to 100,000 kilometers. The point cuts space-time barriers, and it multiplies any attack you put through it by between 10 and 10,000 times. I test swung it once in an empty part of the desert world, and space came apart like torn cloth, and everything nearby started falling toward the gap. Missed, after a moment. Master. That will cut through any ring you try to store it in. 10,000 coins for a sheath. There is no dignity anywhere in this life. My teacher spoke to me from thousands of li away as I was leaving. Outside, it is 100 times more dangerous. Your senior brother travels with me. Zhou will deliver you to the primordial region personally. And then, to himself, and I only know because Jianjiang told me later, I will not allow another Ethan. Jianjiang put it plainly on the ship. The insect race and the monster race have both moved you up their priority lists. Not to kill, to enslave. Zhou watched to make sure I understood. If they kill you, Master revives you. From enslavement, not even the great axe can get you back. And the Venerable of 9 Swords said goodbye to all 817 of us with the same warmth as always. 817 out of 1,000 in the safest place we have. In 100 years, in the ordinary universe, I expect 500. Ling Han and Han Yue and Zhang Na made it as far as the Doomsday region, and Han Tian and Zhang Na met in the middle of the main plaza in front of everybody and stayed there for some time. I let it run and then walked over. That's enough. It's going to get harder to arrange from here. Han Tian looked up at me with his wife still in his arms. You knew 120 years ago that this was how it would work out. A pause. Are we even brothers? The primordial region is a 9th order spacetime. 136 stars orbiting on a path so specific that their motion generates its own space-time, and a venerable cannot walk into it. My holding on the Wuchen continent is 1 million kilometers across. That is thousands of planets worth of ground, wrapped in fog made of liquefied origin energy. At the gate, 10 world lords, 100 domain lords, 1,000 universe ranks, and several thousand staff. All of them bowed. The virtual system that comes with it has 3 departments. Life, where D-class ships and below are free, which is the sentence that finally made me feel rich. Study, which is lectures by venerables plus 4 practical facilities, the Heavenly Maxwell, the Sea of Illusions, the Eternal Altar, and Tongtian Mountain. And cultivation, which is missions, sorted by mortality rate, 0%, 10, 20, 50, 90. Amplitude 100 cost me 625,000 coins on the last step alone. The latter is brutal. 60 costs 1,000, 70, 5,000, 80, 25,000, 90, 125,000, 100, 600, and 25,000. And when it finished, for the first time in my life, my power did exactly what I told it to. No overshoot, no waste, every strike costing exactly what it should cost and not 3 times that. 2,182,179 coins left. The lecture hall in the primordial region is 200 kilometers long. My one friend in that region is a bronze-skinned bald world lord called Kalen, who told me how the next 1,000 years of my life was going to go while we walked out of a lecture. Right now, you're universe rank. You're a chick under a wing. Nobody touches you. Zhou counted on his fingers. You reach territory lord. They post you to a civilization, and the other race's agents come for you there. You reach World Lord, and you are no longer permitted to travel with a guard, and that is when the life and death trials start. That's the schedule? That's the schedule. Everyone gets it. Most people don't get told. So I audited myself. Techniques, adequate. Skill, adequate. Weapons, Genesis and the Shu Wen blade, adequate. Defense, the armor, adequate. Companion, one vine. I spent 119,800 points on treasures for the vine and 357,000 on ships. Tongqian Mountain pays 100 million points at universe rank. 3 billion at territory lord. 100 billion at world lord, payable when you get there. 3 levels, foot, slope, summit. 3 guardians at each. A bull with an axe, an ape man with a psychic weapon called the Arc Serpent, and a snake woman who works in illusions. At the foot of the mountain, the bull was asleep and drooling. Joe woke up, understood what was happening, and started shouting with genuine joy. Somebody came! Nobody has come in an eternity! Joe shook the ape awake. Get up! Get up! Even if we die, they just make us again. At the summit, the snake woman was floating in a pond, and the ape was drinking out of a barrel. They made us, the ape said, and then nobody visited for millions of epochs. Her mental strike came in and broke against 10,081 phantom layers around 108 face soul crystal. I answered with God-splitting through the Shu Yuan blade, and the blade disappeared into the space it had opened, and for a moment all anyone could see was a floating hilt. Cleared. And she asked me afterward, with no bitterness at all, the way you'd ask about the weather. Why don't my illusions work on you? Your mental strength is a little thin. She thought about that and nodded, and I have felt bad about it ever since. First human ever to clear the primordial Tongqian Mountain, by the way. The eternal altar is a plane with all energy switched off. No law, no domain, no origin power, muscle only. 100 steps, and the test is this. Inside 1 second, you strike with fist, elbow, head, knee, and foot, and your score is your weakest of the 5. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. 81,000 points. 50 on that scale pays 1,000. 100 pays 50,000 plus everything accumulated below it. And 100 is not a scoring convention. 100 is the ceiling of the universe for physical amplitude. There is no 101. Then I bought a technique called Heavenly Divine Transformation for 10,000 coins, and it came as a violet book with 6 pages, of which the last 4 have been erased. First stage, 10 times instantaneous power. Second stage, 100. The requirement is that you implant 108 planetary star cores and 108 stellar star cores into your own body, with the essences of space and time engraved on each. The cores cost 1 point and 10 points respectively, which is nothing. A planetary core is a 364-faced crystal the size of a fist that weighs 10 tons. A stellar core is the size of a ping pong ball and weighs 1,000 tons. Then I spent 2 million gold coins on a seed. Here is what happened at the other end, and I have never told anybody this story because I do not know how to tell it in a way that sounds true. Somewhere in an ancient realm, deep in space-time, a barefoot giant was walking through a forest with a violet hoe over his shoulder. Joe may have been billions of light years tall. I could see rivers of mist running around his ankles, and in the mist there were specks, and the specks were people. Joe came to a world tree whose canopy was hundreds of times wider than its trunk, and he reached up to the crown and picked 10 very small seeds off the top. Finally bearing, he said. Decades of care, and it paid off. Perfect quality, there should even be some left over. The seeds fell toward his palm, and the palm was a hole in the world, and one of the 10 went the other way. Joe glanced at it. One went astray. Joe shrugged and put the hoe back on his shoulder. No matter, bigger harvest than expected. In my inner world, a golden bead landed and put down roots. It went straight through the 100-kilometer layer of rock. In 1 day, it had laced the entire floor of my world. In 3 days, it had a shoot with 2 leaves the size of my hand. 100,000 coins made the world tree a clone of my first secondary soul, and when that soul went in, there was a silent scream that I felt in my teeth, and then the soul settled into the phantom of the tree and filled it completely. What the tree can do: control space-time inside its own radius, grow any single leaf into an independent world, and send roots through the void and take hold anywhere. 3 years, and it reached universe rank 5, trunk 150 kilometers, canopy over 1,000, individual leaves a kilometer across. My inner world went from 1,000 kilometers to 5,000. Serafina, who had complained about the size of it for a decade, walked out to look at the tree and said something odd. "Master, how has your tree grown like that?" A pause. "It does not look much like the ones I remember." Serafina: "Yes, master. Stop staring at the tree and comprehend the law." "Master, in a world like this, a pig would comprehend space-time." Then I took my first mission. I went straight to the dangerous tier, and the system put up a red panel for me. For a first mission at the dangerous tier, the historical mortality rate is 78.2%. Do you confirm? Confirm. Out of 186 available assignments, I picked Vesca Star, which is a planet over 1 trillion kilometers in diameter, sitting inside the primordial region itself, and which the briefing described as a world that worships strength and sings about slaughter. 2 objectives. Obtain a time crystal. 10,000 points. Obtain the title of Black Warrior. 100,000 points. I prepared properly. I had local patterned silver moon battle blades made. I learned several dozen of the planet's languages in an afternoon, which at 1500 times soul speed is roughly a nap. Quiyu Palace is the virtual universe garrison, and its job is not to defend Vesca Star. Its job is to sit on it. That planet has been corporation property for hundreds of millions of epochs, and its strong keep rebelling, so the corporation keeps it as a proving ground for geniuses, and any native who gets out and makes trouble is dealt with by people who do not file reports. I came in disguised as a meteor. Down through the storm layer of the dragon spine and 21 layers of cloud. At the 19th layer, the gravity is such that a planetary 9 cannot fly at all, and an astral rank hangs in the air for a moment and then goes down like a dropped coin. The first thing I met was a 20-story blood-red python with a human face and human arms, carrying a spear and a saber. It saw me and started shaking. It dropped both weapons. It went down on its coils, the way you'd go down in front of something out of your grandmother's stories. I put my hand on its head, the way you'd calm a frightened child, and pressed, and that was the end of it. What fell out of the wreck was a beast core with a complete soul still in it. And that is the only reason I was on that planet at all, because Yuan technique runs on soul power, and Vesca Star grows souls the way other worlds grow wheat. I threw the body to Seraphina. Planetary 9 Master, that is a snack. One of my planetary level insects needs 100 of those. 1 month of hunting. 30,000 cores. Far too slow. I met the locals by accident, which is how I meet most people. A young lord called Chen Qi and his bodyguard Fang Lei ran into a 3rd-tier silver wolf demon, and I took its head off on the way past. Their ranking system maps cleanly onto ours, which was useful. Earth, Sky, Ling Xiao, Lord, World, Divine Spirit corresponds exactly to Planetary, Astral, Universe, Territory Lord, World Lord, Undying. Then a man called Shu Yun came at the caravan with 8 universe rank fighters and about 40 men behind them, and I put all of them on the ground with reflections and did not kill anybody, mostly because I was curious about the paperwork. Shu Yang reported to his uncle in a voice with something wrong in it. 1 man. Uncle. 1 man put all of us down. That was Lord level. That had to be Lord level. The 18 fiends caught the caravan in a canyon. 18 armored figures with axes, a band famous locally for having once fought a lord and walked away. Hand over the saber from the ruins of the time god. The caravan scattered. Shu Yang made a run for Chen Qi with a spatial glove in his fist, and they killed him in the air, and the glove came off his hand in a long arc and landed in mine. The leader looked down at me. Give me the glove. And if I don't? Then death. I sighed, and 18 of me appeared in front of 18 of them. How is that? 18 flashes. Then the canyon was quiet. I took the spatial storage and left the armor and the weapons on the ground for the surviving caravan guards. Drinking money. 60 million purple gold, 12,000 4th-tier cores, and, worth more than both, books, reference works. Somebody's collected notes on how this world actually functions, which is how I found out what a time crystal is. It is one of the divine crystals made by an ancient time god. When he died, the method died with him everywhere except the temple. And the note in the margin of that book, in a careful hand, if a large deposit is ever found in any world, every power that knows of it will be exterminated. Temple rules. To become a lord, a world class must fuse 1 crystal into himself. To be permitted to rule a world, more than 3. A man who has fused one fights 100 of his own tier and wins. There are others. Fire, ice, wind, wood, earth, space. And a man who has fused 10 is a black warrior, and every crystal after the first requires a soul twice as strong as the last one did. I sat with that for a while. The first objective is fine. I rob a world lord. The second one is why this is the hardest dangerous tier mission on the board. Star City has 400-meter walls and a gate 100 wide and 300 tall, and the guards on it charge admission and pocket it in front of you. The currency runs copper, gold, platinum, purple gold at 1,000 to 1 each step. I said goodbye to Chen Qi at the gate, told him I was only passing through, and went into the city to listen. At a material shop, I bought 6.7 million 3rd-tier cores, and the owner went pale at the total, and then, visibly, talked himself into an explanation. Of course, you are accumulating mental strength. You intend to become a black warrior. That's exactly right. I took a room at the most expensive inn in the city, the Green Shade Pavilion, put one purple gold coin on the table in front of a server, and asked him to tell me about the city. Joe talked for 3 hours. Chu earned that coin, and he left the room a wealthy man, and I got the entire political map of Star City for the price of a nice dinner elsewhere. 3 great families: Star, whose head is the city lord and who has already fused a time crystal; Zulong, who commands the garrison; and the Chikshi merchants. Target selected. Word went around the city that week that a very large person was coming down from above, and the shopkeepers were told to wash their windows. So I went to look. 10 coins bought me a full day with every trace of my aura sealed. Not hidden, sealed. I became, as far as the world was concerned, a rock. A bird flew into me while I was standing still and killed itself on my shoulder, and there was not a mark on the armor. 3 phantom steps took me past the patrols and the concealed posts and into the depths of the Star Estate, where 3 world lords were sitting in a pavilion: Star himself, who had entered the rank recently and was still enjoying it, and 2 envoys of the temple. "We act on the order of the time god," one of them was saying. "Fuse 2 more crystals, and you will be sent to govern the world of Taihei. The resources there are richer. And the ruins of the ancient time god are in that world. A vein of time crystals was found there once. It's worked out now, but you are free to look again." I stood in the dark outside that pavilion and changed my entire plan. I had come to kill 1 man and take 1 crystal, enslave all 3, 150,000 gold coins. 3 invisible currents went out and sealed the pavilion as a space-time barrier, and nobody inside noticed anything at all. 3 world lords fought that barrier for about 11 seconds. Silver runes came up on their foreheads. Star, the city lord, was the loudest, and what he shouted was not a plea. "They exiled me to this hole. I clawed my way to the edge of ruling a world, and now I do not accept this. I do not accept." And one of the temple envoys, in the tone of a man watching a mountain fall on him, "The time god himself could not do this. Joe could only slow us." Then all 3 went down on their knees. "Master." I asked about time crystals immediately, and they told me everything, one after another, the way you'd count beans. Star had 2, the thin envoy had 10, because the temple issues them in batches to seed new world lords. The heavy one had 5, plus the names of several dozen other world rulers and exactly what each of them was carrying. 6,898 divine crystals of 10 kinds, 17 of time, 35 of space. Then I gave Star his first order: collect every beast core in this city, 2 days. Joe did it beautifully because he did it as himself. Joe announced to his 2 golden generals that he would take them with him when he became a world ruler, and then ordered a full requisition, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers in black scale went out across the city in 1,000-man detachments. The population assumed a beast tide was coming. There was a fat old shopkeeper who had sold me 6.7 million cores the week before, and he pushed a sack of purple gold at the officer in his doorway and asked what he had done wrong. "Nothing," said the officer. "The order is to seize all cores. Concealment is punishable by death." Some of them concealed anyway. They were hanged in the central square, and I watched from a window, and I would like to tell you I felt something more complicated than I did. Far to the north, in a temple wrapped in the law of time, a messenger reported that 3 soul lamps had gone out. Both envoys and Star, whom they had specifically ordered, watched. The time star god connected himself to a pendulum tens of millions of kilometers across and read something in it and coughed silver fluid onto the floor. "Filth of the Virtual Universe Corporation." His voice moved the building. "You have enslaved my descendant. I will not let this pass." Hundreds of giants stood up from their thrones. "Lead us against the outer demons." And a voice from higher up said 4 words: "The time is not yet." Every one of them sat back down. The messenger who had brought the news was on the floor and not moving, and not one person in that hall looked at him. At the Quiyu garrison, the human side registered a spike in law of space fluctuation. Undying level, then champion Marquis level, then champion king. They went to maximum alert and recalled every highness from the surface. Then the spike stopped, and there was nothing. I got the mass notification like everyone else and read it twice. Vesca Star is a training area. The strongest things on it are supposed to be undyings. So why is a garrison of the Virtual Universe Corporation frightened of it? I made a note. It was a good note. Then Star, still kneeling, answered a routine question with a sentence that reorganized my whole plan. "My father is the time god." I made him say it twice. The time god has 36 sons. 12 are alive. Star is the youngest and the favorite, which is why he was sent out to gain experience with 2 envoys attached to him like handrails, and every significant member of that temple has a soul lamp burning in a hall. The nearest teleport point was 600 million kilometers away. 6 days of flying. I spent them robbing. Star handed over his own holdings first. 1,000 fifth-tier cores, 1.8 million fourth-tier, 1 billion third-tier, 10 billion second-tier, plus a ring 10,000 meters by 8,000 by 5,000 containing 10,000 divine crystals and tens of millions of cubic meters of origin energy. Your father, I said, really does spoil the youngest. After that, the method was simple and I ran it for weeks. Fly to a world, hover. Mohai, Yuki, you have 1 hour. Go down, kill the Lord, bring me the time crystal. Half an hour, usually, then the next one. The temple noticed on the 11th, 100,000 temple guards teleported into the Jade Mountain world under a three-eyed commander called Huo Fa with orders to arrest the world ruler Jizhou for the death of a son of God, and they put up portraits of me in every city, one-eyed. They got that right. The order went out across 100 neighboring worlds. The two envoys have betrayed the race, kill on sight, and Huo Fa sat with the list of missing lords, which was approaching 100 inside a month, and did what a competent officer does, which is look for what they have in common. All of them had met Mohai and Yuki in the last decade. All of them had received crystals. Then he gave an instruction that I have thought about more than almost anything else in my life, and he gave it in passing, the way you'd order a window closed. Kill everyone connected to Ling Chen. Let them escort the Son of God on his way. Chen Qi's family did it themselves, on the orders of their own head, quietly, in one night. Every guard who had been in that forest. I found out the rest later. Chen Qi ended up in his own family's cells, badly hurt, and asked the man who had given him up why he had done it, and the man told him, "Your father killed my brothers and their households for the crime of having seen your brother Chen." Zhou listed what he had lost, and I am not going to repeat the list. "So I have nothing left," he said. "Do what you like." And Chen Qi, who was 19 and had once bought me a meal, whispered, "I'm afraid you're finished too." I was 2,000 worlds away setting up a job on a lord called Lan Gao, who had 10 crystals and was days from becoming a time black warrior, and in his fortress, a temple envoy with double pupils was explaining the pattern to him. Over 50 world rulers have vanished. Every one of them met Yuki and Mohai and received crystals from them. A pause. You are almost certainly next. I turned the ship around in the last hour. The temple knows those two are mine. We're going to the ruins of the time god instead. It's 1,000 worlds from here. About black warriors, since it mattered later. 10 crystals makes you a black warrior. The strongest are the ones who fuse 10 of the same kind, and among those, the time black warriors are their own category. Legend on Vesca Star says that a time black warrior who becomes a god is easily recognized by the greatest relic of the race, and gains the ability to look into the past, which explained why my face kept arriving in cities before I did. Star added, unprompted, "My father was a time black warrior in his youth. And above him? Above him is the great time god. I fused my first crystal at 30,000 kilometers up. I had 63 of them by then, so this was not a shortage problem. It was a will problem. Out of the crystal, into my sea of consciousness, came the most savage will I have ever encountered, screaming one word over and over, kill, kill, kill. And this is the part that surprised me. It is not a test of soul strength. It is a test of conviction. A disciple with the right kind of certainty can hold against the will of a world lord, and a world lord with doubts cannot. I put a mountain on it, then the body followed. My skin scaled over and split and scaled again. My veins went transparent. I went from unbearable heat to absolute cold and back for a long time, and silver runes came up across my chest and stayed, and at the end of it I could feel the origin of time. Above the ruins of the time god, there is a broken mountain with palm prints on it, giant ones. I looked at one for too long and fell into it. The sky closed. A palm came down over the whole world, and I could not move, and then I discovered that I could not think either. It came slowly, and it arrived instantly, and both of those things were true at the same time, and that is the part I still cannot describe properly. I came out of it soaked through, and Star was saying from a respectful distance, "Master, you were standing still, you were sweating." My first coherent thought was, I want that. The full print costs 30 million coins. A tenth of it costs 1 million. I fed the system 1,365,000,000 cubic meters of crystal, and bought the 10th, and now there is a 50-kilometer phantom of a palm hanging in my inner world. Serafina looked up at it for a long time. "Master, what is this new thing?" "Study material. It is a hand." "Yes." Below the 5th cloud layer over the ruins, the clouds are blood red. Underneath, collapsed palaces and craters thousands and tens of thousands of kilometers across. Some look like fist strikes, some look like fingers. At the bottom of the deep ones, there are space turbulences and time turbulences sitting in the dark. The story is that an ancient time god led the gods of Vesca Star against outer demons and died here. The demons were driven off. The surviving gods hid in a secret realm, which is the temple that exists today. And there is a detail in that story that went through me like cold water. The temple is older than Vesca Star, which means the natives of that planet may not be natives at all. The evil chi down there does not press on you, it passes through you, through the body and through the sea of consciousness, like air through a screen, and it changes whatever it passes through, slowly, without asking. 2 things attacked me out of the fog in the first week, and both of them regretted it, and I took 5 time crystals and 30,000 cores off them. I put my 3 slaves into my inner world and told them not to resist. Then I found a crater 100,000 kilometers across, which is a hole Earth could fall into without touching the sides, went down 3,000 kilometers, and carved myself a house into the rock wall, 100 meters by 110 high. I put carvings on the walls and painted the ceiling. I wanted it to look like a home. I was going to be there a while. The World Tree became a territory lord that year. Its phantom collapsed inward and reformed as a human figure with my face, and the galaxies inside the seed compressed into a life core. Trunk 1,000 kilometers, 10,081 main roots at 300,000 kilometers each. My inner world blew out to 100,000. Then I fused a space crystal, and the will inside a space crystal hits about 3 times as hard as a time crystal, and black runes joined the silver ones on my chest. Sensitivity to the origin, up 50%. For me and for the tree, because we share a soul. The tree was the one that noticed the anomaly. Something wrong with time, far below. 8,000 kilometers down, the evil key thickened. At 15,000, it was 3 times worse. At 25,000, it thinned out again, which I did not like at all. 30,000 kilometers was the floor. So I started cutting through the rock, and the density went up. 6 times. 8. 10. I stopped at 10 with cold sweat on my back, doing arithmetic. The anomaly is still 1,000 kilometers past this. Density doubles every 10 kilometers. At the source, it would be at least 200 times what I was standing in, so I did the only thing available, which was adapt, 100 kilometers at a time, sometimes 150. 2 years to adapt the first stretch, and in those 2 years, I fused 6 crystals, 5 more years for the 8th, 10 years at the 500-kilometer mark, where the evil chi had the consistency of liquid and ran 130 times normal. The 9th crystal came there. The 10th failed 3 times. 20 years at 200 kilometers, where it ran 300 times normal. And in that 20 years, sitting in liquid malice at the bottom of a dead god's grave, I finished all 360 runes of the Yuan core and fused the 10th crystal on the 5th attempt. Sensitivity to the origin, times 10. My brothers noticed before I did. The 4 of us met in the virtual world, and Han Tian and I sat down, and the Stormlord looked at the 2 of us for a while and then said, "You 2 are getting extreme." Because we were both trailing evil chi in a virtual space, where nothing physical exists. Long laid it out for us that night, patiently, the way he does. There are 3 stages of cultivating the heart, clarifying the heart and seeing your nature, which means seeing what you actually are, the merging of yin and yang, which is the unity of heaven and man, and the boundless heart, which contains everything. The Stormlord is on the 2nd. Long had just touched the 3rd. Han Tian and I, with wills that can hold against world lords, are both on the 1st. Still. Read the old books from home, Long said. The Chinese ones. They might help. Joe shrugged. The heart isn't learned, it's understood. Nobody can hand it to you. For the record, Long had by then cleared 10 tiers of the Sea of Illusions and stopped only because I had asked him not to draw attention. Not even a venerable great illusion touches that man anymore. 20 years, 400,000 temple soldiers, no trace of me. In 10,000 years, Wo Fa reported, no outsider has ever lasted more than 5 years on this planet. They die or they leave. This one has done neither. And the Time Star God broke the law of his own clan a 2nd time. Joe activated the temple's relic without authorization and sent his soul into the severed river of the past and found me. There, he said, coughing blood. Finally, and the sentence came down from above him before he had finished standing up. Twice you have broken clan law. Twice you have damaged your divine body. 50,000 years in the divine prison facing the wall. Zhou got out one instruction. Post guards in these 3 places. Then he was gone. The last 200 kilometers are not rock. The rock has been eaten out into a cavity, and in the cavity there is a vortex of evil chi turning slowly with an ancient aura in it, and the aura talks. Come to me, child, enjoy the slaughter. Isn't it beautiful? I walked in, 100 meters, 50, 30, 10. And at 10 meters the evil chi simply stopped, and what replaced it was the densest origin of time-space I have ever been inside. At the center, in a silver sphere, were 18 silver runes, arm-thick, hundreds of meters long, braided into a spiral, and in my head, old notes. Wei, Chen, Zhang. The runes had runes on them. Runes the size of a needlepoint, where runes are normally finer than particles, which means somebody had written out, at legible scale, the method by which origins are joined together. The systems analysis, fragment of an unknown supreme treasure, not a core, contains the law of time-space, currently attempting to restore itself. I put it in the furnace as a base and poured in 300,000 coins. That forge ran for half a day. It had never taken more than 15 minutes before. What came out was a silver bead, half transparent. Auxiliary artifact. Time-space origin simulator. It derives and models the evolution of the law based on the owner's own understanding. It does not teach you. It shows you what your own comprehension implies, which is a completely different and far more dangerous gift. Under the crystals, at the bottom of that cavity, there was a dried pool of blood-red liquid with half-formed crystals still condensing out of the edges of it. So the divine crystals of this world are made out of the blood of something. I did not follow that thought very far. I am following it now, and I still do not like where it goes. The vine, by then World Lord rank 1 with 216 roots, dug out the vein, 130,000 time crystals, 160,000 space crystals, and then the world tree became a World Lord. Trunk 5,000 kilometers, canopy over the whole of my inner world, and at the breakthrough the soul crystal and the power crystal melted into two streams and touched, and out of that contact came the first grain of world power, and then its consciousness fell into the place of beginning of the primordial universe, endless ground. And every grain of sand there is a space, and every space is full of cosmic crystal, an entire world made of the stuff. A channel opened, and origin energy flooded my inner world, and that happens exactly once in a life, at the instant of becoming a world lord, and then never again. I built with it, a continent 30 million kilometers across, an inner sea around a place I called the island of space and time, mountains, rivers, and every leaf of the world tree, 36 million of them at a kilometer each, became its own world, ice ones, fire ones, light and water and desert and star, and in one corner, an entire world made of crystal. Seraphina walked the shoreline for 2 days and came back with her verdict. Master, an ordinary world lord has an inner world 10,000 kilometers across. She looked out at the sea. Yours is 30 million. I had one regret about that day, and I have never told anyone, and I am telling you. When the origin energy came flooding back in, I should have had the system eating it. I came up out of that hole 120 years after I went down. On the way, I worked out a new movement off the tablet and called it Shadow Body, a 100-kilometer step with no ripple in space at all, which is not a travel technique. It is an assassination technique. They spotted me anyway, in the fog, 100 territory lords in a ring, and I went through almost all of them in a few minutes. One of them, on the ground with his limbs gone, laughed at me. I'll give you this. For a Ling Xiao level, you're good. Joe coughed. You still won't leave. They'll avenge us. And they came. 100 world lords, 8th and 9th rank, Divine Tiger Squad 048, and their captain read me the charges out loud like a man reading a menu. For the murder of an envoy, death. For the murder of a son of God, death. For refusal to submit, death. Are you finished? I said. Then come on. I've never fought 100 world lords at once. Somebody in the back said, in genuine bewilderment, a universe rank 9 against 100 world class, is he insane? Their biggest, a man called Ibu, opened with an axe at 10 times acceleration. The venerable armor did not mark. What is he wearing? Ibu's voice changed. That is a supreme treasure. That is a supreme treasure, and he is a universe rank. Then he unfolded a world projection, and the ruins turned into an endless desert, and the weight of an entire world came down on my shoulders, and under it, I put out tens of thousands of phantoms. Ibu stopped attacking for a full second. Joe is holding 10,000 phantom cuts under the pressure of my world. A pause. How deep is his law of space? I switched from the Shu Yuan blade to Genesis about then, not because the Shu Yuan blade was failing, because it was expensive, and I intended this to take a while. Ibu went berserk about 4 minutes in. That's a real state for his people, not a figure of speech. In it, he cannot tell friend from enemy, and he does not come back until whatever he is fighting is dead. His own squad backed off and let it run. Let him find the boy's limit, somebody said. Genesis went through space-time and out the other side of him and took his life core with it. Joe came back to himself just long enough to be confused. How could a Ling Xiao level kill me? I was playing with you, I said, which was cruel and which was also true. Then I used Phantom Cut at the 3rd stage. Time stopped. 99 of me appeared next to 99 world lords, and 99 life cores broke in the same instant. The ones at the edges did not have time to be afraid. What they had time for was confusion. What happened? Why is my life core? And then, from one of them, in genuine religious terror, a god has intervened. There were another 200 waiting at the mouth of the ruins, 2 more, 100 cuts. 300 World Lord corpses went into my inner world as feed for Seraphina's insects, and I sat down on a rock and did the only piece of thinking that mattered. The time god had used the relic again. That's how they found me. It also means he cannot use it continuously, or I would have been caught in year 1. They know my strength now. Next time they send undyings. The second objective is worth 100,000 points. My life is worth more than that. I left. Back at the temple, the report went up the chain and stopped. 300 world lords of the highest rank, all of them. And the demon is gone again. How do we explain this to the star god? We report it to the time god himself, and the voice from above them, calm as furniture. There's no need. I already know. Joe has left Vesca Star. A pause. Forget about it. I never learned what happened in Star City after I stopped needing it. I have thought about that sentence for a long time, and I want to be honest with you rather than sympathetic. At the time, I did not think about it at all. I was a traveler passing through. That is what I told myself in those words, and I heard myself do it. The mistress of Quiyu Palace received me on the 16th floor, in a hall tens of thousands of kilometers across, in which the earth would fit with room around it. Han Ling Yun. Violet robes that looked woven from gold thread in one light and like plain cloth in the next. Silver hair, a vertical mark on her forehead, and a face I would put next to Seraphina's. She is of ordinary height, and standing near her, giants feel small. She is stronger than my eldest senior brother. Your will is good, she said. This intake of geniuses is the best in several 100,000 epochs. A slight tilt of the head. You in particular. When you entered Vesca Star, Jianjiang asked me to keep an eye on you. I didn't know that. You weren't meant to. She waved me toward the door. With your talent, do not sit around at universe rank. The World Lord level is where geniuses actually open up. And after I left, she laughed to herself, quietly, and said something to an empty room that somebody repeated to me centuries later. That much will, at that age. Was mine like that when I was a territory lord? A pause. I wonder how far you go. What I took off Vesca Star, for the record. 3 World Lord slaves, 131,689 time crystals, 168,954 space crystals, 35,982 others, beast cores, 92,000 fifth tier, 2.4 million fourth tier, 1 billion third tier, and 10 billion second tier. I gave the entire 10 billion to Mist. The mission board paid out on the first objective, 10,000 points, and then, confidentially, they explained why divine crystals are contraband among humans. Sell one openly, and all 5 great powers arrive at once. The corporation buys them internally. Time crystal, 4,800 points. Space, 4,500. Others, 1,200. And for an undying, 1 point equals 1 hun yuan. I sold 30,000 space crystals for 135 million points and immediately spent 100 million on the first 6 volumes of Cosmic True Understanding. Then my senior brother called. I hear you came back from Vesca with crystals, if you have any spare. And then he explained the thing nobody had explained to me, which is why they matter. The primordial universe gives its special conditions to world lords. Once you become an undying, that gift is withdrawn. Which is why so many champions sit at the threshold of venerable for tens or hundreds of thousands of epochs, doing nothing, going nowhere. Divine crystals work for undyings, and for venerables. So I sold them cheap, I said. You did. Don't take it too hard. Jianzhong almost smiled. Vesca Star belongs entirely to the Virtual Universe Corporation, and the corporation is run by our teacher. Direct trades between members are forbidden, so we did it as a gift and a return gift, valued at 10,000 points apiece. I handed over 100,000 crystals, 50,000 of each kind. What I asked for, 5-star devouring grasses, raised to 1,000 vines and World Lord 9. 20,000 units of World Lord peak insect corpses, and the balance in cosmic crystal, 874 million hun yuan of it, roughly 900,000 cubic kilometers. Seraphina received the insect corpses and lost her composure for the only time in her life. Master. There is enough here for 1 million mantis kings, 1 million tiger kings, and 1 million shadow kings. The method for growing a king is not pleasant, and I will describe it once. You breed enormous numbers of the weak in an enclosed space and let them consume each other. What comes out at the end is a king, 10 times stronger than any of them. 100 kings a day. 90 years of work. Her one limitation is that she can precisely control 10,000 soldiers. Past that, the orders available are advance and retreat. Then I went past the ceiling on my own body. The natural limit of an ordinary life is 100-fold gene level. That's not a rule anyone made, that's simply where bodies stop. 200 costs 7.6 million coins. 300, 12.63 million. 1,000, 47.98 million. 2,148.98 million, 4,700 1.32 billion, 6,300 4.15 billion, 8,924.5 billion, 10,000 51.66 billion, and then the price broke. From 10,000 to 10,081 is 81 steps. Those 81 steps cost 4,300 billion coins. The first 10,000 cost 800 billion, 30 years, and 5,100 billion coins, and at the end of it, I was a perfect life. And the primordial universe noticed. Something poured into me at the moment I hit 10,081. Not the system. Something older and much larger with no interest in explaining itself. I became a territory lord rank 1 instantly, without breaking through anything. A life core formed in my body, and my soul and my inner world both moved into it. And then I started growing. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000, 20, 30, 90,000 kilometers. Every living thing in my inner world bowed its head without deciding to. Seraphina bowed, the insects bowed, the vine bowed. That is not rank. Rank does not do that. That is what a perfect life does to ordinary life, and I did not enjoy it as much as I expected to. My life core ran through every color there is and settled into chaos, and every living thing inside me fell asleep at once, and my consciousness went somewhere, a space full of points of light, and every single point pressed on me the way my teacher does. They flowed around me, all of them except one, which came at me faster than light, and I opened my arms to it because at that moment I understood that refusing would be the great mistake of my life. It showed me a river that contains the birth, aging, sickness, and death of everything, from the beginning of the universe forward, all of it at once, moving. And then I forgot all of it. Every image, every note, gone within a second of surfacing, except one thing, which stayed, printed into the deepest part of my soul, an innate technique. I am time-space. You burn your divine body and become a miniature river of space-time, and you take your enemy inside you, and in there you cut him with your own law. I could not cast it. I did not have a divine body to burn. It has sat in me ever since like a letter I am not old enough to open. Later, I paid 100 billion coins for the third stage of heavenly divine transformation, which is called time-space transformation, and which means time does not wear on me, and space does not hold me, and my amplitude is fixed at 10,000. The ability to change my own height at will is a side effect of that. A useful one. My mother has opinions about it. Mist finished the 10 billion second-tier cores around then and announced its retirement. Ling Chen, I will never open another beast core. Never. Not one. A pause of real feeling. It is not the work. It is having to sort through what other people were thinking in the last second of their lives, 10 billion consecutive times. So you won't take the billion third-tier ones. No. Silence. 1 second of it. Ling Chen, listen. We agreed. No taking it back. Give me the billion. As a world lord, it can now control any being whose will is weaker than its own, including undyings, and devour ownerless souls within 1,000 kilometers. I do not think about the arithmetic of how it got there. My teacher received me in his 1,000 treasures clone, which is a silver figure tens of thousands of kilometers tall, with 1,000 tendrils where a person keeps hair and eyes like lakes, walking barefoot across water with a staff. Joe asked to see my true form. I grew to 90,000 kilometers, and both my teacher and my senior brother felt an involuntary urge to prostrate themselves, because the primordial universe bends that way in front of a perfect life and does not care about anybody's rank. My teacher stood through it and then said, "From today, you are my personal disciple." The 32nd. Of his 32 personal disciples, 5 have died. Of the 27 alive, 25 are venerables. Becoming a venerable will not be difficult for you, he said. Becoming a universe lord is possible. Becoming the strongest in the universe is the hard part. And I told him the truth, which I had never said out loud to anybody. This disciple will become the second strongest of the human race, and protect it. Second, not first. Because I know what is coming for the great axe, and I know what happens to human territory afterward, when the strongest thing we have is gone and everyone else starts measuring. My teacher's face changed at that, and not because of the ambition. I have already lost one genius student, he said. I do not intend to lose a more gifted one. Ethan. Zhou never says the name to me. Jian Zhang says it, and then he told me the truth about resurrection, which is the only reason I understand the shape of my own life. If a student of his is killed, he can reverse space-time and bring him back. If a student of his is enslaved, he cannot. Because an enslaved man is not dead, there is nothing to reverse. That is why the ordinary path for a territory lord was closed to me, and why I was going straight back into the primordial universe. I asked for one thing first. Teacher, I would like to see my parents in person. 200 years. I had seen them constantly, in the virtual world, at a table, in a garden, in perfect resolution. I had not been in a room with them in 200 years. Zhou allowed it, with Jianzhang as escort. Jianzhang took me through his own divine kingdom on the way, which is a golden temple larger than a planet, hanging over an endless continent and burning like a star. Zhou gave me 2 rules, and I have never broken either. Never lure a dangerous enemy into your kingdom. If the kingdom falls, then even if you survive it, you will not rise again. And only teleport out of your kingdom from an isolated place. The act of teleporting reveals the spatial coordinates of the kingdom itself. If the wrong person is watching when you do it, that is the end of everything you have built. I finished the UN Soul Scheme on the flight. 1,568 designs, narrowed to 28. I tested them one after another over 3 months. The first gave 360 times. The 7th, 3,560. The 15th and the 21st both collapsed because strength and speed fell out of sync. 2 left. Missed. From the arm guard. You have decades in this already. One of them will work. The 27th gave 8,000. 1 left. I cleared my head and started the last one, and it went together without a single error. 10,000 times. Both strength and speed. 5,000 to the world tree, 3,000 to the virtual clone, 2,000 to the human body. By then, Seraphina had 1,000,000 Tiger Kings, each 10 times an ordinary one and each carrying her law. The cloud-caressing vine had reached World Lord Peak, which means 216 vines equals 216 World Lord Peak fighters. And the 5-star devouring grasses were World Lord 9, each the size of a planet. Jianzhang removed the concealment on the solar system with one gesture. Gu Jian laid that down 50,000 years ago, and my senior brother took it off the way you'd take a lid off a jar. The plan against my teacher's enemy, the demonic Hand King, was not military, it was corporate. We moved the headquarters of the Earth Trade Company to Earth. 3 million Hunyuan of assets sitting on one planet makes that planet expensive to touch, and makes it prosperous besides. Mars is green now. Earth is a single green ocean. There are no fields. The ruins of the old cities are almost entirely gone, and a handful are kept as museums. Jiangnan is preserved whole. Because Jiangnan is a museum, and it is the birthplace of the Lord of the Galaxy, and there are tour groups in the streets. Only the Xiao and Qin families are permitted to live there. We bought the city. I walked past the martial arts school where I learned to punch a pad. I walked past a hole-in-the-wall noodle place from my school years, which is still operating 200 years later under the same name. I stood outside it for a while. Ling Bo opened the door of the house. Zhou was 10 when I left. Zhou is a great-grandfather now. Where are Meifeng and Weimin? Weimin's in the killing fields. Zhou said it entirely straight. Meifeng's playing virtual games. Sometimes Weimin joins her. My father, who once killed an elementary beast general with 4 axe strikes into the same point on a skull, now spends his afternoons in a simulator. Then they came to the door. And I found that my eyes were wet, and I was 90,000 kilometers tall when I chose to be, and none of that helped at all. We talked all night, mostly about clan management, because that is what my father wants to talk about, and I have learned to want what he wants. Weimin. The genuinely bad ones among the younger generation. Don't be soft. They're family. They are. And if we don't handle it, one day the corporation sends Han Tian to handle it, and then it's between him and us, and I would rather not have that in my life. Zhou looked at me for a while and then wrote something down. There is one thing I did not say that night. A perfect life almost certainly cannot have children. The genome is closed. It is finished. It does not recombine. My parents have 5,000 descendants at the family gathering, and they will never have one from me, and they have never once asked, and that is somehow worse. I stayed a month. I saw the old friends, all of whom the family had long since supplied to planetary level on my standing order, which means all of them have 1,000 years. My mother held both my hands at the door. You just got here. Why are you leaving again? Next time I'll stay for thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. I meant it. You'll get tired of me. 20 years in a nutrient capsule to take a perfect body from territory Lord 1 to 9. I took the 5th image off the tablet, the starnet, and started the 6th, the river. And out of the concept in that palm print, which I had named the sky overturning palm, I built my own blade technique. I called it Genesis, after the sword. One move in it, heaven splitting. I tested it once in my private training hall in the virtual world, and afterward there was no training hall. My brothers were busy. Han Tian stayed 80 years in the blood world on one sentence of advice from me, which was, there is a large secret hidden in those blood crystals. Collect as many as you can, and you will not regret it. Zhou killed 136 world rulers and came out with 30,000 crystals. And then an old man of the primordial region named Mo Qin attacked him, survived it, and went home and put out the story that Han Tian had attacked him and died in the attempt. I was inside the primordial universe and could not reach anybody, so I did the only thing available, which was to say publicly, on the record, in a room full of people who outranked me, I know Han Tian's character. Zhou would not have done it. And he would not have died doing it. Joe came out of the blood world 11 months later and took first place in the qualifiers with 37 wins from 37 fights and walked into the primordial region, and nobody has mentioned Mo Chin since. Long moved up to the heaven and earth region and became the personal disciple of the Venerable of Time. Han Tian and I traded, incidentally, and I want to record how that went, because it is my favorite conversation of that century. I offered 3 artifacts, a shield, a set of armor, and a blade. The armor absorbs 99.999% of an undying strike and 99% of a venerable's. I asked for Lock Divine Shore, for the plants. Han Tian looked at the 3 items and said, "Those are worth far more than 50 cubic kilometers. Take 100, that's everything I have." And Zoltan at his shoulder in a strangled hiss. Luo Feng, accept immediately. Your own teacher has not seen items like these at the highest auctions. Say yes with your mouth right now. The 20th crystal nearly beat me. Will at 10,010 times normal, and I was still at the edge of it, white, soaked, with my teeth locked, saying one thing to myself over and over. Hold on, I have to hold on. My teacher watched from somewhere and said to Jianzhang, the child has a very strong will. I wonder where his limit is. And then, more quietly, it would be easier for Long. Joe has a 3rd stage heart. Joe would contain the pain instead of resisting it. That sentence took me 100 years to understand, and I am not certain I have got there yet. 5,735 schemes over 180 years until the perfect one turned up. 10,081 times, strength and speed both. 2nd level of Yuan's soul, complete. Old Hao hit me on the head with his staff for waking him up, and then explained the 3rd level. Take the 9-layer Yuan core structure and derive it out to 10,000 layers, all of them solid. Right now, he said, when a soul attack comes at you, your structure throws up a temporary 100 layers. A strong soul practitioner will find the seam between them. Joe will find it because it is there. And if they're solid, then your soul defense goes up by a factor of at least 1,000. Joe lay back down. Do it before you become an undying. After that, it gets harder for reasons you won't like. 86 undyings assembled to watch Han Tian attempt the heavenly Maxwell, and the betting settled around the 9th and 10th tier. Joe took 13, exactly where I stopped. I was elsewhere that day, on the Territory Lord grade Tongtian Mountain, because clearing it pays 3 billion points on reaching World Lord, and 3 billion points is enough to raise the vine to undying. The snake woman at the summit hit me with an illusion, and 100 golden layers aided in 5. And then, for the first time in front of witnesses, I used my own technique, heaven splitting. A rift thousands of kilometers long. The entire summit went dark and then came apart along the cracks. There was nothing left up there afterward. The ape man, before the end, asked one question, and he asked it like a professional. Was that your own technique? Yes. Good, he said. That's good. In a black hall outside human territory, a report was delivered. Sir, the human genius Ling Chen has cleared the Territory Lord grade Tongtian Mountain. His law comprehension is at champion level. Where the primordial Chaos City Lord watches, there is no opening. A pause. Wait. When he becomes a world lord, he will go to an outer battlefield. Zhou will have to. Everyone does. Another pause. Take him there. And around the same time, my teacher accepted Han Tian as a named disciple, on condition that he master the 1st stage of the 7 transformations of the derivation god within 3,000 years. So I acquired a junior brother, and the 2 of us acquired something new to argue about. The 3rd level of Yuan's soul eats souls by the ton. The 10th layer took 1,000 beast cores. The 11th took another 1,000. In 100 years, I derived 1,700 layers at a cost of 2,391,000 cores. Final panel before the breakthrough. Territory. Lord 9, 9-fold lightning domain. Law of lightning, 42.67%. Space 63, time 63. Amplitude 10,000. Gene level 10,081. Phantom Cut 3rd stage. Yuan Soul 2nd level. Genesis 1st blade. Then the soul crystal and the power crystal fused into world power, and my inner world went from 3 billion kilometers to 30 billion. I did not get the primordial universe's gift for it. That only comes if you break through inside the primordial universe, rather than the original one. And I was in the wrong universe, on the wrong day, and I have made peace with it. The world tree is now, and I want you to sit with this, only 300 million kilometers tall, with a trunk of 15 million. Only, at the World Lord qualification, I took 11 fights from 11 and 1st place. Han Tian was 2nd. Long and Dagan made Territory Lord that same decade. Everybody was arriving at once, which should have been a warning. My teacher finally asked, "How did you enslave a World Lord grade Zerg Queen?" Zhou did not look up. And what is the enormous clone inside you that carries the aura of a world tree and does not look remotely like one? I sat there with nothing to say because the answer is a system, and the answer to a system is a great many questions I do not have answers for. Joe watched me not answer. Don't be nervous, he said. The essential thing in a living being is the soul. However you obtained that clone, as long as your soul is human, you are part of the human race. Joe turned a page. You were lucky to arrive in this city weak. If you had first come to me as an undying, with a hive inside you, I might well have taken you for an insect race agent. Why weak? Because in an undying, the soul and the body are fused. Nobody can tell them apart, and an undying with a Zerg queen living in him is, by every test we have, an enslaved man. Then he gave me a warning that I have watched come true. The universe is fair. That clone of yours is unnaturally strong for your rank, which means your breakthrough to undying will be correspondingly harder. Black and white are woven together, I said. So are joy and disaster. If I want the taste of one, I'll have to sit through the other. Joe looked at me for a moment. Where did you get that? Earth. A very old book. Then he gave me two things. The first was the technique of his own youth, controlling time and space, plus a violet blade 2 meters long. The Chaos Blade. I killed a Universe Lord with this, as a venerable, which I am told was excessive. I probably won't manage a Universe Lord, I said, but I will kill a venerable with it. The second was a pair of wings. Time-space wings, 10 kilometers across, violet, and every feather is a metal blade. They can cover a planet hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, or fold down smaller than a cell. Their purpose is not offense, he said. Their purpose is that you stay alive. Not even a Universe Lord can break the material. And then, with something in his voice I had not heard from him before, if I had owned these in my venerable era, I would have killed more Universe Lords, and quieter to himself, because he thought I could not hear at that distance, and was wrong. Ethan died. With these, this one has much better odds. One condition attached. Tell nobody what they do, not one person. A venerable can look directly at these wings and watch you use them and still not understand what they are actually for, but if you say it out loud, there are venerables who will lose their minds over it. I looked up the price of controlling time and space in the treasury afterward, out of curiosity, 900 billion points, sold only as a complete set, 3 blade forms in it, Slay King, which lets a World Lord kill a champion, Universe Slash, which can kill a venerable, and Slicing Time and Space, with which a venerable can kill a Universe Lord, plus a wing technique he had attached himself, called Looting the Universe. The 2 Tongtian Mountains paid out 3.1 billion points. Elevating a plant to undying is priced by how much plant there is. 108 vine Cloud Caressing Vine costs 18.1 million with an 80% chance. 216 vines costs 1.53 billion at 50%. 360 costs 11.6 billion at 40%. 1,000 vine Star Devouring Grass costs 120 billion at 30%. I bought the 216 option and spent the rest on an F9 ship reinforced with secret patterns, plus a metal life form called Star Devourer to install in it. 600 years on the 6th image of the tablet, the river, and at the end of it I had teleportation, which is one of the 3 great mysteries of space and time pause. 900 years inside the primordial universe, 3,000 years outside. Wu Gang greeted me at the bridge with what passes for warmth in a man who has been standing in one place for eons. 3,000 years since you last came out here. I know your habits by now. When you appear, something happens. Joe picked up his register. 15th tier? 16th? You'll be surprised. 14. I did not even look at the defender. Sorry, I said, on the way past. I'm in a hurry. Teleport. 1 strike. 15 requires Marquis grade comprehension. Then 16, 17, 18, which requires champion grade. Several hundred champions and undyings had assembled by then and were having trouble keeping up. I only just got here and he's on the 15th. Joe was on the 12th when I sat down. The 19th tier is fought on the edge of a black hole. The defender there was courteous about it. Your Highness, begin first. If I begin, you will not get a turn. So I teleported inside his guard, stopped time, and used Slay King. Joe froze with his eyes wide, and that was the whole event. My only comment on the recording, which the archivists found disappointing, time pause is monstrously expensive. The Watchers had a better one. There are far fewer Lords of Time than Lords of Space. Almost everyone takes space first, because space is generous, and time is not. A pause. Somebody walking both roads at once, like this boy. That is extremely rare. Dogan and Lin Chi and Han Lun and Long had stopped watching my broadcasts by then. They just waited for the letter. Lin Chi's reply, which he sent to all 4 of us at once. For For 3,000 years I have believed that it gets harder the further you go, and that we would close the gap. The gap is wider. Doggon's was shorter. To be born in the same era as Ling Chen is an honor and a tragedy. My teachers to Jianzhang, better than Ethan, let him only stay alive, and the human race may have one more universe lord. And in a dark divine kingdom, a Zerg queen the size of a mountain range gave an order. 19th tier, his law comprehension is at the level of a strong champion. Send people to every outer battlefield, immediately. The moment he is located, kill him with everything. The insect race, the monster race, the prison race, and the automaton race all quietly dispatched venerables to the outer battlefields that decade, not to hunt me, to wait. Mist reached undying. Not through soul transformation, since the primordial universe does not recognize what it is, but in soul technique it now exceeds every human of its rank. The vine reached undying at 50% odds on the first attempt, and I have never told it how close that was. I mastered the 4th stage of Phantom Cut, which is 1,000 cuts, and 2 of the 3 blade forms. And then I emptied my accounts into the forge, 1.56 billion points and over 1 trillion coins. Venerable armor, high advanced grade. Stops everything below venerable outright, absorbs 99.9999% of a venerable's strike and 99.9% of a universe lord's. Time reversal covering a full day, usable once per decade, 100-fold recovery, soul tower, top grade, complete protection against soul attacks below venerable, absorbs 99.99999% of a venerable's soul penetration. And the heaven-splitting blade, space strangulation, seal breaking, which cuts through both spatial locks and time pauses, and 1,000-fold multiplier on law power. My old Genesis and my old venerable armor went to Han Tian. Why? He said, holding them. Because I took Seraphina, I said, and I have never entirely stopped feeling bad about it. Joe looked at me for a second. That was 2,000 years ago. Yes. Then I chose an outer battlefield over my teacher's objection. There are alien venerables waiting for you out there. I know. You know. That's why I'm going while they still think I'm worth waiting for. And before I left, I donated 10 forged sets of armor to the human race. Each one stops anything below venerable and absorbs 99.99% of a venerable's strike with a time reversal once per 1,000 years. My teacher inspected one for a long time. Excellent armor, top-grade heavy treasure. Joe turned it over. I did not know you had already come this far. Perhaps one day you will forge peak treasures. Joe handed it back. I find I do not want to let you go. The corporation valued them at 150 heavy treasure points each, 1,500 total. To calibrate, an ordinary heavy treasure is worth between half a point and 1.5, and 1 point is 10 trillion hun yuan. I asked my teacher whether heavy treasure points could be exchanged for cosmic crystal. Joe looked at me the way you look at a man who has asked whether he can trade a medal for a sandwich. Our points are priceless. The exchange runs one way only. Then he exchanged 2 for me anyway. 1 into crystal, 10 trillion hun yuan. 1 into my account. My account went 5-star, and then the truth about Earth came out, and it came out because of Long. Joe cleared the 20th island of the Sea of Illusions and failed on the 21st in public with the whole organization watching. 3 geniuses from the same backwater planet in the same generation. Somebody was always going to ask. My teacher told me what had happened over tea. The great axe himself flew to Earth, he said, and looked into its past. I put the cup down. Earth, and roughly 1,000 light years around it, was altered, deliberately, by something powerful. Anyone conceived and born inside that region undergoes a particular evolution of the soul, which manifests later as an unusually high state of the heart. That is why I told my family, 3,000 years ago, without explanation, that everyone comes home to give birth. I had a guess. I did not have that. They convened the highest council of the human race, every universe lord present, to decide what to do about a planet. So I set my terms before the meeting, in writing. I will lease half the ocean surface, 180 million square kilometers with the air above it. Conditions. 1. The lessee pays 1 hun yuan per couple, for a term of up to 100 years. Renewal costs 10 times that. 2. A couple may bring no more than 1 servant, of astral rank or below. 3. It is administered by the Earth Trade Company alone, and the corporation does not get to replace its head. The company holds the right to expel and to detain. My teacher read it twice. You have some nerve. Teacher, that is my floor, not my opening. If it doesn't suit them, I withdraw the offer entirely. I shrugged. You know your student doesn't need the money. I was not in the room for the council, but Jianzhang was, and he reported it almost word for word. The founder of the Great Axe at the head of a stone table, an argument about price. The lease is exorbitant. At 100 million couples, that is 100 million hun yuan per century, and in practice the real figure will be hundreds of times higher. And the answer that carried it from somebody I have never identified, Ling Chen is currently a world lord. Zhou has nobody to complain to, but do not forget that he is a more monstrous talent than Ethan and that he will almost certainly become a universe lord. A pause. Think about what happens later if we force this through now. And the Lord of Darkness dryly, do not forget the Yan Shen race. The Fire Emperor's betrayal was only tens of thousands of epochs ago. And my teacher last. My student can forge top-grade heavy treasures. If I had to choose between Ling Chen and an undying venerable, I would destroy the venerable without hesitating. The letter that came back was 2 words, approved, and my teacher had squeezed 100 treasure points out of them on top. I transferred 2 trillion Hunyuan each to Long, Han Tian, and the Stormlord the same hour. Han Tian got to me first, out of breath, which is impressive for a man with no body. What is this? Why have you sent me 2 trillion Hunyuan? Because Earth isn't mine, I said. It's ours. I just happen to be the one who signs things. 3,000 years on the ground at home, by the way. The Xiao clan is 100 generations deep and over 1 billion people, a major clan of the Ganwu civilization. The minimum rank for a core member is universe rank. The minimum for any adult is astral. Ling Han made world lord. My parents fused divine crystals until they reached territory lord. And Long, who is a special inspector for the civilization, had quietly let off young idiots from the Xiao and Qin clans more than once. Thank you, elder brother. They were small mistakes. Who doesn't make them? A man who corrects himself is the best kind there is. I built divine kingdoms for the plants. You open the inner space by hand. First layer is chaotic currents. Second layer is where divine kingdoms live. Third is spatial torrents, and you do not go there. 10 days of flight, hundreds of billions of kilometers deep. And then the vine fused its inner world with a fragment of space 30 million kilometers across and had a kingdom. The 5 star-devouring grasses took 30 years to reach undying, and I distributed their kingdoms into the quiet corners of human territory and left coordinate leaves in thousands of places. 1 in a lava cave on Mars, 1 near the Kang Niao base. 1 grass stayed home. Ling Lan, watch the family. If anything happens, call me first and ask questions later. Then I lived on Earth for 100 years without telling anyone, including most of my own relatives, and built a clan law enforcement service and used it. Because when your family is 1 billion people, no rulebook stops the bad ones from appearing. Nothing stops that. All you can do is make sure there is always a blade over their heads and let them know it is there. In that century, I fused 30 more crystals for 50 total, and my sensitivity to the origin went up 50-fold. And I took the 3rd level of Yuan Soul to 7,000 layers out of 10,000. The last 3,000 require 10 times more soul power than everything before them combined. I changed my face before I went to war. 1 million coins altered my soul aura and my appearance both. I became 3-eyed, and the law eye stopped being a violet eye in a socket and became a vertical eye in my forehead, which is at least aesthetically consistent. The name I registered under was 3-eyed Time-Space Realm Lord. Changing back costs 10,000. The Kang Niao base is an artificial fortress world 1 million kilometers in diameter, one of 8 rear hubs from which the human race feeds its outer battlefields. The clerk looked at my F9 ship with a metal life form in it, which is worth tens of millions of Hunyuan at the least, and then at the law mark in my forehead, and adjusted his manner. A world lord with a vessel like that, there is a great deal standing behind you. There were tens of thousands of unaffiliated fighters waiting on a plaza 100 kilometers across. I met 2 ape men there, brothers, Torvin and Grimgar, who had spent 15 years traveling to that base. 15 years, to get to the war. I gave my name as Time-Space. When exactly 100 world lords had assembled, they ran the empowerment ceremony, which is a system that reads your strength and assigns your rank. Ordinary warrior, elite warrior, general. The voice over my head said, World Master General. Every head on that plaza turned, including the staff who were in the middle of processing other people. Out of 100, 2 generals, 64 elites, 34 ordinary. The other general was a 3-meter wolfman who introduced himself as Iron Golem. Destination, the 7th battlefield. Average mortality, 96.8%, 3rd most dangerous of the 11. My reaction, which I said out loud and which the recruiter found unnerving, that's fine. I might run into Han Tian out there. Base 039 has a hall with tens of millions of seats in it and several 100,000 world lords sitting in them. Run the numbers on that and you get more than 10 billion world lords fighting across the 11 battlefields. The entire Ganwu civilization has a few million. So most of them come from secret realms and divine kingdoms nobody has ever heard of, and that told me more about the shape of the human race than any briefing ever had. I got recruitment offers before I sat down. I picked an elite squad under an undying named Klaus, 7 generals plus the captain. Xia Qing, called the Hornet, 1.5 meters tall, built like a child, with gold patterning across her forehead. A succubus of the dream demon race, an illusionist almost nobody escapes. Wild Gale, in a gold mask, who does not speak. Mad Fang, a white-haired control master with a beautiful face and no interest in using it. Orem Gaze, who wears gold armor on an active battlefield, which is either courage or a diagnosis. Chin Yi, 6 meters, of the Molu race. And a three-eyed illusionist called the Prophet. Chin Yi looked me over and snorted. Time Space, that is an arrogant name for a recruit. The quotas told me exactly where I stood. New ordinary warriors owe 1 to 10 million military merits. Elites owe 10 to 100 million. Generals owe 100 million to a billion. Iron Golem was assessed at 200 million. I was assessed at 1 billion. The ceiling. Captain Klaus actually stood up when he read it. The system only assigns that number to somebody whose strength is not below an ordinary undying. What I did not say out loud is that to complete my own life and death trial for the corporation, I need 100 trillion. The pay scale, since it becomes the spine of everything that follows. An ordinary world lord is worth 100,000, an elite 1 million, a general 10 million, an undying army lord 100 million to a billion, a champion 10 billion to a trillion. The senior grades run from 10 to 1,000 trillion. Kill 10 peak champions and my trial is closed. The veterans also mentioned, over drinks, that once every 1,000 epochs, there is a great decisive battle where survival runs below 1% and undying kings die in numbers. They mentioned it the way sailors mention weather. Our ship was an E9 with a lounge cabin cast entirely from F9 metal because, as Klaus explained on the first day, an E9 hull will not survive certain things, and he wanted us to have the 4 seconds. On the way out, we passed wreckage, ships mostly, and other things. We passed a base several million kilometers across with gun barrels hundreds of kilometers long and law runes frozen along the barrels, and Klaus said without emphasis that one shot from that turns a piece of a star domain into nothing. A month out, the alarm went. The E9 came apart instantly. The lounge cabin survived and started tumbling like a kicked can with all 10 of us inside it. Klaus wrapped it in his own divine power and got the hatch open. Out, now. Iron Golem came out into open space, turning in every direction at once. Where is the enemy? And the succubus laughed, very softly, in the way of somebody who has done this 100 times. Don't panic, she said. Just be careful, and be vigilant. I told the cloud-caressing vine to cover me before anything else because I did not want anyone reading the venerable armor off my silhouette. Klaus spotted it instantly anyway. Cloud-caressing armor, and it is undying grade. Time-space is rich, somebody said, in the tone people use for a stranger who turns out to be expensive. 9 points in the void fired at once. The beams met and locked and became a lightning prison hundreds of millions of kilometers across, with all 10 of us inside it. That is automaton race work, Klaus said. And it is an undyings. We are in trouble. I did the arithmetic in my head. To lay a prison that size costs an automaton at least 100,000 Hun Yuan. Then the puppets came. Thunder and lightning mechanical puppets, 13 meters each, in legions of 100,000 out of all 9 anchor points. Lightning prison plus a puppet legion, Klaus said. That is their standard combination, and it is very good. Follow me. We break out at maximum speed. Somewhere far away, in a damaged cabin, an automaton grinned at a screen. Still thinking of escaping? 8th Legion. Plan CI-8. Execute. 26 puppets drew in the lightning from the entire prison and built a net out of it and threw it at us at light speed. Inside that net, I quietly opened a second wish. Activate soul power collection within a 1 million kilometer radius. Collects World Lord soul power and soul power dispersed by undying level experts. Deduction, 100 wish gold coins per day. Because an undying soul is fused with their body, and the only way to collect it is to kill them first and gather what disperses, and the system charges by difficulty. Then Klaus roared and the squad hit the net, and I put the Chaos Blade through it with about 4% of what I had, and it collapsed. Captain, I'm fine. Klaus had eaten the shockwave for all of us. This is a problem. We're surrounded. We can't avoid this fight. Xiaqing licked her teeth. Avoid what? We're going somewhere to fight anyway. We can fight here. 4 legions, 400,000 puppets, a dozen more legions coming in from the dark. Orem Gaze opened with the 7th stage of the Yanshen armament and a gold pillar the size of a lamppost, and then shouted advice at the recruits, which is the mark of a good veteran. Heavy strikes, their shells are E9 alloy. Destroying the body is a waste of effort. Iron Golem took the note and started killing with 2 axes carrying a vibration that leaves a scratch outside and nothing at all inside. Wild Gale went through the formation like weather, and a third of the puppets he touched stopped functioning. The succubus surrounded herself with a ring of soft water and let them come to her. I put out a world projection 10,000 kilometers wide, split into tens of thousands of figures, and struck once with each, and every strike was a light tap that killed the core through the shell. Then I collected the wreckage, tens of thousands of destroyed puppets, into an empty world ring, mid-fight, without slowing down. Xiaqing noticed and started laughing. Take them all, everyone. Let whoever paid for these feel it in his chest. Then the fight turned, because there were 3,000 F8 grade puppets hidden inside the ordinary ones, made of purple pure metal, and they went for the captain. 1,800 more came for the 9 of us. Time and space, the succubus shouted, and it was the first time she had used my name. Save me. So I went and got them. 50 F8 puppets off the succubus, and she came apart laughing with her hair in her face and said, "Time, space, I love you," and went into my world ring. Then the prophet, who cackled. Then Qin Yi, who shouted, "Get over here, I can't hold," and did not thank me. Then Wild Gale, Mad Fang, Iron Golem. 1,500 F8 puppets ended up as raw material in my ring in the process, which I want the record to show was not the plan and was extremely convenient. Klaus, from inside a sphere of 3,000 of them. Time space, come help me. I took 500 off him in one pass, and then the entire legion pulled back at once, and the lightning prison shut down. Do we pursue? We can't. Klaus was watching the direction they went. Anyone who can lay that prison is carrying a source crystal equivalent to an undying self-destruction. Attacking us is already a loss on his books. Corner him and he detonates, and then all of us are gone. The cheapest Fire God source crystal costs 600,000 points. I had 2 in my ring that I paid 200 million points for, plus several high-grade ones at 30 billion Hunyuan apiece, and I did not mention this. Far away, the automaton sat in his ruined cabin and worked out his losses out loud. A world lord rank 9 specializing in the origin of space, stronger than an ordinary undying, and he cost me 2,000 grade F puppets in one engagement. A pause. If I had not lost so much killing that marquis last time, and if my prison system were complete, I would not be retreating. Consider yourselves lucky. I hope I do not meet you again. Klaus produced a second identical E9 ship out of his ring and slotted the lounge cabin back into it, and Iron Golem said, "Amazing, Captain," and meant it. They poured wine that evening, 10 glasses floating in the air, and Klaus did the debrief. To the luck of this battle, to our 2 excellent recruits, and to the fact that we have gained a powerful teammate, Time Space. The squad said my name back at me, which I had not expected and did not handle well. I was voted second strongest in the squad, which is a thing squads do, and which I did not care about at all until years later when I found out I did. Our destination was Starry Sky Combat Zone 003894059682, the Star Ring Belt. It used to be a planet. Hundreds of thousands of eras ago, 2 alien super experts fought over it and destroyed the core, and what is left is the outer ring, 1.2 light years across and 1 trillion kilometers wide, with a black hole where the middle was. Klaus briefed the 2 of us with an hour to go. The entire belt is a battlefield. There are no safe zones. There are 2 kinds of war out here. Legions, which are ordinary world lords leading masses of lesser ranks under an undying, and elite squads like ours. 1 squad is worth a legion. Why here specifically? Because most of the 7th battlefield is open void. You can see an enemy coming from a long way off, and if you can't win, you leave. So nobody fights there. The war concentrates in places like this, where you cannot see and cannot leave. Then the rule that keeps you alive. Prolonged combat is forbidden. If a fight runs long, it attracts others, and once you are surrounded, even a marquis does not get out. So the automaton ambush was an appetizer, I said. The automaton ambush, said Klaus, was a courtesy. I felt the evil chi through the hull. After decades alone at the bottom of a dead god's crater, I am sensitive to it in a way I did not ask to be, and the belt is saturated. The number of things that have died in there is not a number anyone has bothered to estimate. It is a grinder. And the 4 great races have deliberately preserved 11 of these inside human territory as a whetstone to produce real fighters out of millions of ordinary world lords. We took over an abandoned cave base inside a stellar fragment, 18 deep passages leading into a chamber 100 meters across, and Klaus put the lounge cabin down in it and made an alliance with 3 neighboring squads. Then I sat on a couch and worked out the shape of my next few years. I owe 1 billion military merits. Until I pay that, I am required to move with the squad. Once it is paid, I am free. And the moment I am free, I have to leave because I like these people, and my presence is going to get them killed. Klaus opened his eyes. 3 neighbors, all undying lead, offensive and defensive pact. If a super expert comes, 4 squads answer. The first job was 8 Thunderbolt race world lords, 82 million kilometers out. Xiaqing, looking at the projection. Anyone who can reach the star ring belt is not a nobody. 8 world lords means 8 sets of tricks. 21 to 25 meters tall, human above, reptile below, 6 hooves, green scale, the secret pattern of the origin of lightning on the forehead. Thunderbolt race. And I sat there thinking about a lightning element origin weapon I got on Earth as a teenager, and about 2 inheritance orbs of space and time that came in the same ring off a corpse I never saw. They were all Thunderbolt race items. I profited off them yesterday. Today, I'll go kill some. Inside the cave, a prince was being flattered by his retinue. Your Highness, at this rate you will have enough merits within 10 years. Those who look down on you will regret it. They thought you'd die out here. And the prince himself, 21 meters, cold as a bill. Staying in the clan meant losing. Staying longer meant being pushed out of the core of power. So I forced myself onto this road. There are 2 outcomes. Die on the battlefield, or return and take back everything I lost. Joe glanced at a detector 2 seconds later. Not good. Run! Klaus detonated the fragment from the inside with compressed divine power while they were still in the passage. I got beside one of them and put the chaos blade through his neck while he stood there like a piece of furniture, and the virtual universe said 10 million military merits. And in my life core, a scattered soul arrived. That was the whole reason I was on that battlefield. Not the merits, the souls. Klaus fought the prince, who had cultivated both the law of lightning and the law of time to a high level, and whose spear slowed an Undying's reaction time enough to make him change his footing. 3 punches. On the second, the prince flew several thousand kilometers and saw, through his world power, that 4 of his subordinates were already gone and that the 2 strongest had been killed by a black-clothed boy with a strange weapon. Unwilling, he said. I am unwilling. Joe was right about that, and it did not help. At the split, Klaus took only the spear. I took nothing. What about you, time-space? I don't need anything. Which was true. I had already collected the scattered soul power of 8 world lords, and it was sitting in my life core where nobody could see it. The succubus elbowed Xia. That is the bearing of a strong person. Little Yi, take notes. Consumables cost money, said Xia, elbow deep in a world ring. Black-hearted. She took the best ones. I have enough. You choose. Minutes after we left, alien squads arrived at the site and found nothing but a dead ally and no trail, and went away again, and I understood for the first time that this is what most of this war actually is. We did that for a year. 33 engagements, 4 of them genuinely bad. Wild Gale and the Prophet were both badly hurt, and I got to both of them in time. Time-space. I owe you again. If I hadn't gone, Xia would have. Xia was 11 seconds away. Then you'd have owed her, and she keeps accounts. 5 rotations back to base, 10 days each. My personal total across that year, 60 world lords killed, over 300 million merits, and the scattered soul power of 326 world lords. Iron Golem sat in the corner of the lounge for most of it, answering when spoken to. Joe arrived on the same day I did. That is the whole problem. On a battlefield, you have to see yourself accurately in order to fit into a squad, and he had arrived with the confidence of a man who had never met anyone better and was being cured of it in public. Then the Dog Clan found us. A blood-red biological ship which is a monster race style. 3 Undyings aboard, 30 world lords with wolf heads, and a captain who said, approach, probe their strength, and then, when the readout came back, prepare for battle. I saw them at 1 billion kilometers, watched them compress divine power into spheres denser than divine crystals, and understood I was watching an opening alpha strike being loaded. So I pretended to notice at the right moment and shouted. Klaus got 3 counterbeams out in time, and the explosion tore 1,000 kilometers of void, and then Aram Gaze's face changed in a way I had never seen. That divine power, that is Earth divine power, it's them. The entire squad went somewhere else, all at once, like a switch. Fei Yun, Iron Golem. Klaus's transmission had nothing in it. That squad is our blood enemy. Don't hold back. Kill all of them. 33 against 10, and the 10 had the worse odds and better reasons. I killed 10 of them in one pass with phantoms. Then the 3 Undyings started moving properly, and I made a decision. Xiaomo, your turn. The cloud-caressing vine came off my body and unfolded, and the thing that came out was larger than a sun. 360 main vines, 1 million kilometers each, at the level of a peak champion. Both sides stopped fighting. Oh my god, that's a perfect Undying grade cloud-caressing vine. Klaus had known I had one. What he had not known was 360. Even an Undying struggles to raise 1 to 108, and I was a world lord. Ju worked out an explanation on the spot, which was that I must be a core member of one of the 5 great human powers, and he was so nearly right that I let him keep it. The muscular dog clan Undying, who could reliably escape from champions, said in a completely flat voice, "An undying grade plant life, in a squad like theirs. Kill them all," I said. 20 world lords did not last an instant. The 3 Undyings fought, and the vine ground their divine bodies down. 70%, 30, 10. All 3 chose to self-destruct at the end, which is the correct move, and it did not scratch the vine. And here's the part they did not know about. Within 10 million kilometers, everything that dispersed, all the divine power and all the world power, was gathered by an invisible hand, decomposed, and had its life imprints scoured off, and went into my life core as pure soul power. Normally, an Undying's dispersed divine power keeps its soul imprint and can reassemble. A cultivated Undying body can rebuild itself from a single fragment. None of that works on me. The moment it is scattered, it is not theirs anymore. It is mine. That is the system, and that is the only genuinely unfair thing about me. The military merit notification read 1,335,000,000. Total, 1.7 billion, which meant I was done, and I knew it while I was still standing in the wreckage. Klaus flew over and did not pretend to be composed. "Time Space, thank you for helping us avenge our blood feud. Without you, this squad would have finished today. Captain is joking. You've looked after me." Joe looked at me for a while and did not say the next thing. The wake was that evening. "To our 5th brother, and to all the brothers and sisters who have died over the years." And then Klaus talked, which he does not do. "From the day we stepped onto this battlefield, death has been with us. I have been out here over 30,000 years. I came out a world lord. My brothers by life and death, the 1st, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 9th, one after another." Joe turned his glass. "Old brothers die, new brothers and sisters arrive. Everyone here has their own goal. Guan Chen retired when he got his. I expect to retire in another 10,000 years or so." Joe raised his glass. "I wish all of you lived to retire." Live to retire? They drank it to the bottom, and I drank with them, and then Klaus said my name, and the room went quiet. 360 vines. That is a peak champion. You could have killed those 3 Undyings on your own the whole time. Couldn't you? Yes. Shaching. That is insane. Iron Golem, who had not spoken in an hour. I know a core member of the Great Axe Battleground. Joe is a world lord, and he is not this strong. Only the core of the 5 great powers is this strong. Then, straight at me. "It is an honor that we joined on the same day." Aurum gaze. "Standing next to you, I feel like nothing." "Don't flatter yourself," said the succubus, and the room came back. I had been with those people for 1 year, which at my age is not a measurable quantity, and I sat there feeling like it had been a long time. "Brothers and sisters," I said, and everybody stopped. "When I came to this battlefield, I had tasks beyond the merit quota. I think you can all guess." Nods. "And with those 3 Undyings, I have closed 1 billion merits. I'm a free man." A pause I did not enjoy. "So, I'm leaving." Wild Gale said it quietly. "You're leaving?" "Yes." "Sorry," I said, and Klaus cut me off. "Don't apologize. With us, weak enemies waste your time, and strong enemies kill us because we're standing next to you." Joe shrugged. "Both of those are true, and you know it. Third Eye, the ape man. Whatever else, I was your teammate. You never told us your real name. Tell us when you can." And the succubus, softly, with her chin on her hand. "Genius. When you're a big shot, don't forget the little people." I gave them a world ring off one of the dead Undyings. "This is worth 1,000 years of our take," somebody said, going through it. I said the items were of no use to me, which was true, and left before it turned into anything. For a prodigy, meetings are short and separations are the standard condition. I have heard that sentence quoted back at me since, usually as praise. It is not praise. It is the thing I would change. The army system wrote to me the day after I left. Quota complete. 2 options. Continue fighting, or retire and leave the outside territory battlefield. Continue. The second letter offered me a command. 100 world lords, 1,000 domain lords, 10,000 universe ranks. Alone, thank you. I have never wanted to be anybody's nanny, and the only reason I was in a squad in the first place was that the army made me. Then a distress call came through the network, and I went hunting. 2 human elite squads were about to be finished by 10 monster race Undyings. 2 Undyings and 21 world lords on our side, all of them bringing out their last cards. "Lei Guang, did you send the signal?" "I sent it. We'll be dead before anyone arrives." A snake-headed monster roared something about humans struggling even while dying, and turned into a 12-kilometer serpent with 6-bladed wings, and the temperature dropped across a region. And then a plant larger than a star came out of the dark and put 360 vines through the middle of 10 Undyings at once. The vine had learned from last time. It gave them no window to self-destruct. 3.7 billion merits and 21,000 portions of World Lord's soul power. I collected the rings and left without introducing myself, which I regret slightly, because I have thought since about what it must have been like to be saved by a thing you never saw. 10 years in the Star Ring Belt after that. Over 3,000 alien undyings, the strongest of them an initial champion. My primal core structure reached 7,300 layers, and a rumor got loose that there was an undying with an undying plant life in the belt, and the alien races started leaving. Not fleeing. Filing out. Whole squads packing up and moving to less profitable ground, the way you'd leave a bar that had acquired a reputation. Even champions got careful. Peak champions and kings did not leave because they are not going to reorganize their lives around one man, but they started traveling in company. I looked at the star map and picked the next place, the Yanji continent. 1.8 light years across, with thousands of continental fragments around it that everyone calls islands. Nobody enters it without an undying leading them. Champions are common there, kings exist. I changed my aura and my face for 100 coins and became Sanmu Shikong, a realm lord with 3 eyes, which the virtual universe system had pre-recorded and which my teacher had personally authorized, so the merits still came to me and nobody outside the system knew. Then I hunted for 136 years. The first legion I met on Island 09 was over 1,000 strong under a champion and 2 army commanders, and the vine killed all of them before I got there. Then a distress call. SOS. 3 monster race undyings. The strongest is an initial champion. A white-robed undying on my arm guard screen with his face coming apart. Comrade, please, my detectors can't even find you. Only the army system knows you're there. Please, we are about to collapse. I went because I came here to kill aliens and helping is free. 3 human undyings below, on a mountain range carved with the art of a people who died billions of years ago. Yan Hao, who is made of bronze and on fire. Gu Cheng, who is heavy. Lin Chang, who looks frail and is surrounded by moving water. They saw me coming and felt the aura, and then they got a good look and the bottom fell out. World Lord? The monster on the other side started laughing. Their target was a time-space nightmare beast, one of the 18 imperial races of the monster race. 2 heads, 1 gold pupil for space, 1 silver for time, and together they double the strength of a law domain, which is a lot, and which he had failed to use to win a fight against 3 exhausted humans, which makes him a disgrace to his species, and I told him so. Leave the nightmare beast to me. The other 2 are yours. The Chaos Blade became a 1,000-meter black blade on the way down, and everything below World Lord rank on that mountain fell over from the pressure alone. The first form of slicing time and space, I said. Slay King, I'll test it on you. His Marquis-grade law domain got pushed back from horizon to a 100-kilometer bubble by a world projection I only opened to 30,000. Both his heads registered that this was not possible. Then the blade grew to 10,000 kilometers and he came apart, and his last thought, which I heard because I was collecting it, was, how? 2 more Slay Kings for the other 2. 10.8 billion merits. The 3 humans came over grinning with their hands out, and Lin Qiang looked at the space-time pattern above my third eye and made his guess out loud. You must be a highness of one of the 5 great powers. My name is Sanmu Shikong. The armor retracted and they all remembered the name, and all 3 of them knew perfectly well it was a code name, and nobody said so. The commotion was enormous. Others will come. Come with us. I went, because I was new and wanted a map. They fed me ice spirit wine on the ship, which is cheap and excellent, and told me how the geography actually works. The main continent is the continent. Everything else is islands. The main continent has kings on it, so people who know their limits work the islands. We were on Wusha Island. 1/3 of it is permanently under fog, hence the name. 36 Marquis-grade undyings on the island. 35 now, Lin Qiang said, and drank. They gave me the dossier that night. 9 monster, 8 automaton, 9 insect, 9 human. I made a plan in about 4 seconds. Kill the 26 non-humans. A year should do it. It took 3. In the first job with them, we hit a Chushu race force, 10,000 scaled energy beings that reassemble when you blow them apart, plus a marquis and 10 commanders. Their marquis was a psyker master with 9 swords holding me off at tens of thousands of kilometers, which is genuinely annoying, so I teleported inside it. Teleportation, he said, and the word had real fear in it, because teleportation means a marquis high comprehension of the law. Slay King. Then I helped the 3 humans finish the ordinary commanders, who they had been beating to pieces and watching reassemble for 20 minutes. Afterward, I told them I was leaving. They understood immediately. Nobody who fights like that stays with a legion. And then I hunted the island alone for 3 years, and I did it with only the Chaos Blade, not the Time-Space Wings, not the Heaven-Splitting Blade, because I was not there to kill undyings. I was there to develop a blade technique and collect soul power, and using better tools would have defeated the entire purpose. The last champion on Wusha Island was called the Fire Forest Champion, a Kawu race peak champion named Fen Jiang, who was soaking in a lake at the top of a mountain range when I arrived. Joe is a champion of the origin law of fire, and he loves cold water. The colder, the better. Joe had found a lake bigger than the earth with ice in it, and he was sitting in it up to his collarbones. I have thought about that a lot. It is the only thing I know about him. Audacious, he said, coming up out of the water in flame across tens of thousands of kilometers. My world projection, at 30,000 kilometers, crushed his domain down to a few dozen. For scale, my inner world by then was approaching 100 billion kilometers across. 30,000 is what I show people. It's you, he said, the three-eyed world lord. You came to me. Because survivors of earlier fights had talked, and my face was on things. Yes, it's me. The strike went through him on a curve and left a spatial storm behind it, and his divine power went 80, 60, 40, 20. Joe got one thing out before the end, which was a full image of me into his race's virtual network, and that is why everything that happened afterward happened. Where I was by then, perfect gene life at 10,081, body amplitude 100-fold, which is the strength of 1,000,000 World Lord 9th stages, plus law comprehension at the 20th level of the Heavenly Maxwell, peak champion, arguably champion limit. The island noticed. Three-eyed World Lord, run. Zoe's too fast, that's champion speed. Everyone split up. Save yourselves if you can. They started forming alliances of 3 to 5 squads, which did not help, and at that point I started using the time-space wings because I had stopped needing the handicap and started needing the guarantee. 3 years. All 26 alien champions on Wusha Island. 50 additional layers on my primal core. 5 trillion military merits. Wusha Island became a place aliens do not go. 100 years later, there were still only a handful of them on it. A high-level monster race champion called the Storm King came to investigate personally, spent 30 years on that island, and found nothing whatsoever. Then I did the other 159 islands, from Island 02 to Island 160, 1 century, every alien army commander and every champion on every one of them. The smallest, Island 160, had 18 champions. The largest, Island 02, had 162, 200 trillion merits, primal core at 8,000 layers, and I had used slicing time and space so many times that I could finally pull 100% out of it, which is the ceiling. When you use somebody else's technique, 100% is all there is. When you use a technique you made yourself, you can reach 120, 160, 200. That fact sat in me for 100 years like a stone in a shoe. The Storm King followed me the entire time and was never less than 1 island behind. I left Wusha, he arrived at Wusha. I left Island 02, he entered Island 02. For 100 years, I have never met him. I feel that we know each other. I went to see my teacher. I created a combat secret technique. It has reached minor achievement. I ask for your evaluation. Perform it. Heaven opening, the first move of Genesis, with the wings out. Joe watched space repair itself and then delivered a verdict that I would describe as bracing. Your technique has reached the introductory level. Introductory. It is clearly incomplete. Finished, it should be much stronger. Joe gestured, and a training ground opened somewhere behind him. You will not find opponents to hone it on out there. From today, you will be here regularly. I will arrange specific opponents targeting each of your weaknesses. Then he gave me the ladder, in his own words, which I wrote down. Defeat 500, and your technique is top tier. Defeat 1,000, and it is at the peak. Defeat 2,000, and it is at the ultimate level, which is the level of the techniques I created. In the training ground, your body is fixed. Only law comprehension carries over, and you cannot get a new opponent until you beat the current one. Some took a day. Some took 2 years. Genesis is planned as 9 slashes. It has 1. That one is not finished, so there is no point discussing the second. Meanwhile, my main soul entered the main continent of Yanji, where every alien team carries at least 1 champion, and where I did the only genuinely stupid thing in this entire century. I got comfortable. I found a hot spring 500 kilometers across in a mist-covered mountain range, and I got into it because I had been hunting without a break for 100 years and I was tired, and because I had decided that being detected was something that happened to other people. 9 beams hit the water at light speed. I was 30,000 meters up before the steam cleared, looking at 9 pyramid ships. The automaton race, which I had been avoiding on purely economic grounds, since they yield merits and no soul power at all, and they take 4 times as long to kill. I did not come looking for you. You came looking for me. Missed. Their detector is better than ours. That implies at least a king limit. It isn't a king limit. A king limit would already have teleported in and started. His name was Zimmerman, and he was several million kilometers away in a chair, and he had been given his equipment by a master who treated him like a brother and who he was desperate to impress. 9 absolute lock. silver light between 9 pyramids sealed 1,000,000 kilometers of space. No teleportation. Not for me, not for him. Then 36 million black mechanical puppets came out of the hangars like insects. 10 meters each, F9 grade metal, at least 10 hun yuan apiece, which is 360 million hun yuan of hardware before you count the power cores. Mist did the sum and got quietly indignant about it. 36 squads took turns firing. From the 13th round I could no longer dodge everything on speed alone, so the time-space wings came out and I dodged everything anyway. Damn it. Damn it. Zhou is dodging 36 waves. A pause. 9 formation joint attack. 9 directions at once, each strike equal to a full power blow from an early champion. So I closed the wings around myself and let the space-time turbulence eat all 9. Flame mode. Entrapment. 36 million puppets lit up red and drew their weapons in perfect unison, which was, I will admit, beautiful, and threw a net of light around me. Then I opened the wings to 50,000 kilometers and used their second function, which is that inside a 100,000 kilometer diameter, I own the space-time turbulence. The net shattered into it, the energy of the net fed it, and 36 million puppets went into a blender the size of a solar system. Zimmerman's voice came over an open channel, entirely unprofessional. What treasure is that? Third eye. I will kill you. I will kill you and recover every unit of this. Then, God King, activate. 243 giants assembled themselves out of 100-meter sabers and centimeter-scale components, 8 meters to 80, G-grade metal, some of it top-grade, more than 100 billion hun yuan standing in a circle around me, which is above the net worth of an average king-level immortal. The purple one did the talking. Third eye, you destroyed my puppets. This time next year will be your death anniversary. A pause for effect. Unless you hand over that wing treasure, then I let you go. I looked at him the way you look at a man reading a script. Each of these has the strength of a high-rank champion, that is individual combat. When I unleash my forbidden move, all 243 attack together, and even a king-level immortal with an undying body would be severely wounded and lose a large portion of his divided soul, let alone a world lord. You talk too much. They came in, and they were slow, and then they merged 243 palm strikes into 1,000-meter blade and hit me hard enough to move me several thousand kilometers. Not fast enough, I said to myself, and used time acceleration for the first time in that fight. My speed doubled. Zimmerman, several million kilometers away, said something that I have kept. That is faster than light. No, that is a time variable. Zhou has teleportation and time acceleration. A pause. When did the human race produce a world lord like this? Is this the prodigy? It is. It must be. I have to report this immediately. Zhou did report it. That is the only reason any of the rest of this happened. 9 rivers of blade light faster than light, each locking at least 2 giants. Dozens of god kings simply stopped. Time suspension as well, said Zimmerman, discovering that his own units had become furniture, and that any unit approaching a frozen unit also became furniture. 9 holes tens of thousands of kilometers deep opened in space, and the turbulence took another 20. 186 survivors ran for the pyramids and left. They actually ran. I stood there for a second. Xiaomo, clean up. 360 vines swept the field. System, coordinates of the automaton, 1,000 wish gold coins. Zhou was 100 million kilometers away and still accelerating, which I respected. 10 teleports of 10 million kilometers each, 1 heaven opening, and the G-class pyramid and the man inside it stopped existing. In a mechanical temple in Chenlan world, a black-armored mechanical exalt threw something at a wall. Zimmerman is offline. I invested that much in him and he was killed by a human world lord. Master, he was weak. Zhou relied on your favor and grew conceited. You are right, Wu Xuan, and his death still has value. Zhou transmitted before he went offline. The exalt straightened. Intelligent deduction gives a 90% probability that third eye is Ling Chen. By the rules our master set, Zimmerman has made a significant contribution to the race. Zhou will be revived with the next batch, and I will issue his 80% mission reward in advance. 3 champions below him thought in unison, that irritating man is so lucky. You 3 are near the Star Tower. Return to Yanji continent immediately. When you find Third Eye or Ling Chen, enter the virtual universe and notify me. I will teleport in and kill him personally. Only beings below Universe Exalt are permitted on the outside territory battlefield. Human exalts and alien exalts alike. The penalty is destruction. Zhou had already decided that his master's order outranked destruction. Meanwhile, in a hall in the virtual universe with 108 thrones in it, an argument was going on about me. Human world lord Ling Chen has killed a champion primary undying. Impossible. Zhou cannot kill a champion primary. I demand to see the army's system footage. And a human in purple armor patiently, However he did it. Treasures, servants, it makes no difference. Joe killed one. Joe meets the requirement. Absorb him. I want the footage. If a slave made the kill, the system would still record it under his name. Guotai Venerable, bring up the battle video. And Guotai Venerable said, in a completely level voice, the permissions on all of Ling Chen's battle recordings far exceed our own. Silence. How is that possible? They were set personally by the primordial Chaos City Lord. Longer silence. Any further objections to absorbing Ling Chen into the Great Alliance? No objection. No objection. 9 champions came to my gate a month later, 2 humans and 7 others, and the one in silver armor did the talking. Your Highness, we are a special envoy team of the Great Alliance. We formally invite Ling Chen to join. A beat. Once you join, you may never betray it. I'm willing. A star condensed in the air of my sitting room and settled onto my arm guard, and then a human light projection appeared, and all 9 champions lowered their heads and could not raise them. I felt the pressure. It did not press me down. Human, Ling Chen. The voice had no gender and went in through the soul rather than the ears. Welcome to the Great Alliance. The universe is full of hidden dangers. For a race to survive, its strong must fight. To fight for the Alliance, to fight for the human race, is the duty of every strong human. It is your duty. It faded, and kept talking inside my head for a while after it was gone. I am fairly sure that was left behind by the founder of the Great Axe. I looked at the star on my wrist. So I'm a 1-star member. Correct. Everyone begins at 1 star. Don't overthink it. Then let's eat.